The whole world dulled into a lifeless gray like it was copying every boring, stuck moment of his life. He trudged down the street with his chin to his chest, shoulders sagging under the brutal weight of yet another job interview that crashed and burned. He could only fantasize about being some unstoppable superior, living like a legend standing above everyone, surrounded by goddesses instead of being branded a total social failure. His thoughts snapped back to the tiny apartment he shared with his sister, and he could still hear her bright, cheerful voice ringing in his head as he headed out for the interview. She beamed at him, swearing she'd treat him to a hamburger dinner no matter what happened with that job. Her sweet prayer to their dead parents for his success didn't lift a single worry, it just sank him deeper into guilt, and ever since their parents got wiped out in that traffic accident 3 years ago, his little sister had been day trading stocks to keep the family from falling apart. He flung his head back in total frustration, begging his mind to shut up about the crushing responsibilities he couldn't escape. He had to slam the brakes on his losing streak and land a real, permanent job so he could finally support her the way she deserved. Her excited request for tsukiyaki and fresh pudding came roaring back, firing his determination, and then he pushed. He shoved the door open, stepping into the outside world, and a weird half-smile snapped onto his face like it wasn't even his. For one heartbeat, the world's screen yanked itself to pitch black. With just 5 minutes left on the clock for his interview, a brutal horn blared out of nowhere and ripped every thought out of his head. He whirled in pure horror, staring as a massive truck thundered straight at him, while its driver looked just as terrified. He scrambled backward in pure panic, trying to get away before the vehicle's crushing weight slammed down on him. The truck slammed into a nearby pole with a sickening jolt, and somehow he walked away still miraculously untouched, yet gasping like his soul had just fled. Before he could even wrap his head around surviving, a brutal clattering ripped through the wreckage from behind the shattered vehicle. A stampede of panic horses tore out of the cargo hold, and their massive hooves crushed through his frail body like it was nothing. He jolted awake in a blinding white void, heart pounding, wondering if he'd somehow climbed straight into heaven. A strange woman leaned in and told him, point blank, that he'd died in the most awful, pathetic way, trampled to death by a horse. Tears streamed down his face as the truth hit he'd finally fallen into a traffic accident, just like his parents before him. He tore himself out of his grief the second that surprisingly strong goddess started yelling at him for ignoring her. Panic swallowed him, and in his head he blurted out an insult about her looks. Then he got a fast, furious smack across the head. She leaned in with a terrifying grin and gave him a brutal choice: wake up in a dangerous new world or vanish for good. He refused to die for good, and as he hung on, he listened, while she swore she'd give him a special power for this brand new life. Then she laid it out: the new world runs like an RPG, and if he wants to level up, he's got to go hunt monsters. He refused her offer to become a knight, then tore into a digital list packed with absurdly overpowered cheat skills. He crunched the numbers and realized that if he multiplied his experience points by 20, he could squeeze a whole lifetime of growth into just 5 years. With a deep bow, he crowned his divine gift with the 20 times experience multiplier. The goddess clamped him in a crushing hug and squeezed his head tight, totally brushing off his frantic demands for breathing room. With a bright, cheerful goodbye, she disappeared into thin air, and he was left completely alone, staring down the decision he had to make. He stood there in the dead, quiet, white emptiness, and then it hit him like a punch. This new reality was real, and he wasn't ready for it. His panic screams for the goddess to come back were cut off by a sudden rustle of blankets from the bed next door. A totally different, way younger goddess poked her head out from under the covers, and the look on her face screamed pure annoyance at his nonstop yelling. She casually told him she'd hand him a whole new power, totally oblivious to the fact her predecessor already gave him the exact same gift. Right before he could finish explaining, she sealed the blessing in a flash, then disappeared without a trace. He stood there, dizzy and lost, staring at the fact that by pure administrative mistake, he'd just snagged a second divine gift. A blinding flash ripped through his eyes, and his soul was yanked across dimensions in the blink of an eye. He crumpled onto the unforgiving stone floor, clutching his head as the teleportation dizziness slammed into him, then pushed himself upright, only to find he'd landed alone in a massive, silent temple hall. A bobbing sign pointed him straight to a nearby book, and he inched closer and cracked it open with shaky caution. The pages shimmered and magically flipped themselves into Japanese, and suddenly he could read everything like it was meant for him. He realized he'd slipped into the Ozo world where other transported strangers were already waiting. He followed the book's instructions and snapped his status screen open, bringing a blazing hologram panel into view. He stared at his RPG-style stats, shocked by how low his level was and realizing he had no job chosen yet. The manual bluntly warned that if he stayed jobless, he'd get 0 stat boosts and not a single skill. Then he double-checked his powers and saw it. Goddess 1's 20 times experience boost was live and roaring. In utter disbelief, that second goddess's identical gift didn't just add on, it skyrocketed his first one, multiplying his experience rate by a massive 400 times. He snapped into wild, manic laughter, finally seeing just how insanely overpowered this stack multiplier was going to make him. Still breathing hard, he finally admitted one thing: he had to land a real job first, or he couldn't level up the right way. He grabbed the little cloth bag that was left for him, And when he read the note, he realized it wasn't just luggage, it was meant to carry food or stash items he could sell to traders. He gawked in pure awe as his arms dove straight into that magical inventory bag, sinking like it had no bottom at all. The guidebook ordered him to sprint to the northern city of Florence so he could officially change his job. Map clutched in his hand, he yanked those heavy temple doors open and stepped straight into the unknown. A wall of towering trees slammed into view the moment he arrived, their thick canopy choking out almost all the sky. He tilted his head at the strange canopy above, then took his first shaky steps into the wild. He spun around and spotted the temple door sliding into the trees like it belonged there, and the air felt alive with ambient magic. His exploration got yanked to a stop when he accidentally stomped on a squishy slime poof. It died on the spot, and a victory notification flashed like a jackpot, plus a tiny glowing loot drop spilled out from the defeated monster. He stared at the leftover puddle, stunned at how eerily this world matched a video game. A sharp little chime cracked through his ears, and out of nowhere, boom, he'd leveled up from that pathetic encounter. He stared at his holographic status and gaped, because just like that, he'd shot straight up to level 3. He pumped his fist, buzzing with adrenaline as the sheer speed of his progress blew his mind. Crouching through those bushes, he soon clocked 2 hebert-horned rabbits munching in the clearing, so he gripped a heavy stone tight and got ready to see if his hunting skills were the real deal. With a sudden, hard throw, he hucked the rock straight at his unsuspecting target. He grimaced, lifting those bloody rabbit carcasses like proof of a brutal lesson that hunting demands a stomach made of iron, while fresh jobs kept popping up in his system one after another. He shot a confused stare at his status screen, stunned that his skills kept unlocking even though he didn't have an official job. He finally got it. His 400 times experience boost meant that dropping 2 rabbits counted like he'd slaughtered 800. A bolt of realization hit him. Turns out being no job wasn't a curse at all. It was a special class that let him learn skills with 0 limits. He panicked for a split second when he accidentally tried to delete the no job title, then immediately yanked back and canceled the prompt before it could go through. He chose to keep that no job status active, convinced it was hiding some insane brand new perks no one else could see. He stared up at the forest canopy and owned it, laughing at the world like, yeah, I'm the most overpowered guy alive and I'm unemployed. He burst out of the tree line, eyes snapping wide at the massive, multi-tiered maze city laid out before him. A towering stone archway announced the entrance to Florence, and the foreign lettering above it looked totally impossible for him to read. At the gate, a cheerful female guard lit up and told him to slap his hand onto a crystal ball to confirm his status. Beads of sweat formed as she explained the crystal would sniff out criminals, and he couldn't stop panicking that his no-job status might get him in trouble. The crystal flared with a safe, steady glow, and he dropped the entrance tax into the temple's coins. He stumbled into the bustling trade district, completely blindsided by how enormous this fantasy metropolis was. Tucked under the stairs with the demi-humans and armored explorers, he suddenly felt every eye on him. His modern business suit screamed, "Wrong place, wrong time." He slipped into a nearby clothing store, and a ridiculously muscular woman in a plain black dress greeted him. He ripped off his suit vest and asked the shopkeeper if she'd buy it, so he could finally get some casual clothes. His jaw practically hit the floor as she dangled 3 huge gold coins and offered to pay him for that simple garment. She told him his fresh, no BS honesty as a rookie explorer felt refreshing, and she wanted payment that was as much as her shop's entire year of revenue. The shopkeeper leaned in, grinning, and admitted that folks from rich research circles hunted items from other worlds like gold, so yeah, the price was insanely high. Couldn't cough up that much physical gold right there. She batted her lashes and flirted, telling him to come back tomorrow to claim his payment. He stepped out of the store clutching his brand new comfy casual clothes, grinning like he'd just hit the jackpot with his sudden unreal wealth. Greed burning hot, he strode into the food market with unstoppable confidence, ready to sell the game he'd hunted for more money. He stepped into the packed guild hall, freezing under the stares of rugged, monstrous-looking adventurers closing in all around him. He stood there, dwarfed as hulking, heavily armored giants and eerie plague doctors crowded in, crushing his courage like he was nothing. That cute rabbit-eared receptionist flashed a polite smile and demanded his explorer ID, and he just froze, speechless for a beat. He slumped against the counter, crushed, when he realized he couldn't legally sell rabbit meat unless he registered for a specific job class. A sharp, older gentleman named Matthias stepped in like a pro, dressed to impress, and calmly handed over the perfect solution to his crushing bureaucratic mess. Matthias yanked him out and fired off the warning the trading rules were locked down by the local store unions, no exceptions. That old man grinned and volunteered to play the middleman, dodging the rules for a tiny indirect cut. Matthias finally introduced himself, only he didn't say he was a grocer. He proudly revealed he was a licensed slave trader. The protagonist snapped back in pure shock, and the word slavery hit like a punch, leaving him utterly rattled. Noticing the tension on Matthias's face, he calmly told him that his business wasn't just rentals. It also lined up skilled workers. Matthias jabbed at the public certification board, flashing it like proof that strict laws kept slaves safe from abuse and cruelty across the city. The trader leaned in and laid out the crushing price of buying a slave, saying, Demi-humans with special skills were worth a fortune. He led the young man straight to a towering, intimidating building, the kind that only the man's official trading company could justify. Matthias slid him into a spotless, modern waiting room and swore he'd bring out the perfect slave tailored to fit his exact desires. He slumped on the sofa, nerves rattling through his chest as he sat there alone, waiting like something big was about to happen. His eyes went wide with pure shock when the door finally clicked open. Then he slowly lifted his gaze and watched the person who stepped into the room. Two fluffy animal ears and a dangerously generous figure rolled into view, and his attention snapped to them like a magnet. A jaw-dropping beauty in a wolf's skin strode forward and introduced herself, Haru Wada of the White Wolf clan. Rage and awe collided as he blushed furiously, utterly hooked by the timid but undeniably striking demi-human right in front of him. He stood in front of that massive guild building, eyes locked on the towering stone facade. He let out a bitter groan because the moment he realized his no-job status, the door to entry slammed shut. Waiting outside, he kept his nerves on a tight leash until Haru finally burst out with a bundle clutched to her chest. She startled him as she leaned in and admitted she'd raided the kitchen to butcher the rabbits. She thrust a single silver coin into his hands as payment. He froze in shock when he realized the cost was 3 times what he expected, and she bowed apologetically like she could undo it. They stride side by side through the roaring marketplace, weaving through crowds like they owned the whole street. He urged her to sneak into the local maze and test herself there because that was the route to becoming a real swordsman. She shook her head and snapped that making it through 3 whole years was just too brutal. She brushed her white wolf ears and proudly bragged about her razor-sharp hearing and even sharper sense of smell. He jerked back in defense when she said she could hear his stomach growl and smell his scent on him. They pulled over at a street vendor and grabbed freshly roasted BBQ pork, hot off the grill. She chomped happily on the meat skewer, eyes blazing with pure delight. He caught her tail wagging proudly as she wrapped up her meal. As they head back, they go over the brutal slave lending rules, point by point. Haru spun back and returned to the slave merchant's office, bowing with respect as soon as he stepped in. He waved goodbye to Haru just as the merchant started laying out her exact circumstances. The merchant laid out every detail of the buying conditions he demanded during a slave's first year. Haru's condition demanded that her buyer be way stronger, like physically built to handle her. The merchant dropped a bombshell. Some powerful royal woman was already leaning on the guild, pushing hard for her. Panic slammed into his chest as cold sweat soaked him, because he realized that Noble wasn't plotting at all. He was just waiting for that 1-year ban to finally run out. He slammed into the truth the deadline was only 10 days away. The merchant sized up her situation, then slapped on an outrageous price just to get around the rules and snatch her up on the spot. He let out a shaky laugh, then sprinted out of the frame completely crushed by the impossible number. All alone, he tried to talk himself into it. He didn't need to buy a slave, he only needed himself. He froze on the spot, staring dead ahead as he wrestled with whether his special experience-boosting skills would really beat his own rational thoughts. The goddess's words and Haru's hopeful smile slammed through his mind like a sudden flash. He whipped around, jaw tight, his face burning with pure, fierce determination. Staring up at the sky, he could only think one thing: he had to get Haru. He clenched his fists hard because he knew he only had 10 days left before the year ended. He decided to take Haru on, and he swore he'd beat her within 9 days to prove he's got real power. He marched ahead with iron resolve, readying himself for the fight that was coming fast. He burst up outside a plain little shop selling armor and clothes. Inside, he talked to Magnet, a blonde former adventurer who ran the whole store. Meganet leaned in close, grinning as she teased him for knowing absolutely nothing. Najanet planted his hands on his hips and stared him down, hanging on to every word as he confessed his desperate plight. They sat down and faced the brutal truth behind the slave collar, while the White Wolf tribe's pride stood tall like a steel banner. He threw his fist up with pure hype, swearing he'd get stronger than Haru, no excuses. Magnet felt the truth in his heart, broke into a smile, and nodded, ready to back his mission. Magnet armed him like a tank, slapping a heavy chest plate on his frame, forging shoulder armor, and handing him a sword. He clocked how wrecked the gear was, and Magnet finally confessed it came from an old friend. And Magnet looked away with a heavy heart, recounting how that friend got slaughtered by a monster. Guilt hit him hard the moment he realized he'd taken those precious memories. Magnet calmed him with a soft, reassuring smile, swearing those items were exactly meant to be used. He swore he'd give it everything, and then bolted out the door. He glanced at his status screen and realized, plain as day, that he'd have to actually swing the sword to unlock the swordsman class. He clenched the hilt and yanked the blade free, gritting through a little struggle as the weight dragged at him. He charged up to the entrance of the local monster maze, eyes locked on what was waiting inside. Gate guard. Solon broke into a warm grin and waved at him like old friends. She leaned in and warned him that the dangers inside were real, especially with those fresh rumors that thieves were lurking around. He shot her a grateful smile, then strode into the pitch-black cavern like he already knew what waited inside. He stormed down the stone steps, slipping deeper into the pitch-black tunnel. He knew he couldn't swing a sword properly yet, so he grabbed a rock and trained his throwing skills on it. He leaned around the corner and froze when he spotted a massive werewolf wheezing hard in the shadows. He sucked in a deep breath, fought to tame his pounding heart, then went in for the strike. Out of nowhere, 2 more werewolves exploded into view and boxed him in from every side. Panic hit hard and he sprinted off, begging for a way to split the pack before it closed in. He bolted past 2 other adventurers, yelling for help while wolves snapped right behind him. The adventurer Joffrey and his companion Elise just stood there, soaking in the spectacle like it was too wild to blink through. They don't help at all, they just chat like it's normal, talking about setting up a bed for his survival. Joffrey blurted out useless pep talk after useless pep talk, then flat out refused to step in. He muttered a curse under his breath, and the truth hit him hard: he was completely alone. Elise snapped her whip up against the ground, blasting out loud strikes to keep the monsters locked on anything but them. He screeched to a stop, spun around, and stared down the snarling beasts. He dropped into a stealthy crouch and realized it was simple: strike down just 1 werewolf, and his level would shoot up. He clenched his resolve tight and braced for a last-ditch counterattack that would risk everything. He tore forward, sprinting straight at the group. He slipped beneath the giant wolf's claw as the lead wolf exploded forward with a feral lunge. He clutched his throwing stone like a lifeline, locking his aim on the beast's bare neck. Right before he could land the blow, the wolf sank its teeth deep into his shoulder. He wailed in pure agony as the hit slammed him hard into the rocky floor. The wolf pinned him to the ground, and rage snapped its jaws right by his face, and he fought with everything he had. Bleeding and completely drained, he shoved himself upright anyway. He slammed his boot into the ground, forcing his shaking legs to calm down. He frantically shoved his status screen up again, and his stomach dropped when it showed 0 new notifications. The 3 werewolves snapped back into a tight circle around him, sniffing out the brutal weakness in his bones. Suddenly, a burst of system messages exploded on screen, revealing he'd unlocked the swordsman trainee job. A surge of power slammed into him, and suddenly his body felt weightless as he pulled his blade free. He rocketed ahead at blinding speed, leaving the werewolves utterly stunned. He couldn't believe it. He surged forward and closed the gap in the blink of an eye. He yanked his blade behind him, then slammed the slash skill into action. A blazing cross-shaped energy wave tore out of his blade, slicing clean through the monsters in an instant. He stood tall while the defeated werewolves crumbled into dust behind him. His status screen detonated with level-up spam, new skills popping in one after another. He dropped to one knee, scooping up the scattered magic stones and the wolf claws. A fresh parameter window popped up in front of him, flashing insane new stats and stacking multiple job levels like trophies. He tore through his huge list of skills and realized something wild. His power wasn't just growing, it was stacking. He suddenly realized his HP was perilously low: 1 single hit and it was game over. While everything went downhill, Joffrey and Elise kept flirting up a storm, totally brushing off the fact he'd just almost died. He let out a heavy sigh, then took the plunge and put his brand new job checker skill to the test. He triggered the skill and watched job titles pop up above the clueless couple. He hobbled back to May's entrance and right on cue ran into Solon again. Seeing his brutal injuries, she rushed over and pressed a healing potion into his hands. He snatched the tiny glass bottle with real gratitude, like it meant the world. He chugged it in one gulp, then immediately winced hard at how brutally bitter it tasted. Solon blew a dramatic goodbye, then said she was heading straight down to the 5th floor to patrol. Worn out mind and body, he slammed the brakes on his adventure for the day. He dragged himself back to Magnet's shop, and before he could even catch his breath, warm smiles welcomed him in. Magnet offered him the guest room so he could rest and recover. Magnet's smirk said he might just buy the room with his own body. They immediately hauled furniture into position, setting up his sleeping spot right away. He effortlessly hoisted a massive table and the shock hit him. He was stronger than he'd ever been. Once more, it grinned and bolted to the kitchen to whip up dinner. He stared out the window as a crescent moon shimmered on the glass, and his fast, unstoppable growth hit him all at once. He clutched his sword, and a surge of confidence hit him like his future was about to explode with potential. Magnet came back, ordered him to soak in a hot bath, and then only after that to eat. He yanked off his shirt, and Magnet's sibling-like hair left him feeling weirdly touched. Magnet suddenly peeked out from around the corner, and he caught sight of him immediately. Magnet threw a hand over his face, pretending to be a flustered maiden in dramatic mock embarrassment. Fresh as can be, he slid into his seat and stared down those giant portions of meat, practically vibrating with anticipation. He clocked 3 plates on the table and instantly understood that Solon was meant to be the missing guest. A sudden knock slammed against the front door, loud enough to jolt everyone's nerves. Magnet grinned and sprinted over to grab it, sure he'd found the gate guard. Magnet swung the door open and froze when he found the grim-faced security chief standing right there. The chief slammed down the shocking news Solon never came back from the maze. In the dead of night, a chilling voice declared that Solon was missing in the maze for 6 straight hours. A woman in a black dress lurked in the dim hallway, wringing her hands in panic, praying the missing girl would somehow turn up. Ishinojo immediately stepped up and volunteered to go check on her. She slapped the truth into him: maze thieves were prowling in the shadows, and their danger ran deep. Even with the dangers screaming at him, he stayed locked in, hell-bent on tracking Solon's trail no matter what. He shot into action, yanked on his black gloves, and got ready to vanish into the night. He sprinted through the pitch-black streets, snapping past every second like it could bite. He finally stumbled up to the local slave trader's shop, folding over to catch his breath. He threw himself at the older man, begging for one last day to borrow Haru. The trader flat out refused to rent her out for that brutally dangerous rescue mission. Ichinojo hit the wooden counter with a massive sack packed full of 20,000 gold coins. He begged again, slamming a massive sum onto the table as a deposit. Anything to make sure she came back safe. Haru stepped up, her ears flicking like radar, and declared straight from the heart that she wanted to help him. Overwhelmed by their resolve, the trader finally folded and handed Haru her swords back. With her weapons locked and ready, the wolf girl swaggered up to her master, eager to fight at his side. While they sprinted toward Mei's entrance, Haru couldn't help asking, was the missing girl the one he loved? He snapped back fast, insisting he couldn't just sit there and ignore someone who needed help. They came barreling up to the dungeon's gaping, cavernous mouth in no time. Haru raised a tiny cup to her nose and quietly chased the scent Sol-un left hanging in the air, memorizing every last trace. Spots blazing with certainty, she caught the trail and jabbed her finger deeper into the rocky tunnels ahead. A snarling werewolf burst in front of them, cutting off their escape, so Ichinojo snapped his sword up and drew his blade. He slashed in a huge arc, and the blade cut straight through the beast, dropping it instantly. A sudden notification jolted through his thoughts he'd leveled up. And right then he unlocked an explanation skill. He snapped on his brand new ability and stared in awe at the super detailed words hovering right in front of him. Haru praised his sword skills, but he quickly shrugged and admitted it was only a basic technique. Haru ripped ahead through the twisting caverns, and they pushed on right behind him. As she rushed up to a stone staircase, she snapped at him that the monsters on the second floor were going to be way stronger. He demanded that she treat him like a true equal, no more master, every second. She dug in her heels, swearing her clan's rules demanded she bow to anyone stronger than her. They plunged down into the second floor's darker, jagged corridors. As soon as they stepped into the cavern, a vicious swarm of monstrous bats and drifting horrors surged in and boxed them in. Haru burst upward in a blur of speed, twin blades snapping into place in the blink of an eye. She ripped through the swarm like a raging tornado, her swords blazing as she dropped target after target. She landed in a graceful stomp right in the middle of the falling monsters, and Ichinojo froze on the spot. Completely awestruck by her overwhelming power, he snapped into her stats and realized she'd intentionally spared the beast, leaving it alive with just a tiny sliver of health. She told him that, as a slave, she was ordered to let her master land the final hit so she could earn the experience. He gently scolded her, making it crystal clear that saving Solon mattered way more than farming levels. Defeated monsters crumbled into dark geometric drop items that rained across the cavern floor. They followed the scent and burst onto another set of stairs, diving down to the third floor. As they moved through the maze, they trade harsh truths about why thieves dared to strike there, surviving a place made for disaster. Haru said the dungeon devoured dead bodies on its own, so hiding the evidence of the murder there was basically foolproof. He realized those thieves were hunting dying adventurers, snatching their gear and selling it for profit. Their talk got ripped apart the second they spotted a lone goblin wandering ahead, clutching a club like it was hunting for trouble. But when the chance to prove himself showed up, Ichinojo didn't hesitate. He decided to tackle the monster head-on. With a grin of confidence, he burst out from their hiding place, sword up and ready to strike. He shot forward and carved the goblin across the chest, but the slash barely scratched it, way too shallow to finish the job. He planted his foot hard on the stone, then braced to unleash a second, even deadlier strike. The goblin snapped into action, lunging with his blade, harrying him non-stop and slamming him back with a brutal shove. He snapped a curse under his breath right as it hit him that his slash skill was stuck on a brutal 10-second cooldown. The goblin slammed weapons against him and shoved him into a no-escape brawl where sheer raw strength was the only thing that mattered. Haru yelled a wild warning about the monster's gender, and without shame, he drove a lightning-fast kick straight between its legs. As the goblin crumpled in agony, Haru leaned in and reminded him his skill didn't need a weapon to wreak havoc. He yanked his right arm back, and his fist burned with concentrated energy as he cocked it to unleash the hit. He rammed his blazing, glowing hand straight into the goblin's back with a violent surge of force, and the hit rattled its whole body until it dropped dead on the spot. A brand new notification flashed in front of him, unlocking a deadly combat skill called Searching Intuition. He thanked Haru for dropping that life-saving advice right when the fight turned into an absolute mess. They bolted deeper into the maze, and those jagged rocky walls squeezed in around them like a trap snapping shut. Eventually, they slammed into a solid stone wall and Ichinojo's stomach dropped. Had Solon really turned around? Haru stared in disbelief right here. The scent vanished without a trace. Ichinojo froze, staring at the dead end like it couldn't possibly be real, and his heart dropped through the floor. Hanix swallowed hard, terrified of the moment he'd have to tell everyone that Solon was really dead. Suddenly, his brand new senses erupted and they caught a faint aura leaking from behind that solid rock. He stretched out his hand and gently, cautiously pressed it against that seemingly unbeatable wall. He couldn't believe it. He smashed straight through the illusionary barrier and face-planted onto the ground. He slid his hand through the fake wall and reached for Haru, ready to yank him inside. When he snatched what he thought was her hand, his fingers suddenly clamped down on something super soft and a vicious, startled shriek blasted through the hidden tunnel. He snapped into frantic apologies the moment it hit him, Somehow his hands had brushed her chest in the pitch-black dark. Before she could even blink, he heard voices closing in and yanked her straight into the shadows. He slammed her against the wall, clamped a hand over her mouth, and shushed her hard as they both strained for the footsteps closing in. A crew of thieves strolls past their hideout like it's nothing, casually trading whispers about how they're going to grab their stuff and call it a day. With the coast finally clear, Ichinojo and Haru slipped to the corner and peeked out, scanning the enemy's base like they were hunting for a way in. A bunch of rough, tough-looking men sprawled around a table, bragging loud about how they'd snatched the girl their boss had his eyes on. One of the thieves fumed that the booze had run dry while they were stuck waiting for the others to come back. Thinking Solon was probably locked away in some back room, Ichinojo leaned in and hissed a plan to ambush the guards who didn't see it coming. They exploded out of cover and synced their blades into one brutal duel, catching the band completely off guard. Two of the men were blasted backward in an instant, crushed by the raw shock of the surprise attack. Ichinojo snapped his inspection skill on and scanned the room for any lingering threats in a flash. While the thieves crumbled into pure panic, he fired off the enemy's classes and levels to Haru without missing a beat. Haru shot forward, her blades flashing like lightning as she dropped the rest of the group with ruthless ease. Ichinojo stared, stunned as her overwhelming speed tore through everything with deadly precision. With the guards wiped out, she swung back to her master and waited quiet as calm, ready for whatever command came next. He sprinted to the heavy wooden door tucked at the back of the cavern, then yanked, only to find it tightly locked. He slammed the sword's hilt into the lock, shattered it, and burst straight into the hidden room. Inside, he stumbled on Saloon passed out, stripped down to her underwear, and he snapped his gaze away fast, mortified. He snatched a spare set of clothes and wrapped her up tight to stop her from shivering and keep her dignity intact. Right at the hideout entrance, a terrifying presence burst in, and Chinojo's instincts screamed for full alert. Aru went rigid, ears flattened hard because she could feel that crushing danger closing in fast. A hulking, scarred brute shoved into the cavern and slammed himself in front of their only exit. The bandit boss stared down his unconscious men, and fury darkened his face like a storm rolling in. Rage blazed in his bulging eyes as he snapped his gaze to Ichinojo, demanding to know who was behind it. Hachino Gulp's inspection skill clicks on and boom, the huge guy is exposed as a level 14 bandit, way up the food chain. The boss bellowed, his face twisted with rage, and he strode right up to the intruders. In a split second, Ichino flashed a fake grin and blurted that they were only fresh recruits. He fidgeted and spun a shaky lie, claiming the other guys just drank way too much and crashed on the job. For a second, the boss bought it, then erupted in a furious rant about how utterly useless his own men were. Ichinojo and Haru inched toward the exit, acting like they were slipping out to grab more alcohol for him. The boss's eyes narrowed the second he clocked Haru's slave collar, and he snapped, demanding an explanation right now. Ichinojo realized his bluff was crumbling, and panic hit him as a cold sweat drenched his skin. The boss yanked out a massive battle axe, and a wicked grin snapped across his face the moment he saw through the lie. He swore he'd kill one of them right there as a chilling warning to anyone stupid enough to touch his booze. Without a second thought, the ruthless leader slammed his heavy axe down onto one of his own unconscious men. Ichinojo watched in sheer horror as the boss slaughtered his own ally just to grab a few experience points. He knew they had to break out right now before they got hit with the same brutal fate again. The boss cackled like a madman, swearing he'd kill the boy, then keep the wolf girl around just for his sick entertainment. Ichinojo refused to fold. He stepped right in front of Haru with a fierce, defiant glare like he'd take the hit first. Haru stared up at him, stunned by how fearless he was, even when the odds were downright terrifying. He started needling that giant brute with zero shame, yanking the man's full attention off the girls and locking it on him. Raging at the disrespect, the boss lunged ahead with his axe cocked high, itching to split Ichinojo in two. 2 and 3 brutal bandits crumpled in the dirt, groaning face first while he surveyed the cavern like a predator. With a sharp metallic snap, he yanked his sword free from the scabbard right as it struck every eye toward the towering bandit boss, unleashing pure fury. A burst of system notifications slammed into his vision, flashing his brand new jobs and the level boost like an instant glow-up. He stared at his shaking hand, forcing himself to swallow the brutal truth he had to kill people to save Haru. With a thunderous roar, the massive bandit boss yanked his arm back and wound up a strike meant to destroy everything. The heavy axe crashed into the cavern floor with a bone-jarring slam, blasting a savage cloud of dust and rubble straight where he'd just been standing. Haru hurled herself forward with everything she had, but the boss casually snapped her weak club swing aside. He bellowed a vicious curse as the brute slammed Haru away and she hit the ground hard, tumbling through the dust. He barely got his blade up in time, barely right as the next sweeping blow came crashing in. Teeth clenched against the crushing pressure, he couldn't believe it. How could a man that huge move with that terrifying kind of speed? The boss sneered down at him and bragged that no clever plan could ever beat raw strength. A brutal swing tore past his shoulder, and he scrambled to dodge the killing edge with pure panic. With a vicious laugh, the giant slammed his relentless attack to a stop, then taunted his trapped prey from the corner. The bandit grinned and swore he'd slice off his limbs, then leave him alive as a puppet. all while he tortured the girls. He barely threw himself under another savage horizontal slash just in time. The boss beamed and praised that evasive move, grinning like he loved every messy second of the uneven fight. He studied the brute's every attack pattern, biding his time until the perfect opening screamed for his counteroffensive. Clinging to the hill with a vice-like grip, he tensed up just as the giant hoisted the massive axe over his head, ready to slam it down for the final crushing blow. A massive weapon crashed down like a boulder plummeting from the heavens. His sword snapped into the incoming axe blade in a desperate, ear-splitting clash of steel. That brutal, mind-shaking force hit the metal so hard that his trusty sword cracked right at the base. Shattered steel ripped apart and blasted outward into the sky in razor-sharp shards. He froze in sheer terror, staring at the broken, useless hilt still clamped in his hands. Right as the boss surged forward to land the killing blow, the giant suddenly stalled mid-step, eyes bulging with pure shock. That massive bandit slammed face first into the dirt and went totally limp, already unconscious, before his body even finished dropping. He shot straight to Haru's side, scooped her into his arms, and shoved a healing potion into her hands like his life depended on it. A rosy blush burst across her cheeks as she lit up with joy he'd finally said her real name. He let out a shaky, drawn-out breath, flooding with relief because she was safe. Two brand-new adventurers suddenly burst out from behind a rock formation, tumbling into view like they'd just escaped danger. The newcomer duo stared in pure shock at their boss, knocked out and passed out cold on the freezing floor. The girl's voice shook as she hurriedly warned her companion about the brutal bandit leader they were trying to hide from. He stared at the strange duo with a blank, stunned look while they slowly caught on. Turns out the danger was already wiped out. The other boy let out an awkward laugh, frantically trying to brush off the fact that they'd been cowering and hiding in fear. They quickly jumped in to haul that battered bandit back to town, demanding their slice of the bounty as payment. He nodded at once, desperate as hell for the physical evidence they needed to seal their reward. His hopes crashed the moment he yanked open the bandit's loot chest. Inside was nothing but useless rocks. Now that the immediate danger had finally blown over, the group tore into their long trek back to the village. The two fresh adventurers traded playful jabs while they heaved the massive captive up the cavern's stairs. Loon's eyes fluttered shut, then snapped open safe at last, strapped tightly onto the other boy's back. The rescued boy burst into a bright smile, and his eyes screamed pure gratitude for saving him just in time. Solon instantly clocked the two helpful adventurers, and yeah, everyone knew they were the local troublemakers who always caused trouble. He found out that the duo was infamous around town, so notorious that they'd been giving the local guards non-stop headaches. He just stared at that bumbling duo, not even the slightest bit shocked by how infamous they were. The two troublemakers totally freaked out, yelling non-stop that they had nothing to do with that bandit crew. A hard-eyed city guard snapped at the chaotic duo that they weren't going anywhere, locked in the station overnight for questioning. They instantly erupted into a loud, whining tantrum, furious about the unfair detention. The guard blew off their complaints, barked for them to hurry, and shoved them into action, hauling the captive inside. He and Haru's sweat poured down as they awkwardly trailed that loud procession straight into the guardhouse. They finally tore up to the heavily fortified entrance of the local station. The saloon sheep nervously snapped an apology to the guard captain like, "I'm sorry I got myself captured in the first place." The captain dipped his head with respect, thanking him and Haru for the fearless rescue that saved everyone. The captain instantly spotted the unconscious giant as the wanted bandit leader and ordered his guards to shove him straight into the deepest cell. He couldn't wait to leave them, flashing a sweet goodbye because he was desperate to get back to Margaret, who'd been sick with worry. The captain told him, first thing tomorrow morning, to march to the Adventurers Guild and grab the massive reward waiting for him. He decided the very first thing they'd do was rush back the broken sword to Margaret before they even thought about visiting the slave trader. The second they showed up, Margaret snapped into tears and yanked Solon into a bone-crushing hug. He fumbled out the shattered remains of the borrowed sword, then blurted a deep, trembling apology for wrecking it. Margaret just stared, frozen in shock, as the jagged, broken hilt dug into her hands. A warm smile exploded across her face as she said, "The weapon finally did what it was meant to do, keep them safe." Without a shred of warning, she lunged in and locked him in a suffocating hug so tight it stole his breath. She casually dropped the bombshell. Her insane strength wasn't natural at all. It was ripped straight from a past life as a top-tier warrior. When Margaret spotted Haru huddled shyly by the door, she instantly snapped her warm attention onto the young fox girl. She practically tackled Haru into a crushing hug, then blurted out she was adopting that adorable girl as her own little sister. He burst into laughter at the chaos, then flashed a warm smile and pulled Haru in. "Come eat with us," he said, promising a delicious dinner. Haru fidgeted and flat-out refused, insisting that a lowly slave didn't deserve the right to sit and eat at the same table as free citizens. She shrugged and said she'd been living off those pathetic, flavorless slave rations for so long, it didn't even bother her anymore. She figured that stuffing herself with luxury food today would only make her inevitable comeback to brutal treatment feel even worse, and Margaret snapped at the girl, scolding her for talking that grim nonsense. The muscular tailor barked at Haru to sit down, then shoved the conversation into silence, telling him to enjoy the feast with zero more arguing. The whole household erupted with cheers as Margaret stepped forward, proudly unveiling a massive platter piled high with freshly cooked meat. Later that night, he hauled Haru aside and demanded she tell him the truth. Did she really think he was strong enough to protect her? He locked eyes with her and declared, without hesitation, that he was going to buy her freedom. Haru went completely still, her ears twitching like crazy as his words hit her and the shock crashed in. Choked by emotion, she broke down in brutal sobs and clung to the fabric of his shirt like her life depended on it. She wiped away her joyful tears with furious speed, and basically admitted it she'd never been happier in her entire life. In the dim hallway, they stole a quiet, tender beat of understanding like everything finally clicked between them. He leaned in and softly reminded her of that corrupt noble who still planned to buy her for his own twisted ends. He laid out a plan to dodge the adventurer's guilt completely. Slipping around the noble sphere of politics like it was dangerous fire, Haru shot a worried look, warning that the noble could still slip Petty Spike under the radar and wreck his trading rates. Even with fear clawing at her, she flashed a radiant smile and confessed, "I just can't bear it if you leave me." He leaned in and promised her, with iron confidence, that if the city shut them out, they'd live on by hunting demons out in the wilderness. He gently pressed her for the final answer, begging her to choose her own next step. She said with total confidence that the greedy noble's schemes didn't matter to her anymore at all. Staring up at him with iron-clad resolve, she stepped forward and formally begged to stay by his side as his companion. He yanked her into a tight, warm embrace, locking in their unspoken promise with the gentlest force. He tenderly stroked her head, a warm smile lighting up his face while she leaned into his touch. Margaret suddenly popped around the corner, giggling mischievously as she caught the intimate scene unfolding in her hallway. He snapped at the eavesdropping tailor, mortification exploding across his face as his cheeks burned a fierce, blazing red. Morning sunlight blazed across the towering front of the city's most notorious slave trading house. Old Matthias, the seasoned trader, slid the official ownership certificate across the counter with practiced precision. He swallowed hard and nervously took the heavy metal slave collar, along with every accessory that came with it. An old man leaned in and drilled me on the brutal red tape rules if that paperwork ever got lost. The only way to replace it was to follow every strict step. Haru quietly shoved her tiny pile of belongings into a little bag tucked in the corner of the room. Matthias let out a knowing chuckle like he could see through it, insisting the boy had never once planned to stop. He only kept fighting to save the girl. The trader fired off praise for his unshakable grit, saying, "Real strength isn't about ego, it's about stepping up to help when someone's in trouble." He said Haru's inner strength had been awakened, pulled straight out by the boy's brave courage during the bandit raid. He couldn't stop thinking about the brutal trials Haru had survived until, at last, she found a safe haven to breathe in. He felt the gods had truly blessed him because somehow he'd managed to earn the absolute loyalty of a girl this extraordinary. Haru burst out from the back room, cheeks burning, and then right there she nervously modeled the brand new adventuring outfit the shop had just handed her. She dropped into a deep, respectful bow to Matthias, thanking the old man and basically stunned him for his unexpected kindness. The old trader snapped into a bow the moment they stepped out into the blazing morning light. He spun around one last time, grateful to the bone because he truly needed Matthias to know how much everything he'd done meant for making the transfer happen. Haru practically bounced with excitement, urging them to rush straight to the local guild and officially register themselves as an adventuring party right then. He flashed a bright smile, reached out his hand, and swore they'd always stand side by side for whatever the long road ahead throws at them. Side by side, they strode into the roaring city streets, bracing themselves for whatever wild new trouble was waiting just around the corner. They pushed through the streets of a brand new town, soaking in every unfamiliar corner. He trailed after Haru straight into the local adventurers guild. The receptionist shoved a registration form into their hands and told them to fill it out. Haru whirled toward him and boldly declared, "From this day on, I'm walking with you on your journey." When the receptionist asked if he could read it, he swallowed his pride and admitted he was still figuring out the language of this world. A hulking brute burst forward, jabbed a finger at him, and barked, "So, are you the slave's owner?" A second guy with a bandaged face shoved out insults and dared him to swing first. Haru snapped into action and begged her master not to do it, because if he picked a fight, the guild would kick him out for good. He unleashed his inspection skill and clocked the man instantly level 18 fighter. The man's face lined up perfectly with the bandit leader Sarasuro they'd been hunting. Haru just flashed a bright, calm smile back at the guy's insults, like his words couldn't even touch him. She insisted to her master that she was fine, but his teeth ground together with pure rage. He clenched his fist and demanded to know if guild rules banned fighting. He nailed it. This guy was one of the noble's lackeys, the same one who tried to buy Haru. The man flashed a grin, totally sure his boss had enough power to run this whole place. He swore that if the noble couldn't bring Haru, Ichinojo would be made to suffer and die in pure agony. The guy laughed at him and taunted, asking if he was shaking in fear now. Haru's rage shot through her as she snapped that the man could never be forgiven for humiliating her master. He snapped his hand onto her shoulder, ordering her to breathe, and revealed the truth. This wasn't an attack, it was a trap meant to bait them into reacting. He spun back to the counter, grabbed their bounty, and decided to bail for now. Then the fighter stepped up and dared him to a fight in the arena because there, and only there, it was allowed. He stood there claiming he was a fisticuffs master and dared the coward to show up and fight him. Haru stepped forward and asked for permission to fight instead. So sure she'd outduel them in a sword fight. He soothed her once more, insisting that the guy was a fighter with no sword, so he'd step into the fight himself. He swore they'd clash in 9 days, right on the day the noble was set to arrive. They sealed the deal, snatched their bounty from the receptionist, and bolted out of the guild. Outside, Haru was still boiling with rage, but he leaned in and promised her everything was going to be okay. As they headed down the road, she leaned in and asked if he was finally ready to train as a fighter. She laid out the whole job progression system, step by step, like it was the map to the next level. He realized getting his fighter job wasn't going to be a cakewalk. After lunch, he decided they'd hit the maze, then Haru swore he'd stick to his side and follow him no matter where he went. They stumbled into a packed, buzzing restaurant, but he clocked it instantly. Haru wasn't even sitting down. He went wide-eyed when he saw her kneeling on the floor right beside their table. He snapped, told her right away it was wrong, and pointed hard at the chair like she needed to sit there immediately. She demanded to know if it was really okay for her, just a slave to dare sit on a chair. Right as she hauled herself up, nerves buzzing, a waiter swept in to greet them and usher them into the shop. The waiter slid one cold glass of water onto the table, right in front of him. Haru couldn't stop asking why they'd been handed just one measly glass. He finally got it. This restaurant wouldn't even hand out free water, let alone treat slaves like they had any right to expect service. He snapped for the waitress to come over, ordered 2 of the restaurant's finest meals, and added another glass of water. Haru asked, "Is this okay?" while admitting he couldn't even read the menu. He straight up told her he wanted her to devour the best meal possible. As soon as the food hit the table, she dug into her soup with a bright, happy smile. He couldn't stop staring. Her table manners were so elegant it felt unreal, and he immediately wondered if she'd come from a rich family. He blurted out on impulse why she'd been dragged into slavery, then snapped at her to stop right there. He blurted out an apology for being thoughtless, and she waved it off like it didn't matter at all. He vowed he'd never hate her for what she'd lived through, and promised that someday he'd finally spill every secret from his own past to her. After they finished eating, he lit up with an idea and dragged everyone to the item shop. He decided to hook Haru up with some genuinely useful stuff, starting with a storage bag. He couldn't believe it when he asked the shopkeeper if he sold storage bags. He snapped into focus and realized that the high-class item they handed him for free was staggeringly rare. They loaded up on the essentials, fresh bread and dried meat, so they'd be ready for the road ahead. They argue over the city's 3 maze ranks, then finally lock in on the easiest beginner one. At the maze entrance, the receptionist leaned in and told him that beating the first boss would unlock a powerful skill upgrade. He decided that beating this boss was the only way he'd level up into a fighter. Then he ripped open his status screen. He double-checked his details, clocking just how jobless he was and what other skills he could actually bring to the table. He glimpsed a divine blessing that multiplied his experience by a staggering 20 times. Then he leaned in and asked Haru if he could check her status too. Her status screen lit up level 23 White Wolf Swordsman. He clocked her switchable jaw in the Beast Swordsman style, and when she explained it, she said it was a higher-ranked form. He was totally stunned. He'd never even guessed a job like that existed. With his own power, he flipped her job over like it was nothing, straight into a Beast Swordsman. Haru leaned in and asked, "Want me to become a Beast Swordsman?" And then she started pitching every deadly benefit. He told her to check her status screen and swear she wouldn't scream. She stared, and the impossible job change left her completely speechless. He leaned in and told me that switching jobs was a secret one that could turn deadly the moment anyone found out. He leaned in and promised, "We'll talk about it more once we're inside the maze." They stood right in front of the dungeon's pitch-black entrance, staring into the dark like it was about to swallow them whole. Just as he thought he was safe, a fanged beast exploded forward and lunged straight at him. He unleashed it with one brutal, power-packed slash. He loomed over the creatures as they melted into dissolving remains with Haru right behind him. He checked his stats and realized his level had already jumped, then told Haru it was time to move on. He shouted at a distracted Haru as they pushed deeper into the unknown. Before long, they stumbled into a massive swarm of goblins. He realized that because of the party settings, every bit of experience he earned would instantly be shared with her. He spun into a rotating slash and carved straight through the entire goblin mob in one brutal move. A notification flashed and basically bragged that his hammer-wielding level jumped up. He shot another look at his status, grinning because he was basically one step away from becoming a full-on fighter. He caught Haru staring, gently pressed his fingers to her forehead and asked if she was really okay. She swore she was totally fine, but then she slipped and admitted she'd been burning with questions about 2 things. First, she leaned in and demanded to know if he'd trained specifically to master that wild, one-of-a-kind slash move. He waved it off and shot her a grin, praising her for leveling up to Beast Swordsman. She demanded to know why she was leveling up at lightning speed when it was supposed to be brutally hard. He leaned in and demanded to know if she'd ever heard of divine blessings, then ordered her to get back up from her kneeling. Haru leaned in and told me she'd heard about wanderers from other worlds, people who get powers like that. He told everyone he was one of those wanderers from a place called Japan. When he asked if she was scared, she flashed a dazzling smile and told him, without a hint of hesitation, that she wasn't scared at all. She was bursting with the joy that he trusted her enough to spill his story. He thanked her, then leaned in and said, "There's one last thing about my blessings." Haru's jaw dropped when he found out he didn't just get one, he landed 2 blessings, and one of them was a wild 20 times experience boost. Then she dropped the bombshell that Daijiro-sama, one of the 4 great heroes, came straight from Japan too. He snapped his gaze away and the realization hit hard. Daijiro-sama had to be nothing short of incredible. A history lesson blew the story wide open 200 years ago. The church laid out the brutal, never-ending wars between the demon lord and the human race. It also threw in the names of the 4 heroes who battled back 12 years ago. One of them was Daijiro, the monk. Haru blurted, "Master," with his whole chest because the second he saw the truth, he realized he was related to a famous celebrity. "Don't panic," he said, calming the trembling slime right in front of him. That secret growth power kept his progress soaring, but he still couldn't shake off that jobless label yet. He whipped his sword in a giant arc, and one flawless slash tore right through the monster. This is brutal weight too soft, he thought. Watching Haru realize physical hits barely even phased the slimes. He launched a brutal punch, and his fist sank deep into the creature's squishy gelatin body as it buckled and stretched from the hit. He realized it could eat through metal, so he stayed far back and relied on his slash skill to get the job done. For 10 straight seconds, he hacked the creature with slash after slash, cutting through everything in front of him. With one last puff, the slime melted away and a glowing crystal popped into place. Then he leveled up and unlocked the apprentice mage skill. "Magic!" he bellowed, yanked his arms high in pure triumph while Haru just stared, frozen in stunned silence. He couldn't believe it. This strange world's magic was even wilder than he'd imagined. So he opened up his magic skills list. The moment he spotted the spell, his eyes blazed and he burst out shouting, "Fireball!" He shoved his hands forward and channeled that brand new power like a spark finally catching. A blazing sphere shot from his palms and it instantly jolted Haru with a shocked gasp. "It's working," he blurted, eyes wide, and Haru's jaw dropped. Because that magic was real, no doubt about it. "Are you a magic swordsman?" she blurted, eyes shining with pure awe. He struggled to admit he was totally jobless, so he dodged the truth and pushed, "Let's get going." He shot a question to the rules: could he use magic in the arena? And Haru said it wasn't banned, but warned that everyone would talk and rumors would explode. She told him there weren't many magicians in town because the ones who actually succeeded were raking in piles of money. MP recovery potions were ridiculously expensive, and only a handful of top-tier chemists were even capable of brewing them. A diagram broke it down for us. One kind of alchemist forged alloys, while a chemist brewed potions. So that's when it clicked. He finally got how the local economy really worked. He figured the chemist's work actually mattered, so he went for the role right after he caught the stink of another slime nearby. Perfect timing, he flashed a grin. "All right," he said, "it's practice time." Then, in an instant, he and Haru both snapped to attention, stunned by what suddenly stood right in front of them. A shiny slime shimmered like pure gold, glowing so bright it practically stole the light. Without even thinking, he blurted, "Fireball him!" and tore the spell straight into the world. "Master!" Haru tried to warn him, but the slime was already too close, and it was over. The shiny slime got wiped out, crashing to the ground and leaving a glittering crystal and a tiny round mystery behind. Ichinojo leveled up again, snagging a rare title and a skill tied to good fortune while Haru knelt there, staring at the dropped item like his luck had just shifted. She leaned in, all excited. "This rare metal drops from rare monsters, and trust me, it's not something you stumble on every day." She swore it would rake in a fortune, at least 3 golden coins. "Then we're in big luck," he blurted. And right then, he decided, let's hunt for another one. He spotted one in the distance and immediately hurled a rock at it, leaving Haru completely stunned. He sagged in pure disappointment, staring at how few monsters were even here, and Haru snapped back that most folks blow through a beginner's maze and charge straight for the boss. "So stay sharp," she said, and let's move on." As they strolled along, 2 more adventurers, one a witch, the other a skeletal warrior, slipped right past them. So it's like he's hitting the boss stage reset button, and the moment it clicks, he realizes the other adventurers probably already blew through it. They burst up to a massive stone door that screamed, "Boss room ahead!" It's closed, game over, he realized, and the win was already sealed. Haru leaned in and told him the boss was the Goblin King and she'd wipe him out solo, no problem. "You're so dependable," he said, grinning as he gently patted her head. Since the door still wouldn't budge, he told them to grab some food and kill the time while they waited. He leaned in and asked if she was cool sharing the exact same food as him. "Just plain rations, nothing fancy, but it still mattered." "Thank you, master," she blurted, and her stomach rumbled right on cue with his, because he set out their simple meal bread and dried meat right on the spot. Haru took a huge bite of the meat and immediately lit up, declaring it the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. She confessed she was obsessed with this kind of tough, hard meat. She wasn't lying either, because yesterday's food still totally blew her away. He recoiled after this first bite because it was rock hard, drenched in salt, and reeked of alcohol. When Haru dug in and looked genuinely happy, he immediately offered her his share too. "Yeah, I'm good with my own share," she blurted out, totally flustered, her tail wagging like it couldn't calm down. He sighed hard, then decided, fine, I'll take it myself. The moment she spoke, her whole vibe shifted. She promised she'd do everything she could for him. He chuckled at how adorable she was, then thrust the meat into her hands. She took it shyly, like she didn't know whether to smile or melt. Then he throws out a wild random question. Do the White Wolf clan hate being touched? Haru said that for their kind, only their recognized masters were allowed to touch their hair, tail, or belly. So I can touch you, he said, and the second he saw her blush, he knew he'd hit a nerve. Do whatever you want, she murmured, then turned away like she couldn't meet his eyes. He stretched out his hand and brushed her fluffy tail, and she gasped out a small, trembling cry. He couldn't even meet her gaze as she admitted this was her first time. As he reached for her ears, she suddenly tripped and crashed straight into his arms. I suddenly feel so weak, she whispered, begging him to keep going as her eyes drifted down to her stomach. She grinned and said, if you rub my belly right, you'll be amazed. Then she leaned in and told her rubbing a wolf's belly is the ultimate badge of trust for a white wolf. Please, master, just touch it, she pleaded, lifting her eyes to his with pure, hopeful fire. He swallowed hard and slid his hand onto her stomach, praying she wouldn't pull away. His fingers brushed her soft belly. Her boots scraped and shifted across the cavern floor. He kept brushing his hand over her hair softly, like he was soothing a storm. Master, could you raise that a little more, she blurted, cheeks burning red. Are you sure, he demanded, then froze because she'd gone death still. She'd nodded off in his arms, breathing softly as a tiny snore slipped out. He stared at the half-eaten piece of meat in her hand like it told him everything he needed to know. His eyes went huge with dread when he finally realized the dried meat still had alcohol in it. He hurriedly fixed her clothes, gently laid her down, and couldn't help but grin at her adorable sleeping face. He fought to keep it all inside, screaming in his own head so he wouldn't wake her up. Suddenly, an arrow clattered against the stone right by her head, snapping her awake like a bolt of lightning. Oh, you're finally awake, he said, gripping the bow he'd just gotten. He asked her, trembling, whether she was finally okay after she blacked out. He told them there was an invisible wall guarding the boss room. Everything that tried to hit it bounced right back, even arrows fired by the bandit outside. Haru instantly figured it out. Hitting the boss from the outside was totally shut down. He felt crushed when she couldn't recall a single thing from before she passed out. Come on, what are we waiting for? He blurted the second the door swung open. They raised their heads in victory, standing tall over the shattered Goblin King. Haru wiped out the small goblins guarding their leader like it was nothing. He matched her every move, fighting right beside her until the battle screamed around them. After that brutal battle, Ichinojo powered up again, leveling up hard and unlocking a wave of brand new skills and fresh jobs. Aru flashed a grin and declared that her beast swordsman skill had finally jumped to level 3. He told her it was all thanks to the goddess's blessings, and her tail just started wagging like crazy with pure joy. From one of the monsters he'd already crushed, a sword plummeted to the ground and Haru snatched it up, recognizing it as a rare item. She told him it was the kind of magic that snapped goblins into obeying his every command. Master, come on, let's slip into the inner chamber and pray to the goddess Sama, she urged, pointing the way. He froze in pure shock when he spotted a towering statue of Karim Sama, the goddess who had just sent him here. Haru jabbed at a second, smaller statue and asked if he recognized that goddess too. She was Toralulu Sama, the goddess who spread positivity and turned life into a non-stop game of luck, gambling, and pure leisure. He checked in with Haru and she confirmed it. Just pray to the statue, and that's all he had to do. He dropped to his knees before the statue, shut his eyes, and felt a sinister presence rise up right behind him. Then the goddess Corinne showed up in his mind like, yeah, it's been a while and I'm not happy with the blessings I've been giving you. She jabbed a finger at his chest, ready to rip into his Jobless title, but then she caught herself and let it go. Ah, look, Jobless isn't even a real label, she says by default. It's not supposed to count as a job at all. She told him that his power to switch jobs and read every stat was way stronger than any normal blessing. That's the catch. She warned him not to be grabbing her. And then she made him swear never, ever tell anyone about your Jobless job title. When he asked who he could trust, she just shrugged and told him it was his call, no bragging about it. He bombarded her with thanks as she reached to hand him his reward for clearing the stage. One shot, just one, she blurted, spinning that prize wheel in your face. Whatever you land on, that's what you get. A sharp system chime burst into his mind. Damn, what a waste, she's the goddess. But this skill makes it look like a shower brush can't touch you at all. She swept her arm wide, flashing a bold hint. Check the other labyrinths later. He snapped his gaze up at the towering goddess and demanded to know what was happening to his little sister. She swore she'd dig into it before they crossed paths again, then spun on her heel to walk away. As she left, her thoughts snapped into place. He never should have been saddled with a little sister. Master, congratulations! Haru's voice snapped his focus in an instant. She confessed she feared he'd just grab some shower brush, but when nothing showed up, she knew he'd snagged a real skill instead. He checked that he fully understood common language, so now reading and writing were going to be no problem at all. Haru's tail sagged the moment she clocked that her chances to help were slipping away, and she tried to mask the crushing disappointment with a bright, forced smile. He promised her, yeah, I'm from another world, but I'm still going to lean on you, a lot. With fresh fire in her chest, Haru promised she'd give it everything, and they both decided to turn back. They slapped a brand new title on him, Labyrinth Victor, and handed it straight to his name. Margaret Sand practically beamed as she stepped out from the shop and greeted them. "My, welcome back." She promised dinner would be ready soon. And that's what sparked him to pepper Haru with questions about her clothes. He snapped his gaze to Margaret Sand and demanded, right then and there, that she sell him clothes for Haru. "It's fine, Margaret," she insisted, snapping her finger for Haru because she was determined to pick out the clothes herself. She brushed off his objections and said she already knew Haru's size and that she'd take care of it. Margaret dressed Haru in a brand new outfit that fit her like it was made for her, then sweetened the deal with a discount for the purchase. After dinner, he shot Margaret a heartfelt thank you for everything she did to help him. Norin leaned in and demanded to know how long they planned to stick around in town. He leaned in and told her they could be off to Balasura as soon as tomorrow. As Margaret's heart sank, Haru looked her in the eye and swore he'd take her anywhere she wanted to go. Margaret told him, "Think of me like a mother, come back anytime you want." Then she jumped in and offered to pack them bento for the road, and he couldn't stop gushing his thanks. That night, a sudden knock slammed against his door, loud enough to snap him straight to attention. He spotted Haru standing there, and she just couldn't wait to spill everything about what happened before the boss fight. She admitted she'd blacked out while he was rubbing her stomach, and he shrugged it off like it was nothing, just her being drunk. His eyes blew wide with raw shock. "Go on, tell it right here," she demanded, and the words came with a promise, a vow of loyalty. She said, with the full moon hanging in the sky, there was zero issue white wolves could get pregnant with no trouble at all. "Is it really okay?" he screamed, beads of sweat pouring down his face. He hovered on the edge of the bed, stomach in knots, watching her slowly peek out from under the covers. "Be gentle," she breathed, and her words hit him like a spark, blushing hard as his whole body burned. Next morning, that thought wouldn't leave him. "I graduated from virginity." He jolted awake, heart pounding like something was about to happen. He lay in bed with Haru, stroking her hair softly as she drifted off to sleep. She jolted awake, tugged the covers to her chin, and whispered a shy good morning to him. He jerked upright, completely flustered, mortified beyond words. They stepped out to track down Margaret and Nora, greeting them with bright morning smiles. He clocked it instantly. Both of them wore that weird, unsettling look on their faces. Margaret scooted right up to him and whispered, "My house has thin walls like paper thin." Embarrassment hit him so hard he swore he'd die, while Margaret just burst out laughing and called them to breakfast. She teased him mercilessly about it being Haru's first time, and it lit a fire under him. He vowed to become a perfect master for her, and she didn't let her mother off the hook for teasing him. She jabbed back that he and Haru were lovers now. He declared his plan to unload the goods at the guild, then headed straight for the intermediate labyrinth. Margaret shot him a warning, "Don't you dare pull anything reckless, not with Haru right there." She vowed she'd drop their stuff at the carriage before they took off, and he thanked her with all his heart for everything she'd done. Right as they were about to head out, he made a remark that Haru's skirt was way too short. He quickly backed up and shot back, insisting he was only freaking out about what other adventurers might think. "It's totally fine," Haru said, lifting her skirt and flashing her bloomers like it was no big deal at all. She pointed out the tail hole and told him, straight up, she wouldn't care if he took a peek. Margaret explained that bloomers started as a little hobby for lost people, but somehow they spread until they became totally common. They burst into the noisy entrance of the intermediate labyrinth. Right as the chaos hit, Karu told the crowd that the dungeon's brutal difficulty was the reason, and the teleporters inside were tied to it. She pointed to the teleporter, an insane magic tool that could sling a whole party of 6 to their destination in an instant. A thunderous shout erupted from the crowd, yanking the rookie's attention in an instant. 2 adventurers leaned in and beckoned them over, urging them to team up and dive straight into the intermediate level. Aru told me it was totally normal for parties to grab seats ahead of time for their friends. It felt like he'd been stuck waiting in line for an amusement park ride that was taking forever to start. Joffrey, the male adventurer, insisted it would be a goldmine to team up with someone strong. He demanded to know where they were going, then pushed his own wish he had to be back by that afternoon. Joffrey tossed out teleporting straight to the 95th floor like it was nothing, and it left him absolutely stunned. Joffrey and Eliza bragged non-stop, swaggering like they were the top-tier warrior and the top-tier magic beastmaster in the whole world. They yanked out a totally absurd pose and loudly declared, "Together we're second class." Haru leaned in and whispered that it was probably entry leeching, a sneaky way to rack up credit for clearing floors without putting in the real work. He couldn't stop worrying that protecting them might get him killed. He said their levels didn't match, and somehow, against all expectations, they instantly agreed. Joffrey instantly ditched his plan, pushed them to hit a much easier spot, and even handed them the last shots on the monsters. He snapped that the intermediate dungeon was a death trap they'd never survive. Jafra thrust a ring into view and Haru instantly clocked it. He snagged a get-along ring, and honestly, the name made him grin because it was just way too cute. Haru leaned in and told him that the ring let 2 sides slam together as one. He accused them of snatching that priceless item, and they shot back with a fierce, no-way denial. And Joffrey swore they'd gotten it as a gift from its creator, Daijiro, years back. He nodded and went along with it, snatching one ring for himself and sliding the other to Haru. He slid the ring onto her ring finger, and Joffrey lost his mind at the sight. The ring shimmered and magically reshaped itself to lock onto her finger with perfect fit. By the teleporter, Joffrey shamelessly cornered him and demanded he pay the toll for everybody. They burst onto the 55th floor and Joffrey zeroed in, showing everyone a weird, unnatural spawn of fish lizards. The two of them erupted with cheers, swearing this was nothing, and they'd handle it easily. Jaffer told me it was an F-ranked extermination quest the guild just slapped on the board. He snapped to it. Turns out they'd been tricked into helping with the quest. Jaffer made it clear that anyone could cash in the rewards for those quests, and if they failed, there was zero punishment. Sighing, he decided it was no big deal as long as they only had to go collect the lizard scales. As they moved along, Haru couldn't shake the eerie feeling there weren't any magic beasts around at all. A sudden scream for help tore through the air from the stairs nearby. A colossal lizard tore out of a side passage, clamping an adventurer in its jaws like it meant business. The party went dead silent, locked in place as they stared at that colossal beast. Then he realized they were suddenly ringed by smaller lizards, ones that had slipped in unnoticed. Joffrey and Eliza's panic erupts as they finally grasp just how brutal this situation is. Haru told him to unleash fire magic right away because lizards were painfully weak to it. His tiny fire spell blasted out and slammed right into one of the creatures. That blast hurled the lizard backwards, slamming it toward the entrance of the 55th floor. He whipped out his sword and carved a path straight through the swarm. They finally scramble into the safety of the stairs, and somehow, through all that chaos, his level shot up. The lizard-like monsters lunged in, then got blasted apart by a rapid chain of tiny explosions. "Haru, we're putting them to sleep," he snapped, sprinting right beside her. Haru stared at a colossal beast in front of them, and it clicked instantly. It was a dragon. Their boots crunched over rubble-strewn stones in the labyrinth's maze floor. When he finally hit the 55th floor, he froze because something that massive had no business climbing those stairs. He glanced at his status screen and grinned. His jobless skill had finally leveled up, unlocking a fresh stack of new jobs and skills. After wrecking around 80 lizards, boosting Haru's ability until it felt like 24,000, he realized he couldn't stop smiling as the wind stacked up. Haru checked her stats and felt her level skyrocket. Then her tail thrashed wildly as she bragged about her fresh sword saint-level speed. He asked if she could still fight, and she lit up with an eager yes, like, "We can take out one more right now." Before they knew it, they were staring right at the stairs that climbed up to the 56th floor. Seeing that massive pack of monsters swarm together, he shoved Haru aside and ordered him to let him hit first. He burst into their ranks and swung his blade in a deadly arc, hunting for a devastating slash. Landing with a clean, sharp stomp, he unleashed a blazing barrage of tiny fire spells. As Haru stared in awe at his own jaw-dropping magic, he shrugged it off like it was just some everyday spell. "Forget everything else, lock in on the enemies right in front of us," he snapped, and told Haru to jump. No mistakes. He braced himself, then swung his sword through a full, crushing rotation. The circle slash ripped straight through the horde, blasting monsters flying in every direction like they'd been hit by a storm. Haru couldn't believe it. One attack, and he wiped out that many. He told me that earlier he'd instantly switched his job to a magic user right after he used magic. Then, the moment he needed sword arts, he snapped into a sword-wielding class without hesitation. With no job to tie him down, he could pick as many as 5 classes, and the system would auto-select the best one, grabbing the highest odds to win every single time. Suddenly, a giant lizard crashed into the scene, and Haru had to throw out a warning right then and there. He darted out of the way at the last second, just as the beast's sweeping tail came crashing through. He stared in shock at that massive mouth as the creature roared. "Just wait, I'm gonna cook up something delicious," he grinned, ditching his old job and snapping a blazing fireball into his hand. He shoved that tiny blaze straight into the monster's gaping mouth. The spell exploded with brutal force inside the lizard's skull, blasting through its mind. He watched the creature get snapped into crystal in an instant, and the sheer destruction coming off it was way beyond any regular Petitier spell. When Haru praised his work, a heavy sigh escaped him because grabbing every last magic stone from those defeated monsters was going to be a downright nightmare. Right in the middle of the aftermath, both of them clocked it. This fight had leveled them up. Pain twisted across his face like it had nowhere else to go. It felt like his skull was about to burst. New skills and crushing job advancements slammed into his status all at once. He'd already snatched up the sort skill and the title skill mania, right? As a loud voice barked, "Hey, rookie!" 2 adventurers, a guy and a girl, came stumbling up to them, panicked and lost, and begged for directions to the teleporter. Ian Haru stared back, completely frozen in stunned silence. Eliza stared in awe at the colossal magic stones, while Joffre muttered that a subjugation quest for those massive, spawning beasts had to be underway. He grimly decided the other adventurers who showed up for the quest were already gone devoured. No question. Joffrey grinned as he proudly announced he'd yanked the request off the board, and he honestly called it his genius move. Then bam, someone hit him with the rule drop a subjugation quest without permission, and you'll get fined. And Ichinojo immediately looked at him like a total idiot. Back at the Adventurers Guild, they plunged through the loud, crowded hall, pushing past the noise like they were on a mission. He strode up to the counter and asked the receptionist if he could sell his magic stones and materials. A burly adventurer he'd seen before stepped up, clapped him on the shoulder, and they both swore they'd score a top price for the haul. Then Orogaravu insulted Haru and snapped that she was a poor master. and you could see rage flare across her face. Guriru shoved him with a challenge in the arena, and he snapped right into it without hesitation. Eliza jabbed at the dueling stage and warned them if you step onto it by choice, then even your death gets stamped as an accident. As Joffrey pushed to make Ichinojo analyze the items, Ichinojo snapped, begging him to stop and let him finish his duel prep. Or Guriru just laughed, certain that a coward like him would be stuck running the whole time. The receptionist blurted out Mr. Origero's Bounty 032. With a receptionist or a Gary you grind, now make sure you set the stage first. Then another adventurer called it out. Ichinojo wasn't even a registered adventurer. So Jiriru shrugged off the worry and declared he was about to school that bastard in the brutal struggles of life. Ichinojo flashed a confident smile at the panicked receptionist and promised her everything would be fine, so long as he filed the application. He told his party, "Don't worry, I'll cover the last rental fees," and as they marched toward the duel, everyone pushed forward with confidence. The command came down from above: if no one sealed a winner within 10 minutes, the match would be declared a draw. Azuriru stood there like a challenge, telling him to begin the moment he felt ready. Spotting two cloaked strangers lingering behind Oraguriru, he snapped, "So, what are you plotting?" Or Jiriru shrugged and said it was the rental fee, then tossed him a tiny pouch of coins. Just as he reached out for the coins, Oraguriru exploded forward in a sudden lunge. A brutal punch slammed right into his gut, stealing the air from his lungs in one vicious hit. Even after he got slammed down to his knees, he still managed to talk, and that shocked his opponent. Jiriru sneered that the fighters were nothing against magic, then snapped his mages into an all-out attack. 3 fireballs exploded from the blast, streaking and curving through the air straight toward him. Master Haru screamed as the spells slammed together and detonated in a blinding blast. The arena erupted in smoke and flames, swallowing everything for a split second, and Jiriru smirked like he'd already won. But when the smoke finally thinned, he was standing there totally uninjured, leaving everyone stunned. "Are you even listening?" he snapped it coolly, then leaned in and explained that his job runs on magic too. He shredded the space between them with a blitz of tiny wind, tiny water, and tiny stone spells, hammering both mages back to back. Then he flicked a tiny burst of fire and Orajururu stumbled backward, writhing in sharp pain. He shot his hand up and dragged an insane wave of magic into a roaring, giant fireball. The whole crowd froze, staring in stunned disbelief as that massive spell hovered over the arena. With his foot pinned on the defeated man's back, he answered in one brutal sentence, "Someone like Orega doesn't belong to any named class at all." Then he looked down and admitted, all embarrassed, that he didn't have one at all. His voice snapped serious as he warned the man if he ever so much as heard about his precious friend Haru, he wouldn't pull any punches. As Orega spun away, he snapped to his feet, and in one brutal motion, he slashed the man's leg. The receptionist bolted inside right away to stop the screaming adventurer from suffering. Outside the guild, Haru carefully gripped his arm and pleaded with him, "Don't overdo it, please." "I'm not pushing myself," he insisted, but she broke down and begged him anyway, tears and all. Right nearby, the adventurers who'd battled alongside Oraguriru rushed in, pressing bandages to his wounds and trying to keep him alive. Word of the duel had already exploded across the streets, and adventurers everywhere couldn't stop talking about the wild, mind-blowing magic they just witnessed. Joffrey and Eliza stood there in stunned silence, confessing they never expected him to be that powerful. Fueled by that spark, they burst into motion and chased their own chance to do something legendary right now. He warned Haru, "At this pace, we've got to bail out of the city before any revenge schemes pop up and drag Margaret's son into trouble." They decided to hunker down and wait for a ride inside the horse carriage waiting room. Once he made sure Haru wouldn't feel motion sick, he snapped up 2 tickets for a carriage that was rolling straight to Bellasura. Right then, Joffrey and Eliza burst in shouting that they'd raked in a massive profit and they'd just bought themselves a horse. Joffrey strutted in pride with his amazing horse until Haru burst his bubble and revealed it was actually a donkey. They traded good wishes, and Joffrey threw out, "Call me anytime, I'll give you a ride." "They're a total weird bunch, right?" he said to Haru. A young voice shouted at full volume, urging them to board that carriage right now. Margaret's son came to see them off along with all of her family. She shoved a bag of sandwiches and a water bottle into his hands, ready for the journey ahead. He shot them a flood of heartfelt thanks as the carriage jerked and started to roll away. Ian Haru lifted a hand and waved goodbye, swearing he'd come back to visit again someday. A carriage roared along the dirt road, rattling past houses as it tore the town out of sight. They sprinted past a huge sign that welcomed travelers into the labyrinth city of Florence. "I heard it." He grinned, saying he'd read it, and he looked so relieved, like the city had finally been worth it. Their adventure roared on as they tore toward the city of Bellasura. In a dark, cramped little room, a purple-haired young girl sat there all alone, swallowed by shadows. Not far ahead, the forest floor was soaked in blood, an awful wreck left behind by a brutal attack. While he rode in a separate carriage, the breakfast jerky he grabbed was tough. So tough it felt almost rough to chew. A tiny dog girl offered him a bite of her food, but Haru shot in like lightning and started feeding her instead. Haru hurriedly apologized for the staring, saying she'd only panicked because those little buds on his clothes were messing with his meal. He admitted it was a total letdown because he was already stuffed, and he'd been dying for her to try that jerky he'd found, even if it was too tough. A wild idea hit him. and with his throw skill he flicked the jerky straight into Haru's startled hands. He tossed her a real apology after trying out his new skill on her, then handed over the jerky like, "Take this, sorry." He kept his mouth shut and prayed the other passengers wouldn't think they were flirting. He took a quick beat to check his status right there in his head, like it was the easiest thing in the world. With a grin he thought, "Man, there are so many jobs to choose from now." He stumbled on a bizarre class dubbed Playboy, and the requirement it demanded was downright weird. He was absolutely rattled by the crazy requirements he had to meet to land the job. Even though he was unsure, he still went for it, then spun to Haru and boldly asked for her hand. She flashed a smile and pushed it toward him, and the second their hands met, he let out a warm chuckle. He tried to set the Playboy job, but nothing ever triggered. He figured it had to demand their hands actually intertwine because just holding on wouldn't count. Still, nothing changed. He just couldn't stop noticing how insanely soft her hand felt. He couldn't stop wondering what kind of skills he'd unlock, so he decided to mess around, poke everything, and run tests just to see what happened. He kept replaying the goddess's words, realizing she'd pushed him to live his life right there. He vowed to max out his jobless level while kicking back and enjoying the ride with Haru. He sucked in a breath, then blurted out, stunned by just how soft her hand felt. Just as he was enjoying that peaceful moment, a murderous aura flooded the carriage from the other men, steamrolled the vibe instantly, and a sweat drop hit his face as he realized exactly why they were coming for him. Haru's ears flicked the second she sensed the tension in the air too. He couldn't shake the fear that those other adventurers around here were already beyond saving, since they didn't look nearly strong enough. Haru admitted he couldn't even resurrect the dead, and that's when he shot the question. Should they ditch this and go help instead? Her sharp nose caught the stench of monsters and the metallic reek of human blood. She shot back, "Believe me, we're unstoppable, the two of us." He told the coachman, "This is our stop." And the whole ride finally came to a halt. Both of them spring off the rattling carriage and sink, landing like ninjas in the woods. Haru instantly bolted into the trees, disappearing ahead like a blur. When they got there, a giant bear was tearing into a bunch of adventurers, clawing and mauling them like it owned the place. He shot her a warning, "Don't rush in," because right in the clearing, another gorilla-like beast was creeping into view. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why were all these different monsters crashing into the same spot? "Haru, get the little guys handled like he said, those bears are mine." He yanked his sword out and squared up against a whole pack of bears. Letting out a brutal war cry, he slammed into the enemy pack at full speed. He ducked under a claw swipe and slammed a brutal punch straight into another bear's jaw. Every bear he slammed down crumpled and hit the ground, totally beaten. He jumped in shock when the last bears flipped their backs on him without warning. He stared in pure confusion as they brushed him off and tore into the dirt with furious digging. That presence-detecting skill caught a signal from underground the exact moment the ground started to split open. An enormous monster exploded into view, and he had no time to look back. Another beast barreled straight at him. The bears started to mutate on the spot, muscles rippling and shapes warping as they unleashed a synchronized, bone-chilling roar. "Fire!" he roared, and dark magic erupted in a brutal blast. A bear exploded out of his blind spot and lunged at him, catching him completely off guard. Haru hurled himself in front of him, snapped the attack aside, and kept him from dying. A notification flashed that his skills had leveled up, and Haru practically glowed. She was thrilled she'd actually been useful. They stared at the wreckage in silence, and he choked out a devastated lament because no matter what they did, nobody made it out alive. Then it hit him. Those monsters weren't just lurking, they'd been digging up a buried crate. And from underneath the dirt, a faint singing drifted up. He dropped to his knees beside the torn-up ground and shouted, demanding to know who, if anyone, was trapped in there. Haru snapped and warned him another monster wave was crashing in fast. Panic blasted from inside the box as a desperate voice screamed, "Let me out right now, before it's too late!" He cracked the crate open, and there, glaring back at him, was a small, sullen girl he instantly understood was a slave. The girls just stared straight ahead, standing over her in stunned silence. He and Haru locked eyes, and you could feel the worry hanging between them. He apologized for failing to save her owners, but she barely muttered a word, then pinned it all on herself. She stared up at him with eyes so empty they looked hollow. "Please just kill me," she begged, leaving both him and Haru totally stunned, unable to say a word. Haru quickly spilled that she was a rental slave. Killing her for no reason would unleash heavenly judgment. He leaned in and swore he had zero plans to kill her, then demanded, why was she buried? "All right, what are you, exactly?" he demanded, staring straight at her. At last, he decided to bury the fallen adventurers for now, and the girl immediately shot back, asking what they planned to do with the adventurers' items. He leaned in and told her, "We'll bury the items too," like money wasn't even the point. He called her Carol and told her they were charging straight for the city of Alasra. He leaned in and asked if she knew the way because they were totally lost. First, she let out a small, hesitant nod like she couldn't quite bring herself to agree. He flashed a warm smile and said, "Go on, lead the way." Tailing her lead, they finally spotted a lone city silhouette looming in the distance. Balasra sprawled like a giant beast, an enormous fortress-walled settlement under the dominion of Tor's iron rule. Right when Carol slipped through the main gate, the guards clocked her with a sharp, suspicious stare. The guard thanked him for returning her, swore her owners were gone for good, and made him slam his hand onto a verification crystal. They charged through the loud, bustling heart of Balostra City Central Plaza, roaring all around them. Aru pointed out that the slave merchants' rules were so strict, they barred rental slaves from begging for death or even choosing suicide. He realized he couldn't just jump out of the jobless life, so he had to stay razor-focused and only take out criminals. He decided the very first thing they had to do was drag Carol right back to the slave merchant. His eyes snapped to a massive statue standing right in the middle of the plaza. Haru pointed out that the statue was Torul and that the goddess church only claimed it because some vanished. Someone urged them to. He couldn't believe how much she knew, and she said it all came from devouring books in the royal palace where her parents worked. He realized he knew basically nothing about her. And when she finally started opening up, he felt a huge wave of relief. Aru pitched the idea of making an offering, and Carol shot back, "Can I do it too?" He ruffled her hair and told her not to worry, but she snapped right back that she wasn't a kid. He rushed to apologize for treating her like she was a kid. And when she explained she was a half-mini-human, why she looked so much younger, he finally understood. He couldn't stop himself from noticing how mature Haru looked. And it left him wondering, how old is she, really? "Honestly, I think I look my age," Aru chirped, like it was nothing. "I'm 18 after all." He got all flustered and blurted out the truth he didn't know her age, and he'd been scared asking would come off as rude. He fidgeted, spun toward Carol, and blurted out her age. "Yeah, I'm 16, she said, dead serious, and it totally blindsided him all over again. "All right." He just shrugged off the awkward moment and blurted, "Come on, let's move past this." Then demanded they make an offering. A girl burst in and declared she was back. Madame Quince better brace herself. Quince swung the door open and pulled Carol in, then leaned close and demanded to know who those adventurers were, the ones who'd just hauled her out of danger. Quince snapped at Carol to head back to her room and change clothes while she handled the brand new guests. He stood beside Haru while Quince snapped her focus onto them. He demanded to know why it kept happening. And Quince snapped that this was the fourth group to get erased. Carol? Carol told him it was all because she had a job only she could do. He blinked in disbelief at the phrase, unique job. Haru told us some careers run in the blood. One family inherits nobility, and another gets handed the criminal life. He saw Haru's job like a deadly temptation. Then Quince dropped the bombshell that Carol was a temptress too. Quince called it an unstoppable gift once it kicks in. It spills a pheromone that lures monsters like a dinner bell. He leaned in and grilled Haru about what a locked set skill actually meant. He instantly realized that this out-of-control skill doesn't just summon power, it drags monsters straight to him. Quince said the monsters the temptress summons never touch them. They only go after anyone lurking nearby. He voiced his worry that the city at night had to be dangerous, and Quince couldn't help but smile at his kindness. She reassured him it was totally fine as long as Carol stayed locked in a sealed room, so her ability became a goldmine, the perfect rent-a-weapon for adventurers. Quince let out a breath of relief that she'd come back safe, then offered her a hefty reward for it. He swore it was just a wild coincidence, like they happened to stumble through by chance. Then he leaned in and told Haru it was time to stretch their legs, but Quince snapped, "Wait!" Haru stared at her master and basically begged him to use his power. Like maybe, just maybe, he could actually help. He weighed every word she said, and it hit him. Maybe he could actually pull strings and change Carol's job. But he knew that if he made that move, everyone would instantly spot what he was doing. His ability to switch jobs would get exposed. He stared at the logic and couldn't stand it. Buying slaves just to free them would basically force him to spill his secret to everyone. He came to the crushing truth that he couldn't save everyone he cared about because Haru was the first thing tearing at his heart. He softly stroked Haru's head, grimly admitting he couldn't push it, and already knew where his own limits were. Eastside said he didn't have the money to buy her freedom, so they had to hustle right now, go turn in their monster materials. Haru praised him as an amazing master, but he cut in fast. She'd better eat right, or he'd feel like a total loser of an owner. She poked him with a grin, swore she was just kidding, and told him to head straight to the Adventurers Guild. Haru snapped that her hands were already packed, fighting to keep every single thing she could cling to. Just then, Quince shouted at them from down the street. She offered to have Carol escort them through the city to make things feel even. Surprise hit him hard, but he still nodded and took the offer. Carol told them she'd changed into a dress for a special rental later, then promised she'd guide them herself. Haru brought up the dress Margaret had given her and asked if I wanted to see it. She snapped up, all flustered, and blurted that it was the kind of thing she'd never be caught dead wearing around town. He stared at the dress sitting in his inventory, and he couldn't stop thinking how legendary Margaret's pick was. He checked in with Haru, basically telling her, "If this ever feels like too much, don't stay quiet, call it out." Carol challenged him, asking if they weren't slave and master, then he snapped back that he wasn't a child. He made it crystal clear this wasn't slave and master at all. It was two dear companions standing side by side. He added that Haru was someone precious to him, and that confession made Carol shoot back an apology before she started the tour. She pointed them to the safe spots marked by the guilds, then shot a warning, "Don't even think about the back alleys." He leaned in and begged her to spill everything about the town's dungeon. He stared in disbelief at her knowledge, then she shrugged and said she only learned it all by reading whenever the moon was up. He stared at this brutal world and couldn't believe it. Just letting a slave read was somehow treated like kindness. They pushed deeper into the chaos, weaving through the loud, buzzing streets like they owned the night. When Haru caught a man walking by, he blurted, "Hey, what's that?" He couldn't stop talking about it. He was genuinely amazed someone would choose to live the playboy life. He cracked a joke, saying he could read it all just by staring at the man's face. Carol leaned in and told us playboys roll with insane luck stats, and you'll usually spot them right in the casino. She said straight up, only the wealthy could switch jobs at the temple if you had the money. You could try your luck. He ditched the quest on the spot, got laser-focused on food, and grabbed 3 cups of juice from a street vendor. He handed Haru a cup and slid one to Carol too, thanking them with every sip. Haru showered her master with praise for his greatness, and they both dug into that delicious juice like it was pure perfection. He leaned toward Carol and asked what she wanted to eat, pushing for an early lunch. They slipped into a nearby restaurant just as the rush died down, and for the first time all day they felt relieved they'd finally made it. He spotted Carol standing in silence right behind them. He told her to grab a chair instead of the floor, flashing back to how Haru used to be exactly the same way at the start. Haru leaned in and promised Carol, "Don't worry, everything's fine." He asked what people should try, and Carol immediately pointed out the crowd favorite bacon egg sandwich. He let out a huge sigh of relief the moment their food finally showed up. He snapped his hand at them to dig in, realizing those girls wouldn't lift a bite until he moved first. He took that first bite of his sandwich, and the whole moment snapped into place. Then the girls dove into their food too. Carol got teary-eyed because that meal tasted like heaven. She hadn't had something that amazing in ages. After they wrapped up, he praised her again for her smarts, and she admitted she's always picking up travel journals to read. Their incredible tour wrapped up the moment they stepped right in front of the Adventurers Guild. Carol told Haru to stop guiding her right there, and that set off alarm bells. Haru started panicking about Carol being so close to the guild. He said it was far enough, thanked Carol for everything, and then they slipped inside. But the moment he stepped in, he saw the reception area packed wall to wall with people. A tough, gruff receptionist with an eye patch leaned in and demanded his business. The man barked at him to haul the bear carcasses to the dissection area outside. The receptionist slid a knife toward him like, "Here, use this for the dissection." He burst into a laugh, snatched up the bear chopper, and clearly loved the kindness behind it. Outside, he geared up and headed out to get to work on the bears. He swapped both his and Haru's jobs over to Hunter, then tore into those animals with sharp, skillful precision. After they finished, he stared in shock. Turns out their hunter levels had jumped even higher. Just as they thought they were safe, a gang of thugs surged in and demanded they hand over the bear right now. The leader sneered and claimed it wasn't robbery at all, just generosity, like that made it any better. He grabbed Haru and held him back, instantly thinking these guys were complete idiots. Realizing self-defense wouldn't work, he flipped the whole situation, snapping back with a threat of his own. He snapped, "Never do that again," then shoved them out to fend for themselves. "Go hunt and bring something back." Inside again, the receptionist tallied up the dissected materials and said they were worth 9,800 cents. He snatched the cash, and the moment it hit his hands, it all clicked. That's why the thugs tried to steal it in the first place. The receptionist leaned in and urged him to consider upgrading his weapon. He nodded and decided he'd get a brand new sword for himself and another for Haru. The moment they stormed out of the guild, he clocked it. The sun was already sinking below the horizon. He noticed Haru clinging to his side all day, and when he asked, she admitted it was pure nerves. They burst into the weapon shop right next door. He suddenly craved a steel sword just like the bear chopper he'd used earlier. He leaned in and asked Haru if she'd found anything she couldn't live without. He nudged her toward the short sword display, certain one blade there would fit her perfectly. She slammed to a sudden stop right in front of a specific sword. The shopkeeper leaned in, eyed it hard, and said, "It was the kind of dragon fang you don't just find, you get warned about." He broke it down. This power could turn raw strength into magic and blast out roaring flames. He snapped the sword in a test swing and it burst into roaring flames. He thrust that brutal, game-changing weapon into Haru's hands. She thanked him with shining gratitude and swore she'd cherish it forever, while he sat there realizing just how useful that was. Then he grabbed a traveler's mantle for himself and slipped it on like he was ready to vanish into the road. He leaned in and told a stunned Haru that this massive back wasn't just for looks, it was built to ride right over a rucksack. Without warning, Haru dove under the mantle and begged him to act like she wasn't even there. He snapped his head around, instantly clocking that she was hiding something. He spotted 2 sharp-dressed men stepping into the weapon shop. Every single guy Lord Oliger singled out got his eyes on that shabby little store. From where he stood, he watched Haru tremble under his mantle, and it hit him like a punch. The Lord flat out ruled that none of the swords could stand against him, so he demanded a blade forged just for him. The shopkeeper bowed with real warmth, thanking the noble for every coin he'd spent. Once the nobles finally cleared out, the shopkeeper let out a huge breath. Then Haru stepped out at last. She blurted out her apology, then swore the noble was the one who'd tried to buy her in the first place. He told her, "Don't worry, I'll protect you," and urged her to lift her chin like she owned the world. The chapter kicks off with a bold plan to hit the casino, but the night's still wide open. He thanked Haru for the clothes, and she swore they fit him perfectly. He spun toward her with a dead serious face and told her he had something big he had to talk about. She dropped to her knees before him, and he reassured her it was fine, urging her to breathe, relax, and let the fear go. He finally spilled his secret origin, saying he came from Japan and, after an accident, a goddess plucked him out and brought him into this world. He pulled up his status screen and pointed at the blessing he'd told her about earlier, like it was proof right in her hands. He blurted out his job title, Jobless, and somehow that curse was invisible to everyone else, but crystal clear to him. She just stared, stunned, as he flat out confirmed that Jobless wasn't a side hustle. It was his real main job. "I'll always believe in you, master." She said it with total faith, and her devotion earned a grateful stroke of his head. He broke down the trap in the job everyone thought it couldn't learn a thing, that it wouldn't grow your stats at all unless you hit level 19. Then he finally showed what it could really do once he hit level 20. It blew open enormous power and somehow let him pull off the impossible, changing her job title. He admitted he was only saying it because she meant everything to him. With tears in her eyes, she swore she'd guard his secret with her life until he calmly told her that pledge like that wasn't needed. Choked up by everything she felt, she slipped behind him and wrapped her arms tight around his shoulders. Then she leaned in and told him, right to his face, that she needed to talk about something huge. Her tale kicked off 14 years earlier, right in the middle of the Great War that tore the human and demon races apart. She told me the White Wolf clan was split down the middle and her father had chosen to back the Demon Lord. When the Demon Lord toppled, her father got sentenced to death for backing the wrong side, and her mother was locked away for life. A year ago, she'd been sentenced to slavery, and that brutal past still haunted her, so he scooped her up fast and wrapped her in a fierce, comforting hug. She kept going, saying she was lucky Matthias-sama bought her because her fate could have gone way darker than this. He snapped out of it mid-thought about a scrub brush, then zeroed back in the second she started telling him about her days as a dungeon guide. After she shut down those noble adventurers cold, they cut her off and stopped hiring her. And she couldn't help but wonder, so what was she supposed to be now? He stared at her, and the air felt heavy with emotion. Then it hit him she'd become the only person he couldn't live without. She asked, trembling, if it was really okay for someone like her, a former servant of the Demon Lord, to serve him again. He pulled her into a tight embrace, refusing to let her past haunt her, and swore she was nothing short of an incredible person. His words melted her defenses, and fresh tears surged in her eyes as those hidden insecurities finally caved in. She admitted that getting to meet him and serve him had finally filled her heart with real, unstoppable happiness. Me too. He grinned with that warm smile, and I was so damn happy I finally got to meet you. Trying to ease the tension, he blurted, "It's my turn to wash your back." He pushed to do it himself because he wanted to repay her with gratitude and help her care for her body. He snapped to attention and agreed right away, saying they had to get the maintenance done fast and do it right. He told himself that snatching stuff from criminals, the bandits, wasn't really stealing at all. His mind drifted straight to that wooden box they'd dragged out of the bandits' hideout. Knowing it was locked down like Fort Knox, he tapped his mineral appraisal skill and tested the thing anyway. Both of them froze in shock as the skill screamed that the materials were mithril, or else it was nothing at all. He understood processing mithril was brutal and unforgiving, so that's why the ore was so unbelievably rare. Because most countries hoard mithril, he clenched his jaw and decided no more waiting. He'd level up his own skills and process it himself. He yanked open his job settings with pure determination, ready to level up fast, and swore he'd help Haru raise hers too. With their blades cleaned and their plans for tomorrow locked in, all that was left was one thing: hit the sheets and get some sleep. He broke into a grin, thanked her for the sweet idea, and then said they should learn each other together. Her eyes flared with excitement as she begged him to teach her, swearing she'd give it everything she had. A rush of warmth hit him, and he leaned in, pressing a kiss to her lips. Alone, a terrifying howl tore through the night beneath the crescent moon. The very next morning, the sun burst over the city streets, lighting everything up like a fresh start. As they strolled along, he whistled that tune and Haru lit up, praising him for it. He told her it was one of his player skills, then gently patted her head like she was something precious. Haru's sharp nose guided them straight to the casino, steering them clear of the nobles they absolutely didn't want to run into. He looked at the casino's metal purchase tax like it was a secret bonus stage proof. His commoner skill was about to level up. He pushed his skill to the limit, hunting the exact power he needed to finally unlock the healer job. They rolled up to the Grand Casino fast because here, metals didn't turn into cash at all. You could trade them, only for items. Inside, it was pure spectacle. Cards flashed, wheels rolled, and tables gleamed everywhere. A friendly host ushered them in with a polished smile and a courteous welcome. She led them step by step, double-checking every detail and making sure they knew this was their very first visit. The hostess broke down the metal system for him and then slammed the bombshell of 25 tax on every single purchase. He bought Haru a scarf, and the second he paid, boom, his commoner level shot up on the spot. She looked stunning in it, and he made sure her slave collar stayed hidden so no one could hassle her. He took a bold gamble solo at the slot machine, tapping into his hunter job and razor-fine skills. He dropped a coin into the machine, yanked the lever, and kicked the game into motion. It wasn't some massive victory, but he still lit up because that smooth, thrilling win felt so good. He caught a few patrons whispering about a clown magician named Marina. Apparently, she'd just lit up the place with a show. Hoping to find Haru, he strode across the casino floor, scanning every corner like his life depended on it. He spotted the huge crowd and then zeroed in on Haru in the center. Her shoulders sagging and his heart dropped, fearing she'd lost every single medal. To his jaw-dropping shock, he looked over and realized she was sitting there with a gigantic mountain of winnings all around her. She stood at the roulette table, eyes locked on the wheel as the dealer whipped the ball into a wild spin. The ball dropped right back onto her number again, and he just couldn't speak, stunned by her insane luck. The crowd murmured like they couldn't breathe. This was her 7th straight victory, a run so unreal it felt like the future itself was getting predicted. Haru, he blurted, breathless as he finally reached her side. Shame burned her as she still couldn't read the ball's trajectory perfectly, so she had to gamble on 5 slots at the same time. They counted their winnings, and the stash was massive black and green medals stacked into a mountain. Their celebration got yanked to a stop when a huge guy stomped in and introduced himself Gorsa, the casino's boss. Gorsa slapped down a challenge, eyeing his companion like he couldn't possibly trust those wild winnings. He clocked that the guy was a gambler, and then he realized this VIP seat wasn't a treat at all, it was a loud warning. He tried to refuse politely, then asked if they could just swap the medals and let him walk away. He told everyone they only wanted to trade for a few items. And to his shock, Gorsa actually said it was a great idea. Then the owner broke out a wild, one-of-a-kind method for cashing out. It was a savage money loop: trade medals for a special coin, sell it at an antique shop, cash out for more medals while the taxes kept taking a brutal bite the whole time. He finally saw the whole scheme for what it was, a total win-win. It fed the tax coffers for the casino owner and kept everything flying under the radar with zero unwanted attention. Right after he stormed out of the casino, his commoner level shot up to 72 boom. New jobs just got unlocked. Now he finally had an apprentice warlock and a magic scribe right at his fingertips. Haru stared at him, totally blown away by how fast he thought and how sharp his mind was. He handed her a wind brooch swapped from the medals they'd earned and swore it looked stunning on her. She praised him as dependable and promised to meet his expectations. So he snapped back that she needed to start valuing her own life too. Right when he was about to suggest they take on the maze, a young boy burst toward them, yelling that something terrible had happened. The boy screamed that demons were tearing through town woolworms, a whole pack of them, and he begged anyone, any adventurer at all, to come and save the city. He stared at the city walls, then snapped his gaze to Haru, resolve burning hard in his eyes. He slams up a brutal stone wall he just conjured, catching the Minotaur's axe swing before it can land. A massive horde of worms suddenly locks up, frozen dead in their tracks. They snap in perfect unison and then they all backpedal fast, retreating together. "What the heck happened?" he blurted, and the guard just stood there, frozen in stunned silence. A notification blasted across his screen and told him he'd just leveled up. He spotted a guard clutching a wounded arm and shot in to offer his help. He pressed his palm over the wound and unleashed his newly upgraded healing magic. Stunned by the magic, the guard blurted out whether Haru was a noble right as Haru sprinted up to his side. He reassured her he was okay, fully protected by the wind brooch she'd given him. Then he showed off his razor-sharp magic control, blasting a bucket of steaming hot water into existence by smashing fire and water spells together. Hot water was ready, he declared it with pride, and Haru stared in total awe. After handing the guards the water, he told Haru to spin around so he could scrub that sticky mucus off her. Later, the townsfolk rolled up their sleeves and hauled in the worm carcasses. Agard promised the adventurers who battled that the city would pay them from its own funds. He grimaced because he knew being jobless usually cuts him out of rewards, but with Haru in the party, he was finally eligible, and that relief hit hard. Yithing Taru thanked her for the help, then wheeled around and peppered Quince with a question. He demanded to know why she'd dragged herself out to the gate during the chaos of the attack. Quince confessed she'd heard the worms were lurking there, and she was pretty sure Carol's monster summoning power was the reason. She scanned the room, realized Carol was gone, and immediately demanded, "Have you seen any nobles?" He snapped to it at once, remembering how he'd rented Carol to Ola Gersima just that morning. Quince muttered, baffled, as the monsters tore in and then vanished. And that's when he grabbed Haru and asked if she could track Carol by scent. He jolted in realization when the monster backed off. Carol's scent surged deeper into the maze. "Quince," he warned with a grim stare. This was about to repeat, and it would hit hard again. The risk of Carol's skill getting unleashed inside the maze was so massive they couldn't afford to ignore it. "All right, what do you really want to do?" Quince asked, watching that fire burn in his eyes. "On this street, I'm saving every single one of them. No one's dying here on my watch." Haru leaned in and asked if he was going to use his skill, her eyes wide with pure worry. She told Quince the whole plan: he'd blast wind magic to shove the pheromones leaking out of the maze entrance off course. "Haru, can I borrow your strength?" he blurted. With Haru's wild excitement driving them, They took off to bring Carol back. They stormed into the maze, and he couldn't shake the feeling that those nobles had bulldozed their way past the guards at the entrance. A guard at the gate spilled that he couldn't block the noble's command right before the swarm of worms burst into view. He laid out his whole scheme for Haru, and it turned into a sneaky stakeout mission. He let out a heavy sigh, grumbling that going up against the nobility was stacking trouble on top of trouble. As they pushed deeper into the dark, he couldn't shake it. No monsters anywhere. It hit him that Sebastian's son must have wiped them all out. He blurted out loud, "So what kind of work does a noble even do?" Haru made it crystal clear you don't just become a king. It's a status you're born with, carved into you as part of the king tribe. Then he couldn't shake the question, why would that noble be so desperate to get Haru? Her cheeks flared with a blush, and she couldn't hide her joy because he'd bought her instead. He grinned, praying the nobles would just let her vanish from their minds. He shot Haru a quick question, was that smell still far, and she nodded, saying it was even farther up ahead. She leaned in and warned him this town's maze wasn't just dangerous, it was crawling with minotaurs. The air keeps getting heavier, Haru realized, because 3 people are closing in on one another. He pushed ahead, telling himself he didn't care about the nobles, but their deaths would still blow up everything for Carol and Quince. With his deep presence search technique, he clocked a massive pack of monsters moving in one unstoppable direction. "We're really close," he told Haru. Then he decided to leave from there and go it alone. Haru refused to let him go alone. She insisted she'd go with him too. He carefully pushed her back and told her to head to the inn, insisting he'd be fine. Then he spun around and sprinted off, and poor worried Haru got left standing there. He burst in at the perfect moment just as a colossal minotaur bellowed and shook the nobles with its roar. Sebastian lunged in to intercept the beast, stepping right in front of its crushing fist. The butler clocked the disaster instantly. His leg was wrecked, and his supplies were dwindling fast. Oligaire begged his servant for help, but Sebastian snapped that he'd hit his limit. Sebastian cursed his own naive belief in Carol, right after he realized just how atrocious her skills really were. Oligaire snapped, "Let's kill her," convinced that once she was gone, the minotaurs would finally stop showing up. "You can't die in a place like this!" Sebastian roared, launching himself between his master and Carol. He was assigned to guard Oligaire's Sama, and he'd do absolutely anything to make sure that promise never broke. He shoved his master hard, yelling for him to bolt and get out of there. "I won't let a single one of you die," Oligaire screamed, clinging to his men like his life depended on it. Sebastian begged, "Don't pity me, just sprint away and leave me behind." The young noble's defiant roar jolted the minotaur so hard it stumbled. Suddenly, he burst into the scene blade, up right between the boy and the monster. "Are you hurt, noble Sama?" he blurted, whipping around to face the stunned boy. Sebastian dropped to his knees and pleaded with the newcomer to lead them to safety. He'd pay with anything they wanted. "No," he snapped, slapping a hand onto Carol's head. And just like Sebastian warned, more minotaurs started swarming in, closing in on them from every side. He clenched his fist, then launched straight into the oncoming horde. A roaring inferno erupted from his body, instantly scorching the nearest minotaur to ash. Sebastian stared in shock as that lone man started crushing the monsters one after another. He hit their armor and his sword, and fire just wouldn't cut through, so he snarled and cast a brand new spell instead. "Petite thunder," he screamed, and lightning tore through the minotaur's ranks in blazing arcs. "3 of you move to the surface," he ordered, "and I'll take the back." Carol grabbed Oligaire's attention and told him they had to move fast, like right now. The young noble spun around to his butler and blurted, "Are you all right? How's your leg?" Sebastian snapped that more monsters were probably charging in from the other floors. He knew healing Sebastian would strip his defenses, but Carol demanded that Oligaire's Sama had to break through to the surface. Teeth clenched, he realized he couldn't drop his guard for a second, and all he could think was how he needed just one more person at his side to fight. Right then, a brand new monster bigger than anything before charged out of the corridor ahead and slammed itself in front of them. Just as he braced for the next strike, the minotaur lurking behind him brought down a massive axe with brutal force. The impact slammed into a towering stone shield that burst straight up from the ground. Haru stood her ground in front of the stunned nobles, sword cocked and ready to strike. He couldn't stop smiling when he saw his steady, dependable partner. "Is that really you?" Haru Watat Oleg blurted, spotting the fox girl and going speechless. "You," Oligaire barked, staring straight at Haru. "You saved me again," he said, and locked eyes with her like he couldn't look away. "Tell me, am I ever going to beat you?" "Come on down to the 25th floor right now," Haru blurted, like there was no time to waste. A minotaur bellowed a monster roar, shaking the air. Hinojo can't help asking, "Isn't that going to be way too dangerous?" "If we're stuck in the boss room, any skills might not even leave a dent on the area," she said, and he just nodded. "I get it." "Everyone, keep your heads down," Haru barked. Then the crew crouched tight as the monsters thundered past the doorway and a heavy stone door started slamming down on them. They huddled in the next room, safe at last, while the rampaging beast got sealed up tight. Then Haru screamed, "Master, the gate is shutting." "Yeah, if I can't reach this door, I'm done for." Joe screamed it, panicked, and launched himself forward in a desperate dive. He ducked under the gate at the exact moment it slammed shut behind him. Safe at last, he let out a shaky breath, shouting that everyone was okay before Master, and Haru could even finish their anxious fidgeting. "Thank you, Tilda Haru," he said with a confident thumbs up. You saved me, she breathed, tilting her head up at him as he ruffled her hair. A thunderous growl rolled through the room. No time to drop our guard, he snapped. Then a hulking, muscle-packed beast loomed in front of them. This is the 26th floor boss, King Minotaur. Carol spots him. Turns out he's thrown off by Carol's skill, and itchy no. Joe clocks every detail. Forget that when it hit him, he nearly couldn't handle it. And he stared with real concern, like the strength of it shocked him. This thing screams boss fight. And Haru started breaking down what this room can do. Then he snapped. So the gate still won't open even after we beat the boss. He demanded the details, and his eyes cut to the side. Olager loomed by the entrance. Eyes locked on me, and Ichinojo finally clicked something was up. So, does he know I'm Haru's master? Ugh, this is a mess, everyone. Back off. Haru snapped, stepping forward. Haru, I need you to back me up. Leave it to me. Now get ready to see the king's true strength, he thought. And then bam, he yelled, as Ologir ripped past him, charging like a storm, and Ologir Sama Sebastian blurted while the King Minotaur locked its eyes on this sudden new challenger. Brace yourself, King Minotaur. Ologir struck a confident stance and roared, I'm Ologir Elri Robuti, heir of Lord Robuti from the Arundel Kingdom in Dasim, and I'll be your opponent. Then Idiot snapped, Fall back, Vie, while Ichinojo shouted. King Minotaur flashed a grin and hoisted its massive axe. Then the great axe came crashing down with Logar Sama in its sights, the swing shaking the air with pure terror. Sebastian Ologir bellowed and screamed as a butler lunged in and took the hit head-on, taking the blow himself, while Ichinojo burst through and carved into the Minotaur's side with a sharp slash. The beast staggered backward from the strike, and as it caught another direct hit deadly, it thought grimly. Sebastian, say something, Ologir shouted, dropping to his knees at his servant's side. If I don't move fast and heal him, Ichinojo will lose his mind. His jaw clenched so hard it looked like it might crack. King Minotaur exploded in rage, grew crew as Ichinojo grunted through it, bracing himself for impact. I gritted my teeth as he finally caught on something was off. Then he stared at his sword and cursed, Damn it! Because the Minotaur came rocketing past him, and he screamed, Wait! Its next target was Carol, your quick save. Bought her one more breath, a voice shouted as another adventurer slammed into the beast's path. Now, I'm not going to waste your time, Ichinojo laid out his plan. I want to end it with one strike. This thing isn't just insanely strong, it's sharp as hell too. If this drags on, Haru, he's calling, can I count on you to be the bait and yank the boss's attention away? He knew it wouldn't be easy, but she shot back, yes, no hesitation. From her master's command, she thrilled to herself she'd stockpile her strength and wait for the signal. Then she'd hand everything over the instant he gave it. Leave it to me, she promised. Right then, the Minotaur slammed its axe down with a brutal crash. It's useless to block it with my blade, Haru snapped. She analyzed it instantly. It'll crush me with sheer strength, so she decided to slip in close, dodging everything with her head while staying just out of reach. The massive axe head just barely clipped her blade. Staring at the Minotaur King's axe, she realized there was almost no way to slip out of that close-range strike, so she clenched her resolve. If dodging was doomed, she'd swing the sword Master gave her. She slammed the tip of her blazing blade into the ground, bracing for the next hit. Harriet screamed and hurled herself in the axe's path, clamping down and holding her ground against its brutal, crushing power. Harriet screamed again, snapping back to deflect a second strike. Then the air exploded with a furious swing as Ichinojo's power surged while he swapped jobs at full speed. Haru screamed and launched himself into the air. She shot back, yes, dodging out of the way, and then he slammed his energized sword straight down one clean vertical cut that split the monster in two. It tore you apart, Dan! The King Minotaur screamed one last deafening roar as his body finally split wide open. The boss's two halves crumpled and hit the floor like they'd finally run out of fight. Thanks, Haru, he said. And just like always, Master, she praised him. Then a system window popped up, flashing his skills and job progression. He was absolutely pumped. His growth felt unreal. Then the monster's body crumbled away and all that remained on the stone floor was a huge horn and a nose ring. He sprinted right to Sebastian's side. Don't shake him, step back! Ologir screamed, Sebastian! Sebastian! Hang in there! I'll heal him! Petit chants that healing spell, Ichinojo's voice weaving it together. So it doesn't fix things like a game does, huh? He muttered, watching the wound seal up while the man's pallor still wouldn't fade. Blood transfusions just happened. So tell me, does this whole world even have blood transfusions? He couldn't stop wondering. But how am I supposed to do this? And who in the world is going to carry Sebastian? Ologir blurted, panicking. Just look at his build. No one else can handle this. It's gotta be me. Ichinojo decided, refusing to let Haru face the fights alone. Carol will be the bait she's volunteered, he said, and while Carol pulls the monsters in, she shouted, Everyone take this opening and run. No way. He shut that idea down instantly because everyone knows Carol lets her skill run wild. And Olajuri watched them with a troubled look on his face. Olager told me straight up he heard it all at the slave shop. The temptress won't be heard that time because every monster hit by the skill will latch onto her like she's an irresistibly attractive opposite sex, and Ichinojo coldly warned with dawning horror that she'd be raped. I can't let this happen, so I'm bringing Carol with me and shattering through it all by brute force, but then Olager says, what if we send Haru and Terrell first? Hold up, I'm watching Haru heave Sebastian onto her back and my brain screams, no way. Because that temptress power is pure trouble and Ichinojo knows it. Are there any good plans left? I figured it only one move remained. I had to dust off my jobless skill again. And then he fired the question, who's Haru? Because the room up ahead was the goddess statue room, wasn't it? It probably is, she shot back then. Haru tensed. 3 presences are ahead, but tell me who else could possibly be here besides us? That can't be real. If anyone's inside the goddess statue room, the boss won't spawn, but somehow there are still presences in there, and that spells trouble, so I'm heading in to check just to be safe. He carefully peeked through the doorway. Then we can slip out of here too, he realized. Maybe there were other exits only to find Joffrey and his whole party crashed asleep in a heap. Why the heck are you guys here? Joe demanded it, didn't he? Are they your comrades? Olagier demanded. Hey, no, we're just acquaintances, he stammered then. Oi, wake up, Joffrey, he roared, shaking him hard. Don't play dumb, open your eyes right now, what happened? Did something hit you? Snap out of it and wake up, he screamed. My stomach growled so loud I couldn't even lift a finger, I am starving. And it drained every last bit of strength in my jaw. 2 days ago, we pulled out of the city. Ichinojo's face stayed stone calm as he told me, return my worry. Then he added, easy and quiet, there's something I need to ask you. Will you eat his preserved food or not? Here, take this, he barked, then shoved a chunk of bread straight into Joffrey's face. All right, I'll eat it myself, Haru snapped. And he clearly had faith in the master's genius for that kind of move. Oh, come on. Joffrey mumbled through a mouthful of food, dragging me like I'm the worst at it. And yeah, that still lights a fuse in me, Ichinojo just growled. Shut up, eat it fast. No, Alyssa snapped. Joffrey eats it first. Elisa, go ahead, eat first, Joffrey snapped. And the 2 of you dove into your food at once as Ichinojo roared. Time's up, thanks for the meal, Tilda. Did you set aside Kendra's portion too? Alyssa demanded. Contourus is hungry too. How's that possible? Joffrey demanded, yanking at his mount's reins. And come on, let him eat it. Alyssa urged. Haru, can you pass this veggie to Kenteris for me? He asked. Please, he begged, spilling how scared he was of monsters. Fine, she said, grabbing the vegetables, and then he spun around to the 2 of them. So, why are you guys here in a place like this? Ugh, I can't believe I'm doing this, but look, give me the main point and tell me straight. His face twisting darker with every word. I don't have much time, he barked, then snapped. So, tell me how the heck did you guys get into this maze? My bad, I accidentally stepped on Kenteris' tail, Alyssa blurted out. Instead of a Kentoris smashing into a rock wall, it busted straight through it. And that's when we uncovered an unexplored maze, Joffrey said. Then we grabbed an item box and that glass ball too. Over there, look, there's a sword jammed straight into a stone slab, Joffrey said, pointing like he'd just spotted treasure. Don't touch it. Don't even pull it out. It's sealed up tight because it's wicked, Ichinojo said with a heavy sigh. I must have taken it out, maybe, Elisa added. We planned to pull it out for you, she said then. Boom, the floor split open, and Joffrey instantly remembered why he and Joffrey demanded, like seriously, oh yeah. With that signal, we dropped down fast. Yeah, I already had a pretty good grip on what was going on, and Ichinojo said it plain. Plunge down means above, he figured. Staring up at that massive ceiling because you 2 just dropped from a secret room you didn't even know existed. And he summed it up like that. So, tell me, weren't these guys doing all that unnecessary stuff from the start? He muttered, pissed off. What's the deal with that wicked sword thing? This isn't about me losing my temper. No, I've got to calm down, I told myself to breathe. Still, chasing the past is pointless. This is where things get better. So we push forward and somehow we'll make it, he said. And that hope hit him again, stronger than before. If Kenteris carries a Sebastian, Haru and I can finally team up in battle, so... Hey, what's your name? Aludger demanded it straight out. Yeah, I'm Chino Joe, he shot back. All right, I guess it doesn't change a thing. So, tell me, what do you want? If it's you, then I'm sure you're the one who belongs as her master, Olajir said. That's it, I just needed to say that. So, tell me, didn't you mean to buy Haru? Ichino Joe demanded. And yeah, you heard it from her yourself, so you're right. Olajir finally confessed. I was trapped alone in the maze, moments from getting wiped out by a slime on floor lance, then Haruwada burst in and saved me, and the second he saw me, he swore it was love at first sight. Are you really going to bring that up? Shinojo thought. She matched every box for the knight I wanted, so that's why Olajir pushed forward, deciding to redeem her and make her his knight. Haru laid down a condition, and sure enough, it went nowhere. Ichinojo said the outcome wouldn't budge. My last fight just to get here and train with that temptress I'd heard about through rumors was brutal because she's not only gotten stronger, she saved me again. And if you're wondering, I get it. You want to give it everything too, just like Joe started. But before you summon anything, look around and think. Because you're bringing monsters straight into the city and putting your fellow travelers in danger. And if you're thinking about pressuring the guild, I'd never do that ever. Anyway, I'll never bully the guild like that, and I'm not stopping Hurawada from helping you either. Still, Ichinujo couldn't shake it. He judged all the royals as clueless jerks way too fast. But yeah, bitterness is still burning in my chest. So tell me, you two, are you done with your meal? He shouted at Joffrey and Alyssa. Pray at the goddess statue and we'll finally get out of here. Why did Joffrey ask that, looking so confused? Offering a prayer only takes a moment, he said. And then maybe we'll snag a useful item or a skill that actually matters. Either way, it costs us nothing, right? So this is it. The deepest level of the maze, Joffrey asked. We stumbled into the deepest, most unexplored maze, right? Of course, I don't know it. Bolasura's maze just swallowed us. He blared, Torul-sama! Come out! He roared, pounding the door like he was ready to break it down. Suddenly, roulette tables blasted out of the room like a raging tidal wave. Excuse me, Torul-summer, he muttered. Why are there only roulette tables? He stumbled on a note someone left just for him. He scanned the list of possible rewards, and the responsibility hit him like a brutal weight on his chest. Haru offered to help, but he was convinced his best shot was at a casino. He noticed there were 6 balls lined up for every single person involved. Sorry, Oleg, he said. Then he picked someone he barely cared about to begin with. The ball dropped perfectly into the brush reward. Next, he swung around toward Joffrey and Elise and unleashed the ball. Then he locked in and tuned his whole focus onto his own spin. That was how a brand new lifestyle magic skill changed everything. He blurted out, "What kind of magic is this?" and spun to stare at Haru. He decided to pour every ounce of his focus into this next spin just for her. "Haru, lend me your strength," he roared, the words crashing through the air. The ball clattered straight into the slot. "I did it, Haru," then I cheered way too loud. They dug into their prizes and immediately reacted with a whole swirl of emotions, half thrill, half confusion. He spun to Haru and demanded to know, did she really know anything about lifestyle magic? Joffrey broke it down for everyone. This wasn't some rare battle spell, it was a kind of everyday magic people used to live their lives. He kept scribbling about how rare it was and what it could do, even if, in his own mind, it just didn't wow him. Every last inch of Joe was hit with pure, shaking awe. Then Joe Frey slid his intimacy ring into Elise's hands like he was daring her to trust him. Ichi-no-Jo rushed to check on Haru, and she looked totally lost in her own world. He laid out the whole plan Carol would lure the enemies away while they slipped in. Haru locked eyes with him, determination blazing like a promise. Sebastian handed Joe Frey a mission that was his alone to carry. Joe Frey snapped it up with gusto, like he couldn't wait to see what came next. The two groups stood at the edge of goodbye, ready to split and head their separate ways. He yanked Carol up and slung her onto his back. She's light, he thought. So grab on tight and don't let go. He tore down the stairs in a full sprint. He hacked his way through the minotaurs and his sword blurred into a streak of steel. Now that he'd leveled up like crazy, every battle felt way lighter, like he couldn't lose. He juked, dodged, and slipped through the monsters like a shadow. "This is our shot, our real shot," he blurted. They burst onto the 24th floor and the place was crawling with enemies. A massive horde of minotaurs roared right ahead of them. "I'm about to launch myself through that space," he declared. The beast thundered with a primal bellow, ready to slam into the world and charge. He grabbed her hand and ordered, "Hold on tight one more time." The minotaurs surged forward with weapons held high, closing the distance like they meant to crush him. With a thunderous yell, he sprang into the sky like he was taking the whole world on at once. He shot through the air above the dumbstruck monsters' heads, tearing their attention apart. He crash-landed on the other side and sprinted like he was racing the end of the world. He realized the stairs were pointing the wrong way, but he pushed forward anyway because he needed to lure those monsters off him. As he sprinted, the area started to empty out, clearing up fast. A notification flashed on his screen, and just like that, he'd unlocked a brand new skill. Carol shoved him forward and begged him to ditch her and run for freedom. They finally caught up. She gasped as she stared back and realized the monsters were right on their heels. He fought to calm her down, then a giant beast crashed into their path. She snapped at him that his hesitation was slowing him down because, with her on his back, he couldn't go all out and fight at full power. "Joe and Joe alone, please let Carol speak. She's just about to start." A fresh level-up notification blasted across the screen as he pressed her, demanding to know why she wanted to die. They stood alone in the desolate, crumbling hall where nothing but ruins and silence waited. She leaned in and told him her parents were murdered by monsters. So Carol's death felt inevitable. She said it in a numb, dazed whisper. He basically said, "Nope, if anything goes wrong, blame it on her." She told him her temptress power had finally awakened that very night. She poured out the gut-wrenching story of how her parents died, then how her father was taken too. She couldn't pay back the loan, so they slammed her into slavery. She looked at what was coming and knew this was her punishment earned and unavoidable. Tears poured down her face as she whispered that it would have been better to die back then right there with her parents. He skidded to a stop and whipped around to face her. He confessed that his parents were gone and said it happened because of him. He leaned in and spilled his secret plan for a birthday surprise crafted just for his little sister. He was determined to give her the absolute best birthday she'd ever dreamed of. Instead, losing her parents in that terrible accident turned the whole day into the absolute worst nightmare. He finally confessed he'd surrendered on so many things because he believed his sister was blaming him. But I was wrong. He remembered it clearly, her crying cutting through the air. He told everyone the lesson his little sister planted in him, that chasing happiness is a right you're meant to take. He remembered how she rattled off a whole chunk of their country's constitution from memory, word for word. It was a line of code straight from Japan's constitution, one he'd never, ever managed to forget. His sister didn't just warn him, she laid out the truth. You've got the right to work, and you've got the responsibility to show up and do it. She kept saying, you're allowed to be happy even if you've done nothing wrong. He gave a soft smile, sure Carol's parents would say the exact same words. He stared at her and said, Carol had never once done anything bad before. He leaned in and asked, do you really still believe you don't deserve happiness? I'm going to make you unbearably happy, he swore, fire in his eyes and steel in his voice. He told her to slip the ring on and instantly test her status. Her status screen blasted the truth, Temptress, level 1. It also revealed a job change right there at Commoner level 3. The moment he saw her temptation skill, he knew he couldn't waste a second. He had to flip her job the instant now. He urged her to check her status, telling her this was her very first step toward happiness. Shaking with nerves, she locked her trembling eyes on the jobs section of her status screen. It flipped right before her eyes like the world couldn't stand still. He snapped back to the moment, shouting at her to hang on tight as Minotaur closed in around them again. He told her bluntly that her temptress magic was fading, but the real threat was still right there. Carol stared in shock, asking how on earth her job could have turned into something everyone takes for granted. He declared it like a vow this was the goddess's protection, sealed and certain. He smirked to himself, convinced he wasn't telling the whole truth, just not entirely lying either. He told her, that prayer of yours must have finally reached Rule-sama. He snapped out of the attack and told her, thank the goddess later. During the fight, he blurted out, so now that you're free to choose what job do you want to do? What job are you dying to land someday? Come on, be whoever you want, he screamed, cleaving through another monster as if fate itself wouldn't stand a chance. Her eyes snapped wide as a realization hits like a flash of lightning. I want to be a peddler, she yelled at the top of her lungs. She dreamed of becoming a top-class peddler just like her parents had pushed for all along. He lit up, cheering her on like, you've got this, go for it. But he pressed the truth into her. This road won't be easy, and only her own hard work will decide how far she goes. Wait, is it truly okay for Carol to finally grab happiness? She asked, and her voice just lit up with hope. He snapped aside a brutal Minotaur strike before it could smash him to pieces. Even so, he shouted, I'm still not done. There's one thing I can do. Stand by Carol. The last Minotaurs erupted into a furious roar, like pure rage had a voice. Carol, live on and stay happy, he roared. A big shout-out went out to readers. Check out the translation group's website. On the 23rd floor stairs, Haru stared at the steps and wondered what they'd even eat, because her bag was completely empty. Out of nowhere, her master burst into view with Carol riding on his back, shouting at his companions. After everything, the whole party finally slammed back together inside the desolate dungeon corridor. He told me that once Carol's job changed, her passive skills vanished, and with them, the monsters that used to come hunting disappeared too. His friends stared at him with eyes stretched wide in total shock. Everyone burst into laughter with relief, and Haru lit up, thrilled that they were all safe and sound. He figured they'd use Haru's monster-repellent incense to blast their way back to the city and finally treat Sebastian. Haru clocked the unease on his face and shot him a question, asking if something was wrong. He broke down the counterfeit judgment skill he'd just unlocked, so now he could appraise anything like a pro. Carol declared she wasn't a temptress anymore, while Alice stared at the incense like it was still burning on purpose. He made it crystal clear the Centaurus wasn't ignoring Carol at all. The real problem was that it was a slow, donkey-type monster, not the incense. Elise snapped at his Kenturist, Joffrey, for munching grass right at a time like this. The others erupted into laughter, and Sebastian just stood there, staring like something was off, his nerves screaming about these new allies. Elise snatched a carrot, praying it'd tempt Joffrey into making a move. With a thunderous shout, Lacey bolted down the corridor, gripping her jaw like she'd just snapped awake. He figured it out if they followed. It was their fastest shot straight up to the surface. They finally tore into the Pharmacist's Guild moments later. Inside, the pharmacist leaned in and promised them that Sebastian only needed to lie down and rest. With trembling gratitude, he thrust a heavy pouch into the young boy's hands. The boy took it and straight up admitted that if he hadn't, it would have been eating him alive. He told Haru how amazing it was that she'd found such a splendid, important-looking owner, and that made her blush bright with pure joy. He leaned in and told the kid to stop acting all royal, then waved them off like, "Go on, scram." The boy slammed his fist down and swore he'd get stronger because when that rematch finally hits, he's taking it. He slammed the challenge back into their hands and swore they'd cross paths again. Meanwhile, Lila yanked Elise back, blocking her from biting into that snake like royal gift. They huddle over their next play, slamming Carol back into that slave shop first, then treating themselves to some seriously delicious food. He teased Alice about the preserved food, and Alice snapped back that they could trade their rewards for cash. Elise and Leela flashed 2 rare medals, each one packed with a jaw-dropping 30,000 cents. In the blink of an eye, Joffrey snatched a medal and shoved it down his throat whole. Everyone erupted in panic as Elise screeched, shouting at the Cantoris to spit it out right now. Leela stayed cool as a cucumber and said it was fine, and Elise grudgingly gave in. She gently scratched the Cantoris, and with a shaky breath, she declared they were all safe thanks to its fierce efforts. With that gift money in hand, they were still loaded and they couldn't resist, so they went on a full-on shopping spree. The cheerful trio threw their hands up, smiling wide as they vowed, "See you again soon." He watched them march off, still rolling his eyes like he'd just heard the loudest bunch of people in the world. He stared at Carol's future and prayed she'd somehow manage life on her own. Healthy, happy, and thriving. Haru saw the worry on his face and grabbed his hand, telling him she'd go along with whatever he decided. He snapped back to Carol and blindsided her by asking, "Want to travel with us?" He pitched it as a wild, carefree escape seeing the world, pulling in cash and stacking real-life experience along the way. He leaned in and told her not to worry. He had so much stuff ready to sell that money would never be a problem. He swore that as soon as she clawed her way to enough, they'd finally break her chains and free her from slavery. Carol's jaw dropped so hard it might have hit the floor when that sudden, generous offer came out of nowhere. He leaned in and lightly poked her forehead, grinning as he told her she had the whole night to make up her mind. She thanked him again and again, and he promised he'd go spell out everything to Quinn's son. He jolted with a sudden memory of the intimacy ring he'd lent out, but Haru shot back that they'd probably cross paths again soon. From the slave shop window, he caught sight of the quince and struck a cigarette right there. He broke down what the goddess's protection really means and how it forced Carol to change jobs. Quince finally got it. Carol wasn't a temptress anymore. She teased him, and you could tell he was thrilled about it. Then she leaned in and asked if he planned to buy Carol like she was already sure he had the money to do it. Quince flashed a grin and joked about him cheating at a casino, and Haru snapped back fast. "No way, I didn't." The slave trader smirked, thinking that anyone with skills like that would get snapped up by a casino in a heartbeat. Aru puffed her chest up and swore to the heavens she'd be her master's shield and she'd never let him die. Quince demanded why he cared so much about Carol, and he snapped back that he was only returning Haru's loyalty. "So the big answer isn't even special," Quinn basically sums it up. Then, wham, a brutal slap that landed right in the middle of a flustered, "I like you." And she even offered to sell Carol for only 10,000 cents. She told him, plain and simple, if Carol was worth more to him than that cheap price, then just pay what you think she's worth. She flipped him a wink and told him to come back tomorrow, teasing him like, "Careful, you might end up a slave merchant." Soon, he and Haru reached the Adventurers Guild, where a rowdy drinking bar buzzed with life. A huge adventurer was screaming at a bunch of rowdy guild members, furious that they were going wild with their fresh money. He told Haru he was about to process their woolworm subjugation reward. He took in the wild, loud scene and actually found it pretty okay still. He couldn't shake the worry that the brutal smell of alcohol might mess with Haru. An adventurer caught up to him and said, excitedly, that the defense commander had been singing his praises. He shrugged off the praise, saying he'd done nothing special, then realized the woolworm rampage was just a rumor stirred up by their breeding season. He let out a huge breath of relief when they finally cleared Carol, then snatched up the reward money. Just when he suggested they go shopping, Haru suddenly sprang into his arms and clung to him with a tight, unforgettable hug. Trembling, she begged him not to cast her aside. He pulled her close and whispered that he'd never, ever hurt her like that. She blurted out her insecurity, terrified that once he got stronger, he'd quietly move on and she'd be left behind. He leaned in and told her, with zero doubt, that he'd absolutely need her because their recent success happened thanks to her. As she crushed him in a tighter embrace, her strength suddenly drained, leaving her limp in his arms. He snapped with shock. The stench of alcohol in the air told him she was drunk. He grabbed a nearby adventurer and begged for a place to rest, and the guy pointed him straight to the first aid station. He carefully set the sleeping Haru onto the bed, then shot a grateful nod at the staff member like, "Thank you." That huge adventurer from earlier leaned in and invited him for a drink, and he nodded along, ready to have just a little. He whipped out a King Minotaur's nose ring, pure gold, and told everyone he was about to sell it. The adventurer caught the number, and it was a massive fortune, so big it could feast the entire guild. He nodded, then promised he'd bring the King Minotaur's meat too for the feast. He gulped his fear, straightened up, and demanded everyone's attention. The adventurers huddled and whispered, trying to figure out who he was, until one person finally shouted, "Wait, I know him. That's the magic-wielding duo." He blared that the whole night was on him, then dared everyone to throw themselves into the party like there was no tomorrow. The crowd erupted when he promised them King Minotaur meat. A beat later, the weight of his own huge declaration slammed into him, and he flushed with pure embarrassment. But the guild members were already going wild, chanting his name like he was the greatest, and cracking their drinks open for an all-night celebration. He awkwardly thrust his own mug up, yelling at everyone to drink up right now. The whole bar erupted in cheers as everyone slammed their mugs together for a joyous toast. By nightfall, everything lit up so legendary it smashed the guild bar's all-time sales record. He couldn't believe it. Haru was sprawled right beside him in bed, sleeping like nothing happened. But then it hit him somehow he'd ended up downing way too much. "This is an amazing master," Carol said, smiling like she'd just uncovered something incredible. He couldn't stop thinking about how ridiculously convenient his purification skill was. At the inn's front desk, he and Carol finished their stay and checked out. The flustered innkeeper practically begged them to keep it down at night, swearing the other customers couldn't sleep. He stepped outside with pride blazing in his chest as the innkeeper tipped his hat and thanked him. A woman stopped them on the street and beamed, "Good morning, Ichinojo-sama Haruwatat-sama." She stepped up and promised to lead them straight to Quince. Quince stepped in and greeted them, grinning like she'd been waiting forever. Then the page stared back blank as ice. Quince motioned to Carol and told her, straight up, that she could speak for herself. Carol lit up at the thought of being redeemed, but his hesitation crashed the moment. She swallowed her pride and apologized, then admitted she couldn't let herself chase him. He swallowed her decision, but a bitter hint of disappointment still lingered. Haru stood frozen in shock as Quinn finally spoke to Carol. Haru snapped his head toward Carol, demanding whether she'd really said that for her master's sake. Quince broke down Carol's crushing feelings of worthlessness, like the former temptress she used to be had branded her soul. Haru confessed that if her master ever didn't need her protection anymore, she'd still spiral into feeling completely unworthy. Quinn said that spiraling like that crushes your self-worth even more, and only hard work will make your value undeniable. Carol sat in silence, staring at her life like she was trying to measure her own value. Quinn said, "If we see value in Carol, we'll buy her, but first, Carol has to prove to herself that she's worth it." Quince leaned in and bluntly demanded to Carol, "Tell me, can you genuinely be useful to my master?" Carol announced, loud and clear, that she'd studied for ages and knew her stuff. She lit up with passion, rattling off every lesson she'd learned, determined to claw her way toward her dream of becoming a peddler. He stared in disbelief, realizing this was knowledge he didn't have right when they needed it for their trip to Murray Grill. He admitted that a smart, experienced person would be a huge help to him because he'd never been a peddler in the first place. Haru snapped his gaze to Quince, smirking like he already knew the answer, so he asked if anyone out there matched that exact description. Overcome by everything he felt, Harold's voice cracked, and tears started pouring down his face. She wiped away her tears, then screamed that she could lead them straight to their destination. Carol swore she'd do whatever it took to help them. "Please buy the doll, Carol," she begged. Then he snapped, "Fine, I'll buy you, Carol." Quince grabbed the documents he needed, then tossed in a few extra clothes like he was ready to vanish at a moment's notice. Once the registration was done, they turned around and geared up to bolt. Quince leaned in and gave Carol one last piece of advice as she stood there, glowing in her brand new clothes. With a grin on her face, Quince urged her forward. He grabbed Quince's gratitude in his words, thanked her for everything, and the whole group said their emotional goodbyes. "All right," he said. "For now, we're heading to the church. They'll help switch you over from your current job to a peddler." He told her bluntly to work as a peddler in Murray Grill. She'd need job certification first. Carol told them they'd have to blast off by boat from Kobe Port. She mapped out 2 routes and told them the safer play was to pass through one of those countries to dodge the whole dispute. He spun toward Haru and asked, "Which way feels better to you?" Haru stood there, torn between Daka's mouth-watering meat and Korat's crave-worthy vegetables. He went all in on the DACAT way, swearing that no one could ever top that delicious meat. Then it hit him his brand-new Jobless skill, and he knew he'd have to explain it to them later. Terrell leaned in and asked Haru if he could start talking to her more casually from now on. He stared at them, and suddenly Carol hit him like a memory. She looked just like his sister back in Japan. He decided to double-check the route and told Haru to grab some preserved food. They realized there wasn't a single horse-drawn carriage headed south. Carol pitched the idea of buying a horse carriage, then winked and asked if he'd mind just calling her Carol. He froze when she insisted on calling him Ichino, even though he reminded her through sheer insistence that his name was Ichinosuke. He demanded to know the song she used to sing, and she told him it was one her mom taught her, meant to keep going through suffering. He nodded and told her he just knew she'd meet the most incredible person someday. Haru's tail lashed out from behind and smacked him out of nowhere. Carol told him the one thing that mattered. He got it even if it left him totally baffled. He tried to soothe her worries about her height, and the moment he did, it hit him like deja vu coming back to haunt him. She let out a heavy sigh, told him it was okay if he took his time to get it, and then gently demanded he look after her. Haru stormed back with the food she'd grabbed. They pulled up in front of the church, and he immediately clocked the cross blazing on its facade. Haru leaned in and told me the cross wasn't random. It stood for the link between the 4 major races living on the 4 continents. She laid out the human, tiny dwarf, and giant races. And that's when he leaned in and asked her about beastmen. Haru jabbed at the star symbols on the door and told him straight up, they reveal the priest's race and rank, and elves and beastmen don't worship the goddess, they follow the spirit. So the priests couldn't swap their jobs for anything on his list, only a swordsman or a magician. And nothing higher. The priest flat out told them that swapping from commoner status to a peddler would set them back a measly 0-100. Carol spotted the price, and surprise hit him like a punch. She stared in disbelief that he'd dropped that much on her, then snapped back that it was a price she'd call necessary. Carol dipped into a deep bow, thanking him over and over, and swore she'd grind to repay his kindness. Aru decided to offer up prayers to the statue of Sethlin Sama while they were stuck waiting, but Carol fidgeted, then nervously asked if she could offer prayers to Torol's Sama too. He told her to stop worrying, then to hurry up and switch jobs. She shot back in a flash, grinning from ear to ear as she proudly flashed her brand new peddler certification. He spotted Haru still praying with all his heart and told Carol she could pray to her heart's content. They pushed through the loud, chaotic trading market, weaving through the crowd like they meant business. He couldn't shake the loneliness after he handed the whole horse carriage mess over to Carol. As her guardian, he made a bold choice to tail her and watch the trading market in action, up close. They snagged snippets of chatter as other merchants boasted about this year's massive harvest. He marched up to the shopkeeper and demanded to know which Daka items would fetch the highest prices. Carol cut in fast, insisting her whole plan was simple: don't grab the obvious salt. The shopkeeper warned that the brutal early cold had the peddlers hauling salt non-stop all the way to Dakota. Carol broke it down like this: it would flood Daka with extra salt so they could grab it there for dirt cheap. With an upcoming horse race on the horizon, she figured everyone would rush to buy the finest spices to cook their meat. He fully trusted her judgment, and even nodded along when she urged him to grab the pepper and the chili pepper. Then he leaned in and asked her what they should buy, exactly how much they should grab. She pitched 5 barrels for 25,800 cents, and he nodded along instantly. Next, Carol hustled to buy a jaw-dropping 34,200 cents worth of iron ore. The shopkeeper clocked them using an item bag and immediately assumed they had a whole horse cart waiting outside. Then another merchant slid over 7 boxes of eagle arrows and demanded 28,700 cents. That elf merchant accidentally spilled the secret. There's a fresh, top-grade iron vein buried nearby, and everyone's about to want it. Carol took that intel straight to the table and squeezed the deal, demanding 45,000 cents for the arrows and iron. The merchant jerked back, refusing to accept that lowball offer. Carol pressed her advantage with a sharp truth. Once people heard about that new vein, the old iron ore would be basically unsellable. The elf finally caved, admitting those sharp-eared peddlers wouldn't touch the old ore standard anymore. They finally nailed down the price, and he stared in awe at Carol's sheer skill. He stepped in and hauled the freshly bought goods into her item bag for her. Carol was thrilled to be able to help, and he showered her with praise, insisting she was far from useless. She declared that the trade floor was her battlefield, and as soon as she said it, he realized he might not even be needed for this part of the journey. He slapped her fist for a quick bump and praised her as a rock-solid peddler. Shopping was finally done, and he declared it was time to track down Haru, utterly sure she'd picked a killer horse cart. They pulled up at a farm on the edge of town, and right away Carol's eyes snapped to Haru. Haru snapped into a respectful greeting for her master, standing right beside a gorgeous white horse. An absolutely stunning horse cart waited there for them, gleaming like a prize. The farmer handed over the cart and then topped it off by giving them the white horse too. He warned that the horse was vicious, yet the second Haru stepped in, it snapped into perfect obedience. He snapped up that generous offer, grinning because now they could finally cash in the money they'd been saving. Haru leaned in and asked her master, "So, what are we naming our new horse?" He praised Haru for knocking it out of the park, then told her they'd take their time and slowly hunt for the perfect name. With his 2 amazing companions at his side, he declared loud and clear that they were leaving, heading straight for the country of Dakota. As they tore off toward Gomaki Mountain, he begged Carol to sing her song for them. And just like that, the wild adventure of these 3 kicked off. The 3 of them sang their hearts out, and as the cart rattled down the road, their joy filled the air. Haru stared for a whole 5 minutes before it finally hit her. She couldn't get anywhere near her master in the driver's seat. Like clockwork for Ichino-sama, Carol erupted with cheers from her spot in the wagon. The wagon wheels clacked in a steady beat down the road, and she grinned, saying she loved what she was seeing as he worked on those materials. He lifted a freshly purified ore with a quick, confident grin, then she shot back, "So does that mean you're an Alke Magi swordsman?" He thought, surprised out of his mind. "Yeah, that's true, way more than I expected." Then he went on, "I've been switching my jobs to ones with high magic attack. Since alchemy lives and dies by magic power, he pushed on because the way his abilities worked felt straight up like a cheat. I can sense and craft with way more precision than the usual alchemists," he thought. And that upgrade hit so fast my level shot up like it couldn't wait. Ever since they left Balastra City, he'd been smelting non-stop because what else was he supposed to do when he couldn't even flirt with Haru, and the wagon kept rolling on. "Haru, if you're worn out, take a breather," he told her, because Fuyun clearly has it bad for Haru-san. And Carol couldn't miss that. He knew that horse would only obey Haru, so he stayed locked in, watching over her. Then Haru leaned in and told the horse, Fuyun, please get used to everyone real soon, okay? They named the horse Fuyun because it was as white as winter snow, but the moment she tried to connect, it just stared off and completely ignored her. He trembled as the horse cut him off without a second thought. Then he blurted, "The village," pointing straight ahead. "Master, we can see Gomaki village up ahead." Haru confirmed it sits right in the heart of a mountain range. They rode straight into the tiny settlement and pulled up right next to it, then right inside. He was stunned to find out there wasn't even an inspection or an entry fee. Haru told them taxes only got collected in the bigger cities. Then he leaned in and asked, "So, what are you guys feeling?" Energetic, caroling chirps burst out as she throws her arm up. "All right. Before we go, let's all grab mountain shoes first," so he decided. He also wanted to track down a maid under Kashmar-sama to quiz her about his sister. And sure, Haru said they could leave it alone, but the guy wouldn't budge. He kept pressing, hard. He grinned and said, "Yeah, guess what? We're buying them." But when Carol stepped into the shoe shop, she realized there wasn't a pair in her size. "Excuse me, where do you keep the kids' sizes?" he asked. The employee pointed him straight to the right spot. "Try this one," he said, dropping to his knees to help Carol. It's okay," she kept repeating, blinking through the tears. "Carol can do it herself," she insisted. Even as she admitted the strings were a pain to tie, but he still jumped in to help, and she stood up right after to test her handiwork. "It fits perfectly," she cheered, and he nodded back to her, saying, "I guess Haru's already good to go." Haru stared down at her boots, mumbling to herself, and the moment she said it, Carol's head snapped around in full panic. "Wait, so you're saying I believe Haru-san is struggling with the strings?" she stammered, then blurted, "Carol, please show Haru-san how to do it." She practically begged. "Yes, please," Haru asked, her eyes sparkling. And then he crouched down to help her, secretly wondering if those brand new shoes made her grin. Her tail whipped side to side, he grinned, said, "It's done," and pulled the last knot tight. "Hey, master, how is it?" she asks, springing to her feet. And he grins, "Yeah, it looks amazing on you." Then Carol suddenly surges forward and wraps her arms around Haru in a full-on hug. Haru blinked in shock at the sudden affection, then he nodded. "All right, we're ready." And finally saw both of them fully dressed. Then he slammed his fist and declared, "All right, let's hit the maze." And just like that, they reached a jagged opening in the cliffside marked Maze Entrance. "Huh," he blurted out, shocked by what waited inside. And the maze turned out to be nothing but stairs climbing higher and higher. "Yeah, exactly," he leaned in and said. "I heard some mazes are built like towers." Carol gasped. "Whoa, there are so many kinds." "Oh yeah, both of you. Don't glance at your status until we're done exploring," he snapped. "All right, we'll creep forward carefully," he said. He surged one step onto the stone stairs, and right then, Haru's ears snapped forward, monsters froze in place. He tried to warn everyone, but the moment got snatched away. A spider-like monster shot toward him, and he swung his blade, cutting it out of midair. "Haru-san. You're unreal, Carol." He watched Haru slice through another monster with a single flick of her blade, and the three of them kept climbing those ancient stone steps. "Honestly, there weren't many folks living anywhere near this dungeon," he muttered, like it was obvious. Carol leaned in and told everyone the truth. "Mazes don't just sit there, they suck in the miasma and cleanse it." As the miasma piled up, it condensed into a full-blown monster, so Haru snapped, "The deeper we go into this maze, the stronger these things get." "That's why the church keeps preaching joy," she said yet as she spoke. The demon lord's words about monsters slammed back into her mind. He said monsters don't get born out of some vague evil in human hearts, then teased a new theory like, "Yeah, what if it's something else?" Harold just lit up with interest. It clicked for him. Most mazes were shoved close to busy towns, and with Haru's past finally settled in her heart, Carol didn't get shocked anymore when the Demon Lord stories came up. From the darkest corner, a creepy rustle snapped their focus. "Ooh-ah!" he screamed, as a hulking frog monster blasted out of the shadows and charged straight at them. "It's huge!" he yelled, and before the words even finished, he clocked it as a red toad. "It's got deadly poison seeping through its skin, so don't brawl up close," he warned. Then he dove into his pouch, whipped out a punchy stone, and hurled it. The projectile crunched into the toad with a nasty splat, and the hit blasted a brutal shockwave through the air. The monster got wiped out completely by that crushing force, and then a system message flashed, telling him his level shot up. "Oh, I've got a skill that can cure," he muttered. Then he snapped his eyes to Carol. "What's wrong?" Her face screamed worry. "My level jumped, but it feels weird," she admitted. "I'll tell you once we're out of this maze," he promised, and Haru snapped, "Master, don't slip watch that drop item," as she jabbed at the puddle of mucus. "Yep, it's a drop item, no wonder it won't vanish," he realized. "Touch it bare-handed and you'll get poisoned," she warned. "But since your hunter level is high, she said you'll unlock a skill called Dangerous Item Pickup." And she warned him if you get poisoned, you've got to pop medicine or cast cure magic right away. He yanked out an empty bottle when the idea hit him. "Master, what are you doing?" Haru blurted, alarm ringing in his voice. He shot his hand down and scooped that nasty poison mucus into the bottle with bare skin. Then he held up the vial and yelled, "I got the poison mucus! Ah, my hand's gone numb!" He shouted through the tremble in his body, and his hand lit up with a gentle glow. "It's okay, Cure," he said, smiling as the numbness finally melted away. "This is a magic I just learned," he told his stunned friends. Both girls groaned in frustration. "I am sorry," he stammered, right as Carol lit into him. "Ichino-sama should be the one to explain this properly." She snapped. Then Haru begged, "Master, please don't pull anything reckless. I just wanted to test out my cure magic," he confessed. And right then Harold leaned close to Haru and warned her, "Don't you dare let yourself touch boys either." He blushed, feeling how deeply they truly cared for each other. Then Carol snapped, "Don't count on me in a fight." "Then let Carol be the guinea pig," she blurted out right away while he spun back to Haru and apologized again. "I'll say it right next time," he promised. And the fear of Haru turning on him gnawed at his thoughts. "I won't hate you," she said softly. And then two worm-like monsters exploded up out of the stone floor. He whirled around, snatched one out of the chaos, and smashed it with a brutal blast of dark energy. Then it screamed before breaking into nothing. Then he yanked his sword up and slammed it down, cleaving the second monster clean in two. Carol's eyes widened. "Of course you'd wield sword and magic like that, Haru." "Watch out, one's coming from above," he yelled. "Then take it," he snapped, stepping back as if the moment mattered, and she nodded, launching straight into the air. She tore the monster to pieces before it could even swing. And the next second, a massive golem-like beast burst into view in front of them. "Whoa!" From Carol's side, she shouted, "You both are incredible," and watched as your leveling kept climbing smooth, steady, unstoppable. The loot from those monsters was crazy good too. Haru snapped, "Master, from here we're headed straight for the boss's chamber," and as they slammed into a massive door. They yelled. She figured it wouldn't take long, only 10 floors to climb, and told him the maze's boss was a 3-headed snake. So he decided to ditch the close-up fight, rain long-range hits instead, and then he zeroed in on the real threat, the poison gas. "I guess we can fix this with wind magic," he decided. "First comes Haru, then I'll hit him with wind magic," and right there, he started laying out the whole plan. "Then you'll test whether fire can scatter that poison gas. And right as you do, the huge stone door starts clacking open." "Yeah," Haru nodded and jumped into the plan, blasting out a jaw-dropping combo of wind and fire magic. A violent vortex of fire tore forward and swallowed the boss whole. The boss got obliterated in the blink of an eye. "Whoa, it's over," he breathed, still reeling from the raw punch of his attack, and then a system ping flashed his level had gone up. Then another message hit his alchemy skill had leveled up to level 2. As if it was second nature, Haru spoke with calm confidence, staring at the golden snakeskin that had just fallen into view. "Isn't it usually only possible to cast one kind of magic at a time?" Carol pressed. "Yeah," Haru confirmed. "Usually." He smirked like it had to be his useless skill, then, right out of nowhere, something eerie slipped into the room. "Look out, there's another one inside," he warned as the ground started clacking. Then a giant goddess statue with orc-like features burst out of the wall. "Yeah, I got it." He let out this heavy sigh like, "It's just that same old goddess joke." Then Haru shrugged and said, "Still, Master can always meet Goddess Sama after all." He joked that Orksama would be way happier with a routine. Then the statue crumpled, and a brutal killing intent blasted out. Then he wondered, "Do we really pray to that orc statue?" But a furious voice snapped, "Yeah, so who the heck is an orc?" An apple whacked his head and bounced away, then 2 goddesses materialized right in front of him. "Enough with this pointless chatter," the silver-haired girl snapped with a heavy sigh. Then she leaned in and said, "If they're talking about your skills, it's because you can juggle multiple jobs all at once." "Oh, just like I figured," he immediately clocked that being jobless is its own special situation. "And I'm still digging too," she said, then leaned in and pressed the matter hard on him. He got overwhelmed for a second, so if anyone stumbles on it, tell them it's a blessing from Goddess Sama, and they'll back off just like she advised. Then your sister started talking. She said the goddess told him it looked like she'd gone hiking up Mount Fuji. "Mount Fuji?" he blurted in pure shock then as the goddess kept talking. At least it looked like she was doing just fine. "Is that so?" He shot back, then she leaned in and smirked. "Relax here. Take your clear reward." This time, it's a lottery. 3 of them stand tall and proud right outside the dungeon entrance, like they're ready to claim whatever fate hands them. We smashed our way through the deadly maze of Gomaki Village, and Harold couldn't stop cheering because the rewards were right there on display. Skill details for Carol, the bow of wind for Haru, and just for him, lifestyle magic too. All right, back to the city we go. Hino-sama's secret. Kashmar-sama burst in and said right to her, "You never hear me say your name," like it was something he almost never did. She shoved him hard and barked, "Go on, just leave already." He kicked things off by dropping a jaw. dropping truth right in front of his companions. Carol mouthed the same word again and again, whispering it in pure, stunned disbelief. She couldn't stop giggling because in the moment she met him, her whole life flipped upside down. He told me those divine blessings he got supercharged everything he was racking up 20 times the usual experience. Carol swallowed the moment, murmuring about the 2 blessings as he geared up to spill what came next. He swallowed hard and the next words got stuck in his throat. "I'm really jobless," he admitted it with a tense, strained look. He braced for fireworks, but she barely reacted, then flashed a sweet smile like it meant nothing. He tried to explain that it had nothing to do with it not working, but that only left Haru more confused. Haru leaned in and told me the wild truth in this world. Nobody gets to start life jobless, you're born assigned to one. Then what in the world does jobless even mean? Carol demanded. And he had to break down his crazy, one-of-a-kind skill right then. He let it slip that he'd unlocked a second job-setting skill so he could juggle multiple jobs at the same time. "Honestly, it'll be way faster if you just see it with your own eyes," he said, then decided it was time to prove it with a live demonstration. He barked at both of them to pop open their status windows. Both girls lock onto their status screens, and pure shock hits them like a punch. He told them that with this second job skill, he could instantly unlock an extra job for his comrades. Haru couldn't believe it. He might pull off 5 jobs at once. He added that he could even swap their jobs, reminding Carol how she went from a regular civilian to a temptress. He bowed his head and apologized for the secret, then asked if she was truly disappointed. Carol practically floated with joy finally. Her master, the one who'd always respected her, felt like the lifesaver she'd been praying for. "Yeah, that's the real trick," he said with a grin, knowing they could swap jobs anytime they wanted. As they headed out, Haru peppered him with the big question: what skill did he get as his clear reward? Carol burst out that boosting his lifestyle magic to that level was unbelievably rare. Haru told everyone that lifestyle magic 2 only has a 1 chance to drop. He couldn't wait, so he decided to try the Room of Serenity spell himself. "Alright, I'll give it a shot," he said, convinced this spell couldn't possibly be dangerous. A blinding, shimmering wall of light snapped into place around him in an instant. Then he realized he could shrink or swell that glowing sphere anytime he wanted, just like that. He turned to ask Haru how that spell would hit, but she looked lost in her own thoughts. As the spell's aftershocks left him reeling, he wobbled in the aftermath and both of them completely brushed him off. Haru finally caught the terror in his eyes and sprinted right up to his side. "There's no way I'd ignore you, Master," she snapped right as he pointed toward Carol. He stared as Carol whipped her arms around wildly, yelling from the edge of the light's reach. She said the magic slams a total silence wall, no sound can escape from the inside to the outside. As they geared up to head back, he finally understood just how powerful that magic was. The crew pushed through the collapsing ruins, refusing to slow down as they trekked back toward town. Back in his room at the inn, he collapsed onto the bed, staring into space like his mind had gone blank. When Carol and Haru split off to do their own things, he suddenly found himself totally alone. With nothing left to do, he fired up his alchemy and started smelting ore like a machine. He heard a step and snapped his head up. Haru was back. He told her it felt crazy refreshing seeing her finally in casual clothes. "It's not just one little bit look at you, you're cute," he said, flashing an enthusiastic thumbs up. She flashed a smile and thanked him right then for the compliment. She slid onto the edge of the bed next to him and held out some smoked meat from the inn's owner. He shot his arm out and clamped both hands onto her shoulders. He yanked her into a tight embrace and murmured, "Just us for a little while." She turned bright with a deep blush, nodding along like, "I'm totally fine with it even if these walls are paper thin." Her tail flicked in excitement as she talked about mastering fresh techniques, but he yanked back, insisting they just couldn't. Her sudden rejection hit him like a punch. He went flustered, stunned, and couldn't even react. She gave her lap a soft little pat, smiling like she knew exactly what was coming. "Come on, put your head right here," she said softly, like she was guiding you to safety. She offered to clean his ears, and he practically jumped at the chance. The door exploded open, and there was Carol shaking so hard she could barely stand. Haru snatches a few clothes and rockets after the girl who's already sprinting away. She came back dragging a captured Taro who swore up and down that she saw absolutely nothing. Sweat poured down his face because Carol had come back at the absolute worst possible moment. He watched Haru move in fast, trying to soothe the wrecked, panicked girl before she broke again. Haru's lightning-fast thinking and his tiny white lie about a bug snaps the whole situation into place. He couldn't stop worrying. Had that awful misunderstanding really been cleared up? Or was it only Carol buying the story? Carol grilled him for forgetting to check for bugs next time, and all he could do was give an awkward nod. The very next day, he mapped out their big plan camping right at the base of Mount Gamaki. That night, he pushed for a real reset, proper beds, full rest, and no more roughing it. The next morning, he woke up wedged in the middle of them, instantly wishing he'd booked 3 rooms. They ripped into their descent down the mountain, all fired up for the journey waiting ahead. They found the perfect spot to pitch camp for the night. Right before dinner, he blared that they were going to learn how to secure their own food. He told them to split up right away so everyone could test their own powers and hunt down food on their own. With the plan locked in, all 3 of them split up and launched straight into their own missions. Ichinojo tried to catch something by hurling a massive boulder into the river like a cannon blast. He tried anyway, and the water gave him nothing back. Meanwhile, Carol put her massive knowledge to work. hunting edible mushrooms and plucking fresh fruits with purpose. She stumbled on a huge patch of mushrooms and pure delight lit up her face. Elsewhere, Haru stalked the land, snapping his nose into the air like a bloodhound for the nearest prey. Her sword flared with dark flames as she zeroed in on a rustle creeping through the woods. Carol bolted back to camp first, grinning as she shoved Ichinojo her basket overflowing with mushrooms. She even showed him some mana grass she'd hunted down herself. She said, "Yeah, it's poisonous, but in a pinch, it can snap your MP back fast." He proudly showed her his own catch, a dead true oracle turtle knocked out and totally unconscious. He lifted that rare monster and stared at it in awe, murmuring like he couldn't wait to find out what it tasted like. Carol told him it was infamous for being disgusting, and he snapped, tearing apart that valuable shell for the moment. Just then, Haru came barreling back, yanking a giant boar along the ground behind her. Both he and Carol froze in pure shock as blood poured across her. She hurriedly promised it wasn't her blood, then slid right into his hands so he could purify and scrub her clean. Terrell clocked the beast as a dash pig, a rare monster famed for pure, mind-blowing speed. After Haru's hunt paid off, the whole crew geared up for a mouth-watering barbecue dinner. After dinner, they crashed out and fell asleep on the spot. Carol snapped that nights were normally a man's job because Ichino-sama was treated like a slave. He curled up beside the campfire, lost in deep thought about the whole mess. Haru-san also has to drive the carriage tomorrow, and he made sure to point that out. "Then please just rest," he begged, voice cracking with desperation. Carol surged one step ahead. "Hey, Ichino-sama, what's wrong?" she demanded. In the end, they decided it was a rotation. Carol takes the first, and then him. He cast lifestyle magic to scrub their bodies clean before they curled up and slept inside the carriage. He crawled into bed, begging for sleep, then realized it just wouldn't come. As shift change hit, he slipped out of the carriage in silence and leaned in to whisper to Carol, "I'm coming." He yawned so hard it felt like he was finally admitting the truth. He was way more bored than he'd ever expected. Suddenly, Carol was standing right beside him, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. She grinned and told him, "Look, I'm a peddler's daughter. I've handled this kind of chaos 1,000 times. All right, sit down right here," he said, gesturing you in like something big was about to go down. They huddled by the fire together, and Carol laughed it off, saying this was way better than having an accident blow everything up. She tilted her head back and stared at the sky, whispering that the stars were absolutely breathtaking. She admitted she never in a million years thought she'd ever witness a night like this, glittering with stars again. Even though it was just a bug, I still made a huge blunder last night, so she told him to forget it. But Carol was absolutely buzzing now he'd finally welcomed her into the party. That's such a relief, he breathed out, and she swore she'd show him way more than just the night sky. He told her to grab life with both hands and enjoy every second, so all the brutal things she'd been through would slip out of her mind. First things first, he had to lock down when the bugs would finally show up. The night dragged on, and the fire kept snapping like it was trying to steal all the attention. The sun clawed its way up over the horizon, spilling golden light everywhere. Haru popped his head out of the carriage with a mischievous giggle. She caught Carol dozing off, his head slumped right on his lap. "Master Carol, it's morning." Haru blared the news at the top of his lungs. Both of them shot upright in a panic, eyes wide, completely stunned by what they just heard. Later, the carriage thundered over the paved road, shaking them closer and closer to their destination. They finally crashed into the border city, and the towering gate loomed over them like a giant wall. Carol told me the Dakat Federation Kingdom is super small. There are only 3 cities. He couldn't believe it. This massive country had barely any cities at all. She kept insisting there were over 20 nomadic villages out there, and the map refreshed every single day to reveal exactly where they were. And she added this too on the kingdom's west side. There's a fortress you've got to storm and defend against the invaders. He couldn't take his eyes off the White Wolf more than anyone, even Kate Sith. So yeah, we really are headed to that border city after all. And he confirmed it with absolute certainty. He remembered with a grim jolt that even slaves weren't getting in for free. They'd still have to pay the entrance fee. Haru grinned and said, all bright and cheerful, that she actually has fun paying her taxes. He paced, trying to figure out where to crash for the night, and his eyes kept landing on the Dakat side. Carol said Arendelle was famous for fish, while the cat was all about meat dishes. He caught Haru's tail twitching just a tiny flick that most people would have totally missed. "All right, we're sticking with the Dakat tonight," he said, grinning. When they neared the gate, they saw a mile-long line of people packed into carriages. He clocked it instantly. The security net in this border city was tighter than anywhere, like they were expecting trouble. He slid the carriage permit over and forked out the tax on the spot. Carol couldn't believe it. The experience didn't multiply by 400 like she expected. She fired off a question about his civilian level, and he lit up like it was a trophy, proudly declaring it was 72. Carol's gasp hit like a punch when she heard that the civilian level was that dangerously high. Aru brought up wanting to team up with Gorza again. And Carol's face went pale because paying for those attacks could cost a fortune in the millions. He figured it'd be fine if they just played for fun and didn't rush off to rake in the money. Haru praised him, saying it was all Master's idea, and Carol stared at them both, stunned, speechless. Haru offered to teach Carol, but right then he figured she probably couldn't pull it off. They finally broke through the gate and plunged into the heart of the city. A guard grilled him to head straight through the inspection point because if they left anything sitting in his item box, they'd get flagged for tax evasion. The guard glanced at his status and saw his civilian level jump to 73, then leaned in and warned him to stay sharp. He couldn't stop thinking about what that guard meant by "be careful." They stepped onto a bridge packed with throngs of people, with market stalls crammed on both sides. "There are way more shops here than in the city." "Can you believe it?" he blurted, even as they stood on the bridge. Carol said it was a lawless wasteland, so you could trade there and dodge taxes altogether. They dropped the horse off at a stable first, then stepped out to explore eyes wide, ready to see everything. He spun around eyes wide, taking in the chaotic buzz of the market like it was pure magic. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bridge was its own little city, running on its own rules. A huge beast man snapped that the merchants weren't anywhere nearby. He told him to look under the bridge when he asked where they lived. He leaned over the railing and spotted boats churning below. He couldn't believe it. Every single one of them hauled themselves up on ropes, living right out on their boats like it was totally normal. Then he spun around to the girls and thrust the money into their hands. They both blurted out that it was way too much to handle. He told them, "Just let yourselves have fun, nothing else matters." Bursting with joy, they thanked him, then right away announced they were heading out to go shopping. "Oh yeah, Carol, stay right by me, or Haru." "Got it," he said. Haru winked with a mischievous grin, teasing that her master wasn't mad at Carol, she was just worried. "I'm freaking worried," he admitted. "Haru is so cute, I can't let some other guys start flirting with you." He yanked her into a tight hug, and she swore she'd cling to no man, only her master. "All right, let's stick together." He slapped Carol on the shoulder as she pouted, like, "Come on, Carol, Carol." Then he whipped his arm toward a distant stall. They wandered the stalls together, and he finally grinned, ready to grab a few adorable little things for them. Then it stumbled onto a stall, one brutal challenge: pull a legendary sword. The owner swore it was a legendary blade nobody could ever draw, and because of that curse, it had already shattered the rock right around it. His metal scan skills immediately nailed it. Just painted iron in disguise, and the fine print basically forced the challenger to fork over 1,000 cents to buy it. The shop owner clocked his face and immediately blurted out that the whole thing was fake. She leaned in and said, "This isn't the real one, it's just to see if you're worthy, and yeah, I'm terrified right now," with fear flashing in her eyes. Then she unveiled what she swore was the legendary Staff of Asclepius. Haru was instantly hooked by the shop owner's warm, winning smile. Then boom, a fresh voice shouted, "Wait, is that the Staff of Asclepius?" He spun around, and there it was, a masked stranger, with his hat looking like it didn't belong there at all. The stranger shot them an apology in a heartbeat, insisting she never dreamed she'd stumble onto a treasure this amazing in a place like this. "Listen up, I'm the greatest magician the world has ever seen, and my name is Marina," she declared. Marina spun toward the shop owner and handed over every last coin she had, begging him to let her buy the staff. He stared as a weird girl in a pointed hat and mask spun in circles, trying to figure out what in the world was going on with her. The self-proclaimed Miss Great Magician declared she'd take on those staff members trapped in the ground. An impossible trial meant only for a true hero. While the blonde woman cheered him on, he couldn't shake the feeling this whole thing was nothing more than a staged skit. The magician girl shot forward and snatched for the staff, totally brushing off his belief that it was probably a fake. She pushed with every ounce of strength, gritting her teeth and groaning until she finally slumped, sighing out that she gave it everything she had. Downcast, she muttered about that 0.50 price tag, then snapped at him not to look at her. He caught the blonde girl, Carol, whispering to the others that they'd still rake in a profit. The magician suddenly dangled a free try in front of him, bragging that he'd get 100,000 cents, and that's when he clocked it. The two were teaming up. Both women started hounding him to yank the staff, and it drove him crazy how bothersome it was. He couldn't shake the doubt that she was a real magician, so she smirked and offered to prove it by showing off her special summoning magic. His companions perked up right away, buzzing about how rare and truly one-of-a-kind this skill was. With pure energy blazing, the magician grinned and told them she was about to unleash her biggest magic yet. She whipped her hat to the ground, then shouted that her magic was only just now starting to light up. She yanked the hat under a cloth, then snapped her gaze upward and started chanting an incantation to the sky. Right out of the hat, a whole flock of doves exploded into the air. Then his friends gasped, shouting, "Wow!" He calmly told them it was only a trick still, a damn impressive one. The magician's eyes went comically wild like swimming fish while she sputtered, and Haru snapped, asking what in the world she meant by that trick. He admitted it was just a magic trick, pure sleight of hand, the kind that lets you hide a dove in your sleeve. Right on cue, a dove slipped back into her sleeve, and Haru's eyes snapped to the slave's necklace hanging around the magician's neck. He snapped everything into place and realized they were running a scam using the cruel rule that a slave's contract is worthless unless their master signs off. He shot the two women a blunt stare and called them out as terrible liars. Carol threw her hands in the air, surrendered on the spot, and admitted defeat because nobody had actually been hurt. She let out a frustrated sigh, still reeling that the earlier couple got played so hard, while the magician spat, calling them total garbage. Haru watched with disbelief as the two scammers acted like they had zero guilt. Then they chose to retreat. Right when the magician Kanan got frantic and couldn't find her luggage, Carol shot back wordplay to distract him from the search. Kanan's heart dropped when she realized her bag packed with Matatabi was gone, maybe stolen by some donkey. She spotted the thieves' silhouettes and instantly clocked them as a trio of absolute idiots Jofaliris. Kanan shouted that it was in the bag, but Carol snapped back this place was a lawless free-for-all. Carol warned that if the thieves dug that up, something horrifying would be waiting for them. He and his party felt it immediately. This wasn't just what it looked like, and something bigger was lurking right under the surface. Carol held out the staff and offered help if he'd do it. But he tried to slip away until she pleaded for him to stay and wait. She begged him, saying they were in real danger. And after a long hesitation, he finally gave in and listened. Once the whole mess was laid out, his party faced those two scammers in silence. He twisted his face and braced himself to smash the thieves after he tried to talk them down first. Kanan crouched on the ground, mortified that anyone could see her without her mask, and she kept muttering about her super magic like it was the only shield she had. Carol kept pushing him to hurry, but he just stood there staring at his own item bag like it held the answers. Carol hurled the exact staff they'd been trying to scam everyone with straight into his hands. Now that their mission locked in, the whole crew bolted straight through the market, chasing that objective like it was burning a hole in their pockets. Once this whole mess was finally dealt with, he vowed they'd pick up the trail, keep shopping, and head straight for the Dakat Kingdom. Before long, they rolled right up to the towering Dakat Kingdom border city, bold and impossible to miss. They pushed through the city streets, hunting for an inn like it was the last safe place in the world. He strode up to the front desk and asked for a room for 3. Then chaos erupted right behind him. A squad of priests in full pomp stormed along with loud demands, insisting the mistress prep their rooms right away. He stared at them, baffled, wondering why these guys were strutting around like they owned the place. While the innkeeper guided the priests out, one of their attendants whipped him with a cold, nasty stare. He grumbled that you can't expect top-notch service from an inn that takes in demi-humans. But Haru snapped back that she was totally fine. The innkeeper came back with brutal news. Every single room was already gone. He wouldn't buy it. This was the only way out, and the stable was the last option, and it was free anyway. Outside, Carol fumed at the irritating priest, and then snapped that a crowd that big should have booked ahead. No couch, no shelter, nothing. So he pushed them to the Adventurer Guild first, selling off their stuff before they faced the night. The guild was packed to the rafters, and the receptionist barked at him to drop his stuff in a bin and wait for his name to be shouted. While they waited, unease crawled into his gut, so Carol swooped in and soothed him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Even with both of his companions propping him up while he healed, he couldn't shake the gut feeling that every time he stepped into an Adventurer's Guild, trouble somehow yanked him in right after. His gut feeling screamed, wrong, and right on cue, 2 loud, boorish adventurers closed in, already cracking jokes and eyeing his cute female slaves like they owned the place. That quick check showed their levels were in the basement, and he figured men like them probably didn't know much more than that. He got briefly curious about the cat user job one of them claimed, then snapped his focus back and pushed hard to calm everything down. He stepped forward, claiming those girls were his precious comrades. Then, the men erupted in laughter and refused to go. Rage started to boil in Haru's chest, but Carol grabbed her and snapped, "Breathe, calm down, and trust your master." He let out a heavy sigh, told the men they were wiped out and wanted nothing but peace. But the second he said it, they snapped into a fighting stance. When the axe user came swinging, he just sighed at their stubborn refusal to listen, then slipped under the strike like it was nothing. With a lightning swing, he countered hard, cracking both troublesome adventurers with devastating punches. The 2 men folded to the floor in agony as he clutched at his own body, faking it with a sarcastic, breathless cry that sounded like, "I'm dying." He flicked a small healing spell on one of them, then snapped at him to quit stirring trouble for everyone else. The adventurers stared in shock. This guy wasn't just ripped, he could heal with magic too, and the whole thing left him mortified. Aru and Carol puffed out their chests like they owned the world, and it drove him crazy. As 2 men bolted down the hallway, they tossed a book to the floor behind them. A cat-eared girl stormed up to him and demanded, "What is that weird thing?" He snapped to the truth it was a doujinshi, and he swore to everyone it absolutely wasn't his. Even with him fighting it, he couldn't stop. He devoured that lewd book, line by filthy line. He coughed hard like he was shaking the nerves out of his throat, then announced with absolute confidence that he'd take care of the forbidden item. Haru leaned in and told me she'd heard rumors about the book's author. Turns out it wasn't just romance, it was a full-blown love story between 2 goddesses. He turned bright red and begged her to please quit sharing all those juicy details about him. Carol stared in awe at the unshakable resolve of her master. He decided it was time to pause, then gently patted Haru's head with real affection. He couldn't stop wondering who in the world was the ridiculously fearless author. Haru guessed it was probably Daijiro-sama, and that sent him yelling in total disbelief. She told me Daijiro confessed he'd been sketching manga under a made-up name. Carol leaned in and whispered that the author had a whole army of secret fans people who actually knew the specialized words. As Carol started firing off all those genres, he snapped at her to shut it down and stop talking about it. He tried to dodge the conversation, blurting out almost like a lifeline that he'd heard about this job called a cat user. Both girls snapped their heads to the side, completely baffled. Turns out neither of them had ever even heard of it. Carol thought it was downright cute, and then he finally admitted he wanted to know what the requirements were. Thinking it would take forever, Carol stepped up and went into town alone to hunt down answers. He shot her a warning not to get herself killed, and she swore that if anything felt off, she'd sprint the second trouble hit. He finally gave in and told her he was betting on her to bring the info, watching her walk away. He whipped around to Haru, urging her to step in and get ready to brace his arm. With a bright grin, she eagerly threw back a cheerful yes. At the counter, the receptionist eyed just how close they'd gotten and pressed a huge money pouch into their hands. He let out a heavy sigh and said the best move was staying right there at the inn. He clocked Haru fidgeting and shot her a question what was eating her. He couldn't stop himself. He reached out and scratched her as her tail wagged, and he just went, "Come on, you're way too cute." Right then, Carol came sprinting back from her information gathering trip like she'd just uncovered something huge. Haru's face lit up with embarrassment. She flailed her hands like crazy and swore that what she was trying to say wasn't important at all. He demanded Carol's report, but she shut him down fast, claiming it was packed with nothing useful. Still, she couldn't ignore this juicy rumor a priest Sama was supposed to come straight to the city. Carol made it crystal clear everyone was buzzing that the hero's party was coming for sure. Right on the way. Haru just got hit with the worst kind of news after the hero's victory. He'd been sold off into slavery. He soothed her, insisting she didn't have to face them. But she tightened her grip on his hand and told him, through the fear, that she was okay. Haru blurted out that she'd meet them, and made it clear she already knew exactly what the hero looked like. He figured the biggest crowd would be the perfect hunting ground. They sprinted to the shopping district to hunt down the hero's party. Right then, a voice ripped through the air and demanded their attention. He spun around with the girls, eyes narrowed, all of them staring like, "Wait, what's going on?" Four adventurers huddled at the doorway, ready to kick the door down and dive in. The young man at the front flashed a bright, confident smile. He swaggered in and declared, "I'm Suzuki Kuta, the hero who's saving this world." He squinted in doubt because the kid looked absolutely nothing like Daijiro. Kuta spotted his Japanese name and blurted, "Wait, are you a wanderer too?" He fired off his appraisal skill and immediately realized the boy's class was only marked as Holy Knight. He couldn't stop asking why that kid would risk everything just to lie about being a hero. Kuta laughed it off, smugly admitting he was just overconfident and nothing more. The Holy Knight swore that if he ever dared to call himself a hero, then he'd have to drop everything and rescue whoever needed help. With a thunderous look, Kauta declared full on that he was going to do it. Then he barked an order, "Release your two slaves right now." Everyone froze, staring back in full shock like they couldn't believe the accusation landed on them. The self-proclaimed hero planted his feet, bracing for a showdown like it was about to explode. The young man leaned in and poured out an earnest, crystal-clear voice that sounded like the truth. The pink-haired girl clung to her companion with all her might. As the fox-eared girl pressed the newcomer straight up, what was his real motive? He told them straight up that his companions had already picked their servitude. Each of his three slaves spilled their own reasons for sticking by him, word for word. "Look at them, they all bowed and became my slaves," he boomed, and then snapped his focus back to the rest. Carol and Haru snapped to action to defend their master's honor, but the hero wasn't buying it. He clenched his gauntlet and refused to back down. The hero shot an accusing finger forward, refusing to let anyone play him for a fool. Then he snapped toward Carol, yanking the man's shirt with pure, seething rage. He tried to lay it all out, but his words crashed into deaf silence. The so-called hero, blazing with self-belief, slid his sword free with a fierce, unwavering stare. He vowed to rescue them by force, brushing off Haru's pleas to calm down. He knew he had to shut things down fast because the second this went too far, his friends would have been the ones in danger. He laid out a plan to prove, once and for all, that their loyalty was real. Without even a second thought, he barked a straight order to his two companions. He ordered them to toss every previous command aside and finally spill their real feelings. Both girls doubled down, insisting they'd stay his slaves no matter what. He spun around to face the stunned hero, his rock-solid certainty suddenly crumbling out from under him. The hero finally saw the slave necklaces click into action like they should, proving his words weren't lies. Swallowed by shame, the hero dropped into a deep bow and begged forgiveness for the brutal misunderstanding. He accepted the apology, but you could still feel the exasperation lurking right under his calm. He patted the hero on the back, softly slipping in a piece of advice he'd need for what came next. Once the tension finally snapped, both sides let out a huge breath of relief because they'd dodged a full-on fight. He leaned in toward the hero, eyes sharp, desperate to find out who cooked up those filthy rumors. He leaned in on the hero, firing off a hard question. Would he really let someone who spread lies walk free? The swordswoman, his closest ally, cut in fast, demanded a private talk between the two men. and made it happen. He forced the hero to swear no matter what he'd keep what he was about to reveal locked away and never tell a soul. The swordswoman snapped to the girls that it was all a big misunderstanding. Then she vanished with him and Suzuki right on the spot. He tossed his companions some cash for lunch and ordered them to hold up with Suzuki's crew. As Ian, Suzuki, and the others turned to go, the girls called out their good luck and wished him well. Back in the guild cafeteria, Suzuki's friends hurried up to apologize for every bit of chaos their leader unleashed. Two men strode through the city streets, cutting straight through the chaos like they owned every step. Suzuki swallowed hard and admitted the guy, trash-talking him, had a special item. He leaned in and demanded answers from Suzuki. Was he finally the guy he'd been hunting for? Suzuki snapped the attack aside, cheeks burning, then shot straight through what was his own link to that item. The hero finally confessed that that item had been a lifesaver for him every single day. Suzuki stared at the ground, feeling that heavy gloom settle in as his romantic future looked bleak. He suddenly cracked and burst into tears, seething with envy because the protagonist had the pretty girl. He tried to calm Suzuki down, urging him to chase after one of his own companions. Suzuki bluntly said that the swordswoman, Chanti, made her move with zero hesitation. But her tribe's brutal monogamy rules turned any romance into a mountain she wasn't sure she could ever climb. Those rules were way too tight for him to ever say yes. But for him, there was only one person worth noticing: Haru. Suzuki's eyes snapped to the young shaman Schleil. He spilled her traumatic past, fist clenched tight, regret burning like fire in his chest. He ended it by saying all he wanted was for her to find real happiness in the future. Suzuki swallowed his pride, apologized for misjudging him, and admitted the lies had him rattled and furious. While they walked, he fumed over the chaos this E had caused, and Suzuki just watched in awe at his fearless kindness. They finally burst through the last stretch and found a crumbling, falling apart building waiting for them. Inside looked just as beat up as the outside. A voice from deep within suddenly blared, announcing their arrival. Two men greeted Suzuki with big smiles. Then their expressions crumpled the second they spotted who he brought along. It shrieked in pure shock and betrayal, but he only answered with a chilling grin. He calmly told everyone, "I'm not here for revenge," even though his intimidating look made it sound like a threat. Then he finally spilled the real reason he came, lifting a tiny booklet like it was a secret weapon. He cornered the two men and demanded to know if they had any clue about who wrote the doujinshi. One of the men shot an apology, saying he'd totally lost his temper the moment he saw his gorgeous beastman companion. The protagonist's cheeks flared red then. Even with the man crossing the line, a wave of happiness still broke through. The two men bowed in awe, still reeling from the fact that just days ago the guy was a virgin. They told us the building used to be a magic scroll factory. Now it's secretly where they print doujinshi under the radar. He nearly choked when he realized other artists were out there, marching right in the great second sensei's footsteps. One of the guys leaned in and praised the doujinshi's art. And you could tell he wasn't just looking, he knew his stuff, especially those beastman ears. He couldn't believe it. He was totally stunned and buzzing to find out the guy was the artist himself. Suzuki couldn't believe it. The guy's cat user job was insanely rare. The artist burst into a bitter wail, screaming that Kate Sith had tricked him into taking this awful job. He thought about unleashing his jobless skill to help, but then he shut the idea down and walked away. He figured the guy's day-to-day life wasn't really getting hit, so there was no point in stepping in. The artist spilled his petty revenge plan. Turn cat-eared beastman into a smash hit just to make the Kate Sith absolutely lose it. He snapped, "You're stupid," but made it clear he didn't mean they were truly bad. Then he offered to buy a few of their works to make things right. He tried to play it cool, but the artist clocked him instantly. The artist came back clutching a magic scroll, ready to light up the world with messages. He said it was his niece asking for more ink, and the deal was paid with 2 tiny coins. The artist froze in shock when he offered 2 gleaming silver coins instead. Fueled by the massive payment the artist promised, he vowed to craft a masterpiece no one could forget. Suzuki told him to go tell the girls he'd be back in a flash. They clasped hands and swore right there that nothing from today would ever be spoken. He burst back into the roaring guild tavern right in the middle of all the noise and chaos. He spotted his crew huddled at a table while Haru dozed off in the middle of it, fast asleep. He lit up the group with a greeting, then said Suzuki had to step away, other business was calling. Suzuki's companions softly brushed the sleeping Haru's head. Schleil leaned in and whispered, Haru's tail's wagging in her sleep. He made it clear the money he'd handed over was more than enough to pay for the food. Schleil skidded in and told everyone that Suzuki's companions finally realized he wasn't a bad guy. He fidgeted and blurted out, "So, what were you guys talking about?" He grabbed the sleeping Haru and headed back to let her rest, telling the others they could all stay. Right before Suzuki could leave, his buddies grilled him about what he did for work. They leaned in, baffled. Carol kept dodging the whole topic like it burned her. He awkwardly confessed that he didn't have a real steady job. The girls stared in disbelief and demanded to know how he pulled it off, how he even managed to cover all his expenses. Aru and Carol jumped in, bragging about how they helped, and somehow they made everything even worse. The girl locked eyes on him, convinced he was one of those gamblers with no real job. He fought to find the right words, anything to explain his mess without giving away that he was jobless. Carol lunged straight at him, chest puffed with pride as she blurted that he was the savior of her life. Her smug grin backfired hard now. The other girls looked at him like a total scumbag, convinced he'd exploited everyone he claimed to save. He panicked and tried to untangle the fresh misunderstanding, talking his way through the mess about the taxes. Right then, Suzuki stormed back, rallying his crew so they could move together. His companions snapped into action and agreed right away to head out. Suzuki ponied up for the whole group, waved them off, and walked away, still stuck on the fact that nobody had cleared up the rumor that he was the good guy. He shouted after them, desperate to clear his name, only to find they were already out of reach. But right there, Haru started squirming and stirring in his arms. She jolted awake and wrapped her arms around his neck in a bone-crushing hug. He felt his cheeks flare red as she pressed close and nuzzled him. Totally stunned, and not knowing what to do next, she pressed her face into his affection with a warm, happy nuzzle. Carol couldn't believe it. Her actions totally flustered him. Carol panicked, blurted out a quick excuse, and bolted before anyone could stop her. Haru kept sniffing him like she'd just found the best mystery snack, tail whipping side to side with pure excitement. He knew this tavern wasn't the right spot, so he snapped into action and decided to bolt right now. After herding drunk Haru out, he yanked himself into a quiet spot and crashed for a quick breather. He chose to put Haru's plan first, and everything else had to wait. He stroked her head gently, thinking, as long as she's smiling, I'm good. But then her expression hit pure, unstoppable bliss. Her ears flickered, and she scooted in close, breathing in right at his neck. Heat surged across his face. She kept sniffing him nonstop, and while it wasn't exactly the right vibe, it still didn't feel bad at all. He pressed a soft rub into her fur, and she slipped right down his side, still sniffing at his shoulder like she couldn't get enough. He figured all he could do was snort right back, and in that moment, he realized he couldn't tease Joff Ellie anymore about being a foolish couple. He just screwed everything up by falling hard for Haru then. Out of nowhere, Haru gasped, bowed low, and her face screamed pure regret. I'm really sorry, she stammered, and he blinked at how fast the tears cleared from her face. He told her it was fine, swore he'd never do a thing she didn't want. Then she leaned in and whispered, Master, don't you like it? He froze at her blunt question, then he blurted, loud and proud, Yeah, I do. Of course I do, he said with a grin like he knew he liked it way more than she ever suspected. Then he leaned in and asked, So, how was it? Haru snapped her gaze away, cheeks blazing red, and clutched her skirt like it was the only thing keeping her together. I get it, she said, eyes locked in with pure determination. Haru, he asked, Are you ready? She didn't hesitate. I'm fully prepared. He was totally lost, peppering her with questions about what she had planned for him, and she told him that if he was that fired up, she wanted to treat his feelings the right way. Then his heart started slamming against his ribs. He still had zero clue what she meant, so she threw her hands over her head like the whole situation was too much to handle. I might not be ready for whips and candles, she muttered that he should start with only verbal abuse. And then he went still, realizing something was way off, waving his hands frantically like, No, I'm not into anything that'll hurt you. She remembered him acting like he was into that exact kind of doujinshi earlier. Then she stepped up to him with tears blazing in her eyes. He admitted he only hesitated with the book because what it revealed caught him off guard. Then he told her to breathe and promised he wasn't the kind who gets off on hurting a girl, so Haru shot back, asking if she could hear what he wanted. Sweat broke out on his brow as he realized, yeah, he could lock onto exactly what he liked with just his eyes. Then he paused and thought. He told her he loved her most exactly as she was, then admitted he liked every single piece of her, no matter if she was drunk or spiraling in her own thoughts, until Haru's face flared red with a deep, uncontrollable blush. He let out a shaky laugh and admitted, If I had to say, I'd love for her to be a bit more assertive. Then Haru straightened up, grit flashing in his eyes. I'll do my best, he vowed with fresh resolve. He turned beet red and confessed he couldn't wait, then said Carol was waiting, and it was time to head back to the stable right as night swallowed everything. The three of them jolted awake in the stable and traded loud, cheerful good morning greetings. He begged forgiveness for stuffing the stable so tight it felt impossible to breathe. Carol told them the stable was packed with folks the priest tossed out of the inn, and Haru laughed that cuddling up together and sleeping like that was the best kind of fun. Carol nodded with a huge grin, and relief flooded him the moment he realized they truly loved it. He told himself it wasn't such a bad thing to happen once in a while because he could still feel what it was like getting squished between them all night. He let out a shaky laugh and confessed he couldn't sleep a wink. Everything that was happening just crushed him. Carol and I handed both of them fresh hiking shoes, and he told the girls they looked amazing in their new kicks. Carol thanked her master. He told them to hand back the sheets and move. Then they rushed into the inn. He thanked the innkeeper for the sheets, and the innkeeper groaned that she'd made them crash in the stable. Then she slid them a free breakfast as her apology. He leaned in and demanded to know was she really sure? The innkeeper wouldn't let it go. He insisted they should try the food, and Carol pushed him to take the offer. East Side was still stuck on that priest who left perfectly good food untouched, and he snapped, We can't let good food go to waste. while Carol clenched her fist like she meant it. As Carol grabbed a free meal, the dining area was already packed and buzzing right as Haru called his name. She jabbed at a wanted poster on the wall, and he stared at it, locking eyes with the faces of Joffrey, Elise, and Kentoris. Haru caught sight of it and realized the poster was stamped and made by the goddess church. He couldn't shake the feeling that the priest from yesterday was the one who ordered that poster. Hiru admitted it might be true, and she nailed the real clue, look at the price tag, and it screamed that Kentoris was the main target. A voice snapped from behind, asking if they knew anything at all about the donkey. He whipped around and locked eyes with Melemia. He froze in shock, staring at her like, "Wait, are you even okay, and why are you here?" Then she smiled and said her name was Malamia, a deacon appointed to look after Ken Therese. She spilled the church's secret plan like she couldn't keep it hidden any longer. The whole plan was wild graft a real hero's cells into lab test subjects to forge a man-made savior. And yeah, countless animals paid the price, but in the end they cracked it and finally birthed the hero Alexio. But one creature didn't budge at all, Kentoris. A slow donkey, somehow staying untouched by the cells. Melemia admitted she was the one who let herself out of the stables. And when she said it, he let out a heavy sigh like, seriously? She was sharing the kind of dangerous story people shouldn't hear in public. Melemia shrugged and said it was fine. Then she openly called the innkeeper cheap, like he was the kind of target you could throw under the bus if you had to. He was reeling from her coldness. She shrugged and said, the punishment for freeing Kentoris was nothing more than a demotion. She had no clue why the church was suddenly hunting Kentoris, but she was sure priest Limestone Sama wanted her dead. Then Melemia pressed him hard, asking what he planned to do to the people traveling with Kentoris. He said he'd only one thing on his mind, keeping her safe under his own protection. Then she snapped back that if the priest Limestone caught them, they'd get executed on the spot. Besides knowing it would be gut-wrenching to walk away while the people he cared about were left to die, he asked Haru to sniff out their scent because if only it came with one clear, unmistakable smell like catnip, he'd finally have something to track. So yeah, if you're hunting for some catnip, we've got it. A cheerful voice blurted, and Marina and Cannon stepped into view right in front of them. Marina said she'd come to hunt down the faces on the wanted poster. Then he groaned, because he knew this mess was about to get a whole lot worse. Marina flashed a grin, catnip dangling in her hand, and asked if they needed help, so he had no choice left but to talk to her. He snapped at Haru and Carol, telling them to stay right there. He grabbed the item bag Daigerudono had sent him and shoved it into Marina's hands. Kanan realized that this was the same fate they'd already been handed, and Marina's eyes blew wide with pure shock. "So you're a wanderer too, just like Marina?" she blurted. Then demanded to know if he was Japanese. Meanwhile, he shot her a glare, desperate to keep his origins under wraps. Marina waved it off and said it was fine. Cannon already knew what he was dealing with. Then the guy snapped, "You damn swindler." She just told him, "Don't you tell a soul." And right after that, Cannon snapped into a wild, maniacal fit of laughter. "Marina, the sun would set on you if you kept yapping like that," she cackled, and then snapped, "Speak normally." Cannon's eyes widened as he asked her straight up if he was Melemia's master. Cannon said she really was, then blasted the truth. She landed in this world 3 years ago and got stuck with the introvert job right off the bat. She flat out said this job felt like pure hell with her personality blazing the whole time. As he offered condolences, she couldn't help wondering out loud, what if she'd met the goddess Toralul first? Would everything have turned out differently? She spilled her struggle, how it spiraled until she was drowning in debt and chained into slavery. Right when it felt like everything was over, Marina burst in and saved her. Marina snapped in, "I didn't save her, I just scooped her up cheap." Then she slipped Kanan a magical mask so it could tame her two personalities for good. Kanan, Sakura Marina flashed that confident mask of hers and declared she was unbeatable. Then she leaned in and asked if Marina could finally trust them. He let out a tired sigh and said, "I get it." Then Sakura Marina leaned in and asked, "So how important is that catnip to you guys?" Then she nailed it. Realized the real treasure was the locket hidden inside. She cracked it open and there it was, a photo of her parents staring back at her. "It's the only thing I managed to bring back from Japan," she told him. Then he pressed, "So can you take me home?" She snapped open the truth the goddess never told her she couldn't go back, so she clings to that sliver of hope to keep herself calm. He let out a heavy sigh, then nodded and agreed to team up with them to hunt the locket. They burst back to the group. He couldn't shake the weird feeling that he was about to chase Jaffar's crew, so he told Haru and Melemia they'd stick with them for now. Then he demanded to know where Carol was. Carol came rushing back, breathless with apologies, swearing she'd kept them waiting. She said most bounty hunters had headed south, but nobody had a single record of Joffrey ever crossing that bridge. Then it hit him, these guys could finally predict their route, and the realization blew him away. He finally confessed that he'd been scared out of his mind about her. Carol swore she wouldn't touch anything risky. Then he grinned, patted her head, and thanked her for always being there for him. Carol lit up with pure joy while Marina tried to reel the girls onto her side, but they refused to budge and clung to him instead. After they tore through breakfast, they bolted out of the border city. Haru leaned in and followed the catnip's scent like a bloodhound, and he told her straight up that he was counting on her. The wind pushed straight toward them, whipping the scent along and making the trail impossible to miss, and together they rode side by side in a carriage. He leaned in and whispered to Malemia that the deacon was spouting hilarious nonsense, while Sakura Marina beamed and declared the weather was perfect just like her blessing. Marina leaned in and told her to shut her mouth. Cannon muttered that she was basically a walking natural disaster, but he grinned because it was the first time he'd ever seen someone actually get along with Marina. Marina couldn't stop wondering whether freeing the Cannon from slavery was the smarter move. She tugged on Cannon's cheek and said, "Rich folks won't touch a slave like that because they can always get their money back." The talk suddenly turned to one brutal question: how slaves were being treated in Dhaka. Marina swore the treatment on this continent hits harder than anywhere else. The continent on the east was the absolute worst. She leaned in and said that out there, they didn't even treat slaves like people anymore. There, slaves were treated like disposable merchandise, nothing more than expendable goods. They got dragged onto the battlefield, used up in seconds, and tossed aside like trash. Carol couldn't stop wondering if this continent had once been slammed by a war against demons, and that's why the priests still held all the power, so he pressed for any clue at all about the demons. Carol shot back that the church swore the demon wasn't just any monster, it was a vampire. Malemia spiced things up by tossing in a handful of classic vampire folklore. They even said the master-slave bond could flip if the one beneath managed to overpower the one above. So when the carriage lurched and finally stopped, her eyes snapped wide with pure shock. Hold up, how does Cannon even know something like that? He blurted the question out loud, baffled. Carol demanded every eye in the room, standing tall and raising her arm like she was about to steal the spotlight. Then she grinned with pride and shoved out the map she'd picked up back at the place. "Whoa, when'd you get that?" he asked, flashing her a big approving thumbs up at the awesome cover. Kanan eyed it with pure suspicion, demanding to know where she'd gotten a map packed with military facilities. "Then you won't tell me," Kanan said flatly, and Carol shot back that she couldn't spill what she didn't have. She leaned close and hissed to Ichino, "You saved me, Carol." And he just shrugged it off, telling her, "Don't say it." With a confident thumbs up, Harold proclaimed that, in the end, Ichino-sama was the most important thing in her entire life, leaving him absolutely stunned. "Same here," Haru blurted, gripping the leashes tight. "And for me, nothing matters more than Master." Malemia grinned, watching everyone look up to him like he was the man. With the map in hand, they headed straight for the watchtower where the borders of Randall, Dackett, and Collet all met. Because of a treaty signed 15 years ago, the place had been left to rot into an empty tower. Yet they still wouldn't let anyone in. Kanan pressed him on what he planned to do with Joffrey-san and the others. Ichino watched, stunned, as Kanan casually spilled the hero general's secret to everyone. "Got it time to take a breather," he declared to the whole crew. He poured in the petite water and made a wild splash in the bucket to get the horse reacting. Suddenly, Kusunoki lunged in and snatched the water jug right out of his hands. "So you're a magician," she blurted, tugging his clothes, and then asked, "Does using magic feel good?" "Yeah, you call yourself a magician, but you can't cast a single spell," he snapped back, daring her to prove it. Malemia balanced an apple on her head while Kusunoki raised his bow, and the moment he did, nerves ripped through him twitch after twitch. "Spare me, don't make me watch that blood," he muttered, eyes burning as he couldn't force himself to see her aim. She squeezed her eyes shut and launched the arrow anyway. The arrow spun in midair, flipping like it had its own agenda. It shot straight for the apple perched atop Malemia's head. Kusunoki smirked and declared, "How was that? This is my greatest magic." Haru burst into laughter and told them how she talks to the wind spirits to bend the arrow's path wherever she wants. A vivid image showed her yanking a string to twist the arrow's path. "Wait! Train your archery like normal," he begged, because he had a feeling she was about to pull off something seriously neat. "So if you can shoot with a bow that good, why not just become an archer already?" he snapped. Malemia snapped that Kusunoki couldn't switch jobs, had zero bow skills, and in battle that made her almost totally worthless. Kusunoki shot up with fresh purpose and said, "Look, I'm not changing my class, maybe I could, but I don't care, I'm going to master it." Egolt spiraled, stuck on the terrifying thought of what it would feel like to finally master his own unemployment. Eris insisted her archery skills were way too lethal to waste, even if her firepower was kinda lacking. Malemia then stepped up and offered to lend him the magic bow she'd won as a reward. Kusunoki's hands trembled with emotion as he accepted the weapon, then snapped his aim straight at a nearby rock. She yanked the string back and the bow flared to life, glowing with terrifying, unstoppable power. The arrow ripped forward, blasting the air behind it with a chain of roaring energy bursts. It slammed into the rock with a brutal crack, shattering it into a storm of deadly pieces. Kusunoki got blasted backward by the bow's raw power. Bam! His body skidded through the air. She trembled in her hands, gripping the power of that weapon like it might shatter her. Then she crumpled to the ground, totally drained, every last bit of magic power gone. Malemia snarled a breath, hauled the unconscious girl onto her back, and sprinted into first aid mode. As she did, Aru's ears flicked, and the ground started to rumble like the air itself was warning her about monsters. A rock cracks open and giant ants explode out in a wild, buzzing swarm. He finally understood Marina's presence had obliterated the army ant's nest. Master Haru blurted, "Let me be your vanguard," then shot her a look that said, "Just leave it to me." He took the plunge and unleashed a brand new idea, cranking his magic up with a power boost so intense it skyrocketed his spell power. He blasted a fire spell so boosted it felt insane right at point-blank range, no wider than a breath. Flames erupted from his hand like a living explosion. The moment the ants surged forward, the flames snapped around them and swallowed their charge in an instant. The creatures shrieked as the searing heat turned them to ash. His companions just stood there, frozen in pure jaw-dropping shock. He stared out at the enormous, smoking crater his attack carved into the world. He stared in stunned silence, shocked to learn the power stretched way past what he'd imagined. Especially since he'd only set the range small. Whoa. Haru's eyes went wide as he unleashed exactly what everyone expected from a master pure destructive power. He stared at the scorched land and finally realized, yeah, he'd done the job. Yeah, I really did ask for this because pumping 10 times the usual. MP blew him out, he sighed, staring at the mess like, "Yep, I overdid it. Master Ascent is closing in fast," Haru warned. And that smell of the priest from yesterday just hit again. He couldn't stop thinking since they couldn't duck away in a carriage. What were they supposed to do next? Right then, Cannon burst in with a soft, peaceful smile that somehow made the moment feel even more dangerous. A priest and his men spurred their horses ahead, convinced the thundering noise had to be coming from somewhere close by. They froze in their tracks, eyes locked on that massive crater carved into the ground. The voices sound miles off, Haru noticed as the men walked away, so I figured, finally, we're safe now. With a sharp swish, the cannon burst out of the heavy mist that had been hiding them. Hide mist is insanely powerful magic, and the look on his face screamed he couldn't believe it. Kanan told him it was basically the just the sight version of the Room of Serenity, so he couldn't claim it was good magic all on its own. "Master," Haru blurted, pointing hard toward the road the deacon had just come from. "Malimia-san, Haru, come with me," he demanded, and then he snapped, "Everyone else, stay put right here." They charged right toward the tower. They spotted a full camp already set up right at the base of the structure. From the bushes, they peeked through it all and confirmed the priest had found the right trail, so they set up camp right outside. "All right, what do we do now?" he whispered, then made the call to turn back for now and cook up a real plan. Safe inside the mist, Carol tapped her half-mini-human trait and raked in intel from way out in the distance. If Carol and Malimia swing back from their scouting mission, Carol raced to the priests and blurted out everything she'd heard. Haru checked the tower and swore Jeffruson's scent was still hanging in the air, so he had to be alive in there. He couldn't stop wondering why those priests acted like they were already dead. Sorry, Carol snapped, cutting through his thoughts. Then a spark lit up in her eyes. She had an idea. She laid out her plan to strike alone, find Joffrey and Elise, then leave 2 of them behind to act as bait and split the enemy's focus. "In moments like this, please, Carol," she begged, her determination burning like a flame. The moon climbed into the sky as night swept over everything. A lone tower jutted up against the sky like it owned the whole horizon. When Guard roared about the monster swarm, he snapped at Haru it was time to move. From the edge of the tree line, Carol and Cannon stare as they march away. He'd already mapped out the whole plan for them earlier. Marina was uneasy about Carol taking the temptress role at first, but Carol vowed to level up and prove she could become dangerous in every way. He couldn't stop thinking that if she mastered it, her skill would turn into something downright unstoppable. A guard looked her in the eyes and thanked Carol for stepping in, fully realizing how brutal her job class had been. The plan snapped into place. Millennia and Haru would ride the chaos like a smokescreen, slipping into the tower under the cover of it. Right then, Kentress cut in and asked to join them. Even though she worried she'd slow him down, he still nodded and let her come with him. She swore she'd never slow them down, and her fierce determination hit him like a blast of her parents' spirit. Joffrey dragged him aside and told him, face to face with her, there was something urgent they had to talk about. Back in the present, the guards dug in and fought tooth and nail as the last monsters tried to break through. With the plan finally working, Carol and Cannon grinned. Now it was their turn to make the next move. His crew burst up to the tower's doors, but the air felt empty. No one was inside. Inside was pitch black, and somehow the darkness felt too clean. No traps, no ambush, just an unsettling silence waiting to snap. He gambled on it and hurled a tiny light spell into the darkness. With the hall blazing under the lights, Haru tore ahead, chasing a scent only she could sense. They tiptoed down the endless, ghost-empty corridor, barely daring to breathe. A faint sound snapped at his focus, and he whipped his gaze to a tiny opening in the wall. A massive shadow burst out of the doorway ahead, and he blurted out a warning. A towering armored brute slammed itself in front of them, cutting off their escape. Jaffar's heart sank when his presence detection failed to trigger at all, while Haru sniffed the air and only caught that sharp, iron-stale smell. He clocked it instantly, an automaton disguised as a guard doll the church had commissioned. No choice left, he yanked his sword out, ready to swing it down and end it. He hurled his blade forward with everything he had. The blade slammed into the doll's thick armor and bounced off like it meant nothing. He stared in shock as the blow landed with nothing. Then the doll jerked its arm up to swing and strike, Haru launched herself over the automaton, blade already raised and ready to strike. Then she whipped her sword through the air in one crisp arc and chopped the doll's head clean off. The helmet smashed onto the floor with a loud clatter, and when the sound faded, it was totally empty. With his headless body still stumbling forward, he snapped his eyes on the scene, then barked at Haru to get back. Then he tore open the sky and unleashed a jaw-dropping bolt of lightning. The doll crumpled into a sizzling blur of smoke, and right there, his theory about its weakness to lightning was proven dead on. But their relief lasted only a heartbeat. Marina suddenly screamed a warning from right behind him. A whole squad of armored dolls stood right in front of them, like a wall made of metal and menace. Haru yanked his arm, sure they had zero chance of taking on that many. He snapped into a brand new plan and blasted the dolls with a hard hit of water. He wasted no time slamming down another wave of ice that trapped the soggy automatons on the spot. His companions gaped at him as he laid out his plan to knock them down and leave them pinned in place. "Let's bolt." L threw in the call that retreat was the smartest move. After sprinting for what felt like forever, he skidded to a stop, convinced they were finally out of danger. Haru swallowed his regret and apologized for failing to sense the iron dolls, leaving them no choice but to hunt using nothing but their ears. Joffrey seized the moment to spill a chilling tale about two demons trapped inside the tower. He explained that a vampire and a devil had been locked away, and that a hero's blood acted like the spark that made it possible. It hit him like a lightning bolt. Maybe a hero's blood wasn't just sacred, it could shatter the seal. Haru pieced it all together, thinking the priest needed Tentorus's hero blood to break the seal and set the demons free. Once he decided that no matter what the priest was cooking up, the smartest move was to grab Kentorus for themselves. Right when another doll lunged at them, Marina snapped into action and fired off a light spell. Just as the Ottoman lunged in with his weapon, he yanked Haru out of the line of danger. He swiftly blasted the enemy again with another tiny thunder spell. Millennia shot him a grateful look, thanking him for saving Haru. He waved off the gratitude, fired up the crew, and shoved them to keep moving forward. He couldn't help but wonder if Joffrey really slipped into a place this deadly all by himself. Seeing the tired look on Haru's face, he immediately offered her some dried meat. Haru suddenly caught a whiff of dried meat leaking from behind the wall, and Marina immediately started hunting for a hidden switch. He warned her not to mess with random bricks, then, right as his words left his mouth, she found one. A hidden section of the wall cranked open and a secret room burst into view. Shocked but ready, he waved everyone inside with quick, confident urgency. They stumbled onto Joffrey and Kentorus passed out cold, asleep like a rock right among the supplies. He couldn't wrap his head around how they could possibly sleep so peacefully in a place like this. He lunged over and tried to wake Jaffra, screaming her name at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Carol leaned in and demanded to know what Kanan was cooking. Kanan fired back with reassurance. "You're safe because the monsters were locked in on the priest, not her." They slipped into the tower's back, moving so quietly nobody even saw them coming. Kanan let it slip. They weren't climbing, so Carol zeroed in on a precise spot on the wall. She shoved the wobbly brick aside and exposed a secret entrance no one was supposed to find. Kanan leaned in and told me the tower's architect was obsessed with secret doors. She explained that her kind crushed the basics of collecting everyday intel, but even so, tons of hidden secrets still lurked, waiting to be uncovered. But she declared they were right at the doorway of a black market of information. With zero time to spare, she yanked the confused Carol right inside. Carol blinked in disbelief. How in the world could Kanan slip through the darkness like it was nothing? Kanan just shrugged, that the dark didn't scare her anymore then. Carol's face twisted, hating how brutally he'd handled her. Kanan teased her, smirking like, "Relax, Haru's already taken care of." She swore the darkness made her feel safer, and Carol couldn't stop worrying about it. A sharp, clanking roar tore through the passage. Kanan instantly knew it had to be those mechanical dolls. The moment that doll appeared, Kanan snapped at Carol to step back, then promised she'd handle it herself. Carol's stomach dropped as she stared at the sword in her grip. She knew it wasn't real. Just a cheap knockoff she'd used to pull scams, and now she had to wonder if she even stood a chance. Ignoring the insult, Kanan snapped at her to just watch as the doll barreled forward. She raised her sword to the sky and screamed one command, "Awaken!" The moment she screamed the blade's true name, it exploded into blinding, roaring energy. A brutal burst of power detonated and erased the automaton from existence in an instant. Carol could only gawk, stunned by the scorched wall where that doll had been. Kanan smirked with confidence, then casually bragged that the magic sword was off the market for good. She finally tore the mask away. She was a magi blacksmith, and it was her own hands that forged that sword. Carol was absolutely stunned to learn that Magi Blacksmith is an advanced class and that you've got to master 3 other jobs first. Kanan just shrugged and said, "Look, every single person has a reason for what they do." In the hidden room, the newly awakened Joffrey erupted with a full-blown alarm shout. He panicked the second he realized it. His hero power from Excalibur didn't stay with him. It got ripped right out and handed to Kentorus. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why the people who showed up to save them would risk it for fugitives they were hunting. Marina cut in fast. All she cared about was getting her bag back. He told the others he'd just assumed Kentress picked up that weird sword. Jaffer swore he'd strapped the bag to Kentress, but the second he turned around, she was gone. While everyone stared around, Haru suddenly thrust a note into his hands, one she'd just found. Then it hit her Millennia was missing too. The whole squad gaped in stunned silence at the empty spots where their friends used to be. Haru frantically jabbed his finger toward the empty stone room. "Everyone, stay put!" he shouted, then he bolted down the hallway all by himself. She said Hyde was top-tier dark magic, something a church-trained soul absolutely shouldn't be able to pull off. As he sprinted, Cannon's warning slammed into his head, and he couldn't stop wondering what that deacon was up to. He sprinted up the stairs, mind racing. How on earth did that priest know the church's secrets? And why would he dare let a vampire slip free? Aru caught up to him, blurting out where he was headed. Right as he finally realized Milimia's story didn't add up. "Hold up, Haru," he barked, as she frantically tried to catch his eye. He told them he couldn't sniff out a single trace of them, and that they had to hit Priest Linesdown's place first. Kanan cut in and said she'd find the priest on the rooftop and point him the way. "No," he snapped, and told Haru to stick with the others because the danger out there was way too real. She spun around, eyes ablazing, and yelled, "I'm coming with you." "Yeah, it's downright dangerous, right?" he shot back, totally confused. He begged her to hear him out, but she just swept past him like he didn't matter. "I'm done being my master's slave," she sobbed, tears spilling as the words hit him like a punch. She snapped back fast, saying she'd still follow through, but the collar would never take away her pride. She blurted, "I'm the master sword and shield," then ripped her collar open as if to prove it. Tears poured down her cheeks as she pleaded for him to take her with him, because she knew this trip was going to be deadly. He yanked her into a tight hug and told her the truth. No sword, no shield could ever replace her. He gripped her by the shoulders and affectionately rubbed her head, like he was comforting her without saying a word. "Will you come with me?" he demanded, and she swore she'd stay by his side all the way to the ends of the earth. He nodded at her and said, "Lead the way," and the two of them took off together. They sprinted up the stairs, racing toward the rooftop. They burst to the top, and there, Milimia was sprawled on the ground, trapped, while two armed guards kept her pinned. The old priest and his bald henchman loomed over their prisoner, then snapped around when the newcomers arrived. "Who the hell are those guys?" he demanded. Then, the moment he saw them, he realized they were the same plebeians from the inn. The priest smirked and thanked the guards, smugly thinking that the wanted poster had lured them straight here. Turns out it was a full-blown trap to catch this guy when the priest stepped in, hands open wide like he'd been waiting for him. He jabbed a finger downward and the boy froze as the truth hit. Milamia is a vampire. The priest drove his foot into Milimia's back and sneered that he was nothing but a complete dud so low he didn't even deserve the title of a lower-ken vampire. Milamia snapped a glare upward and exposed the truth. He was the one who told the priest they needed the hero's blood to break the seal. "Do it!" the priest barked, snapping his hand toward the crystal shard as his men surged forward. Milamia's guards went for the kill, driving their spears straight through her shoulders with brutal precision. Milamia screamed in absolute agony while he and Haru stared on in sheer terror. His whole body started to shake, and a creepy little laugh slipped out of his lips. His sudden shift in attitude hit everyone like a shockwave. "Now you've really messed up, foolish humans." Milimia's breath hitched as she stared in horror, because with this, the seal is about to crack wide open. He hurled a vial of the donkey's blood onto a sigil, then swirled in his own, using it as a ruthless spark to bring his king back from the dead. The magic circle on the ground erupted with overwhelming power, lighting up the whole scene. A surge of raw energy blasted out from the circle as Milamia let out a blood-curdling scream. Then an eerie silence crashed onto the rooftop, like the whole world just stopped breathing. Milamia flicked her eyes to the guards every week, shouting the donkey's name at the top of her lungs. The priest exploded into laughter and called it perfect, and Milimia just started trembling, totally lost, like she couldn't even breathe. "Do you honestly think that donkey carries the hero's blood?" The priest sneered, like it was the funniest lie he'd ever heard. He admitted that, sure, Milamia cared for a non-aging donkey, but that was where the truth stopped. "That's why we cooked up that report to shut up fools like you," priest sneered with contempt. With a cruel smirk, he said their research proved the demons sealed in that tower were already long gone. The priest snapped that Milamea would wipe out his sin of pretending to be a deacon by giving his life because even a broken vampire's blood was worth something. Lee V had barely made the move when Malamia shrieked as a guard slammed a stake into his back. He exploded forward with a wave of dark power, and the guards went flying like ragdolls. The priest let the crystal slip from his hands, and right away, a brilliant shield flared around him like armor. Like you'd expect. Even a dud still claws its way to the end, fighting back every step while the priest watched Milamia work her magic, manipulating her own blood. Milamia's eyes went wide with pure desperation. He surged in and drove a petty heel into the fallen vampire, barking at him to stay alive. Milamia ragefully pounded his fist into the barrier, but it wouldn't budge, nothing would break. The priest cackled that his pendant turbocharged his magic, forging a barrier so perfect it would outlast Milamia's last drops of blood. "Don't you get it? Everything you're doing is pointless." The priest sneered, right as Melamia's desperate scream shattered the barrier. Blood suddenly fountained at the priest's feet, spilling up from beneath the barrier like it had been waiting there. From below the barrier, Melamia stared in shock at the sudden twist in front of her. The priest shrieked in pure agony as spikes of blood blasted up from the ground, skewering him from inside his own shield. When the priest crumpled, Melamia snapped at him not to worry about those people, and to keep on healing. The dying priest begged for help, but he shut him down cold, warned that if he stopped, Melamia would die. He clenched his jaw as the priest's body finally crashed onto the stone floor. Melamia groggily pushed himself up and started moving, one shaky step at a time. He crouched and snatched the glowing pendant right off the priest's corpse. Melamia, stop! Back up right now, he barked. And in the same breath, he quietly urged Haru to get the injured out of there. Don't you dare call me that, you human, the vampire shrieked. He gripped the pendant like it was life itself, pouring out that he'd waited his whole life for this moment, so his master, Valfsma, would finally give him a name. He stared at the pendant, heart sinking, convinced he was a total failure. Still no name, no answers. Rage and despair crushed him as he feared he'd be doomed to fail for the rest of his life. He barked back, driving home the same truth the priest said: the tower was empty. Nothing was left inside. He'd be forced to live with one brutal truth: if blood didn't break the seal, then he'd tear the whole tower down himself. Normally, that feat would have been impossible, but now Melamia clutched the pendant that could jack up his power to another level. He realized the pendant was about to explode with an insane surge of magic power, so he knew he had to shatter it before it swallowed everything. He thrust his hand forward and tore the sky open with a roaring blast of fire. He dropped to one knee, wheezing like every last spark of magic was gone, and the pendant hit the ground unharmed. A wild grin snapped across Melamia's face. Melamia shot me a grin and confessed, "I've been draining your power while we travel. Yeah, it's a vampire skill." He raised the glowing energy orb to the sky, daring the moment that would let him witness Valfsama's resurrection. He could only lock up in pure horror, cursing under his breath. A massive suit of armor snapped into view in front of them, and its silent threat turned the hallway ice cold. "Be honest with me, are you guys actually strong?" The girl in the witch hat blurted out, nerves shaking her voice. "Lay, yeah, we're strong," she declared, flashing a thumbs up and striking a bold pose right beside him. "Don't panic." He declared he had an exorcism item, then swung a giant bottle of holy water like a weapon. "It's just a machine, there's no way this should work." The witch-hatted girl burst into tears as she cried out. In total disbelief, she watched the armor jerk, rattle, and finally come to a stop right after it got drenched. He blurted, proud as a king, that holy water was the ultimate weapon, and he was sure it would drive that evil spirit out for good. She shoved her face into the helmet and gasped inside was a tiny paper talisman. "Wait, now it all clicks?" she blurted, like the truth finally hit her like a wave. "Let's keep using the holy water," he cheered, totally missing the fact that the doll only glitched because the talisman got drenched. Whatever, I guess it ends the same, but her eyes snapped to its neck and she swore that was the real weak spot. He lunged for another bottle in their item bag. Then it slipped from his hands, hit the ground, and shattered into pieces. "Joffrey, are you okay?" they blurted, sprinting over to check if he was really hurt. He stared as the spilled water didn't chill the floor. It slid straight toward the wall like it was being pulled. He grinned and said, "Finding what's hidden, that's my specialty." Then he shoved at the stone until a secret passage swung open. He burst into the empty chamber, grinning with pure triumph. Basking in how right his instincts had been, she begged for the hidden treasure's location, practically vibrating with excitement. Then, all they found was strange writing carved into the far wall. All three hunched over the script and their faces slowly cracked into these weird blank smiles. Every single one of them snapped their heads up together and swore they couldn't read a single word. Right when they started to wonder what it meant, she swore she heard familiar voices creeping from nearby. "Yahoo!" a voice blared as Karen and a little girl slipped into view at the doorway. "Where's Ichinoken?" Karen blurted out, scanning the room like she expected him to pop out any second. "Sheesh, after I told him." "Take care of Marina," she said, slapping the witch-hatted girl a loud high five. They spilled their dire problem, and she threw out the idea that Carol could crack the meaning behind the words. She clutched the little girl by her shoulders, yanking and shaking her hard as she barked, "Can you read it?" Carol shyly threw the truth at the group. She had a decoding skill so insane it basically left everyone speechless. With a sharp burst of focus, Carol declared, "Got it! I've cracked the text." It said, "I've taken the sealed girl resting here." And when she read it aloud, the truth hit an autograph written by the Demon Lord. Suddenly, the whole room started violently trembling like it was about to collapse. The moment the tremors roared louder, she screamed at the top of her lungs. "You really shouldn't be stuffing candies like this right now," Karen snapped. The girl with the witch hat snapped into action and started blasting out earthquake safety rules to everyone around her. As the shaking hit harder and harder, everyone lost their footing and crashed down in a tumble. Violent tremors yanked Marina's mask clean off her face. "Damn it," she hissed, clutching her face while Karen stared up at her with pure dread. Way above Ichino, gravity seemed to slam into him. His body went heavy and his mana was nearly wiped clean. He stared up at the swirling vortex of dark energy, and the cold truth hit this tower was about to get obliterated. "Run, I beg! Haru, grab onto my shoulder and don't let go." I'm not ditching my master and slipping off on my own, she snapped, dead set on never leaving him behind. Haru, he promised. I'll crush my Lemia and put an end to all of this, no exceptions. In times like these, you can always count on me, she said, her eyes blazing with resolve. Then she rocketed ahead like a streak of lightning, charging straight at their enemy. She launched into the air and drove a thunderous kick straight for Mylemia. Her strike slammed into a blazing wall of dark energy, stopping her cold. Mylemia snapped her defense up, and shadowy tendrils tore through the air straight for her. Damn, you're fast. Mylemia realized he had to close the distance to the pendant now. Ichino bolted forward, chasing the gap and desperate to reach him before it grew any wider. Haru twisted, dodged, and slipped through the darkness as deadly attacks crashed around him. Mylena slammed her into a cage of darkness, cutting off every escape route. She dug in her stance, gripping her staff like a shield as the impact came crashing in. Those tendrils crashed into her body like a wrecking ball, crushing her with brutal force. Gah, she shrieked, reeling from the hit, while Ichino blared her name like a desperate lifeline. Like a true white wolf, Mylemia slipped in behind her right when you dropped your guard. Haru froze in place, breathing out with a cold edge, and reminded her he was only half human. Mylemia, what are you doing all of this for? Ichino snapped, staring as the glowing sphere above him throbbed with power. Valve isn't in this tower anymore, Mylemia said it, calm as ice. Ichino roared, you should have known that, but Lemia cut him off with a sharp shot like, you seriously don't get it. Ichino just stood there, stunned, as he gawked at the blood-soaked kid. This is the only thing I've got left, Mylemia gasped, his body wobbling like it might give out any second. He finally spilled his secret past half-vampire blood born from Valfsama and a human. That connection to Valfsama was the only reason he could breathe. But the moment his master got sealed, despair crashed over him like a wave. Do you know what it felt like when he screamed and his power blasted wild, lighting up everything around him? Mylemia Ichino begged, your body can't take this anymore. I'd gladly lay down my life for him, Lemia blurted, stretching her hand toward the sky. If this Valve guy really cared about you, he wouldn't push you into all this. Ichino snapped back. He told me Haru, someone he deeply cared for, had said the exact same thing, and she was ready to throw her own life away for him. I'm not letting that happen, he snapped, voice cracking. I can't stand the thought of Haru getting hurt because of me. It's already too late, Mylemia said, calm as ever. Then she fired off her secret art. It's already activated. Heroes always show up too late, she snapped. Then she drew her sword and the cannon finally landed. Awaken, she snapped, grabbing Ichino's attention and insisting he had one job: wreck the tower, or both of them would pay. She slammed her blade down and blasted a colossal beam of light, an X-geyser. Every single one of them watched that crushing attack rip through the air, screaming straight toward its target. Arya, he blurted, shocked out of his breath because she materialized right beside him. Kanan, take another shot, he bellowed. We've got to line it up and hit that gap. Yeah, I'd love to, but I can't, she said, forcing a shaky smile. And she told her that her attack had to recharge, so Mylemia immediately snapped at her to wait. Hey, don't get stuck on me, she teased, grinning at him as she warned him. A wild, roaring laugh tore across the rooftop like thunder. The real hero is here, Marina roared, lifting her demonic bow and locking her sights on the pendant. I won't let you, Mylemia snapped, lunging forward to cut her off. Don't you dare move! Carol squealed, yanking her sword up in front of Kanan like she was ready to strike. Mylemia froze for a breath, wondering if that tiny girl was actually clutching a real magic sword. Kanan finally confessed to Ichino that the heavy sword she'd lent for self-defense was nothing special at all. Even with the sword weighing her down, Carol dug in, stood her ground, and pinned the enemy in place with relentless pressure. Mylemia's eyes popped wide with shock when she spotted the injured white wolf trying painfully to drag herself forward. He clutched his bleeding hand, panicking as he realized he couldn't last much longer. He clenched his fist and vowed to get rid of the guy who tried to snatch that pendant first. He lunged forward, but Kanan and the others slammed into him and shut him down. He slipped right past them, then snatched Marina from behind like he'd been waiting for the perfect moment. Come on, let's wait right up until that tower finally crashes, he growled, clutching Marina like a hostage. Oh, come on, he's a total wimp. Karen shot back, dead cool. She softly stroked Marina's head, whispering, Easy, don't push yourself. Be Kanan without my mask, Marina stammered, tears spilling over as panic hit her eyes. Karen flashed a smile because she wouldn't forget her mission. Get back to her country. Don't get mad even if I miss, Marina blurted out, begging him for reassurance. All right, I'll go for it, she blurted, wheeling around to lock eyes with the target. As Mylemia lunged in to interfere, Ichino snapped, shouting at the top of his lungs just to grab her attention. I don't have enough blood, she thought. And then she decided to gamble everything, pouring her own life force into the mix. She loosed the arrow with everything she had, hurling it forward as her scream begged, no, demanded that she be allowed to return to Japan. A blazing projectile streaked straight through the darkness, zeroing in on that pendant hanging in the sky. Kanan tore open a roaring swirl of magic that spun through the air like a living storm. A relentless spell tore through the air, blazing with raw power. Mylemia's face fell as she stared at the girl closing in, and she muttered, That's unfortunate. I've harvested the flow of magic. Hainan roared, as a choking dark aura crawled around Mylemmia. The scattered magical arrows began snapping together, vanishing into one deadly spot. With a deafening shout, Cannon drove her fist forward and unleashed a tightly packed blast of energy. Marina planted her feet and watched the attack blast through the sky like a rocket fired from fate itself. She flashed a victory smile, sure she'd finally won, right before Cannon crumpled against her. Cannon cheered her on, but then she admitted the hard truth: those pendants' magic wasn't just helping, it was swarming inside her like it was going to backfire. Dark energy surged as Lemia swore while she still breathed. The secret art would be finished. She sneered, saying he couldn't possibly hold his ground since he'd run out of mana potions to refill his power. Still, he flashed a grin and showed off a fistful of mana grass. He confessed that even after his mana came roaring back, the grass still tasted awful and the poison had his mouth feeling all tingly and weird. Mylemmia shot forward like a bullet, stopping him from charging his magic. Then he hit the magic power boost anyway. A white, fluffy tail burst into the shot out of nowhere. Haru shot forward like a bullet, planting herself in front of him and smashing the attack back with her own explosive blast. "Did you honestly forget?" he demanded. And then he grinned, because he had Haru right there with him. "I'm my master's shield," Haru blurted, and Lemia got knocked back hard by a wall of white flame. He declared loud and proud that he had friends ready to stand by his side no matter what. Kane and Bia bid Mylemmia a final goodbye, tears and all. He slammed his attack boost into the battlefield like a thunderstrike. He couldn't stop thinking about Mylemmia, how she never once tried to take their lives, and to him, that somehow felt no stranger than a regular, everyday human choice. Master Aru blurted, snapping around with wide eyes when she saw her. He snapped his eyes open, and the whole world spun before his mind caught up. He ended up sprawled on Haru's lap, then blurted, "Are you okay?" Aru flashed a radiant smile and told him a priest had already healed her injury. Carol swore he'd blacked out, so she shoved one of their mana potions into his hands. She broke it down: this fake beacon was feeding on a limestone priest's blood to bait anyone with a bounty on Kintoro. She kept going, saying the deacon was hunting demons to climb the ranks with the priests until it sparked a whole racket out of nowhere. Carol wrapped it up by saying the real deacon died 3 years ago, and they had no idea how the half-vampire ever dug up the truth. He couldn't help but blurt out, "So, are they getting punished for this, or are they walking free?" Carol teased him about that scary mug of his and even joked that they should have charged money for taking down the fake deacon. Marina snapped bolt upright with a scream that sent everyone scrambling. Carol asked if she still had to wear her mask, and Marina nodded, shy as ever. "I'm back," Marina blurted, panicking as she tore through the room for her bag until Carol quickly shoved her mask into her hands. Carol confessed she'd been clutching it for herself all along. Marina grinned as she snapped her mask back on, vowing right then that she'd never lose it again, just like he told her to wear it. He nodded along with her, and in his own head he swore he had to guard her memories with his life. Carol warned Haru that Joffrey and Elise were still trapped inside the tower, and Haru immediately snapped that he'd track them by scent. He told them to go on ahead, but Carol was already gone. She'd sprinted off before he could finish the sentence. He and Marina started heading back, and he kept grumbling about how brutal it felt when his mana finally ran dry. He braced himself and asked Marina to speak to Cannon because he knew that goodbye was going to hurt like hell. Marina's cheeks flared red as she blurted out a heartfelt thank you and thanked him all over again. He asked if her photo was truly safe, and she nodded, confirming it without hesitation. He told her he'd been dying to talk to her alone ever since Haru and the others started getting worried. He laid out his plan to track down Daijiro, the guy hunting for a way back to Japan. He invited her to join their party on the road to Malay Guluri, then basically handed her the choice because the call was 100 hers. He told her that the moment she's back in Japan, she should hand his sister his letter. When Haru and Carol came back, he leaned in and told Marina that they could just leave the call up to Cannon. Marina could tell Cannon wouldn't ever feel truly happy if she stayed, and she finally clocked how badly her friend had been hurting. She said Cannon handed her the courage to march straight into Malay Guluri. Tears spilled down her face as she begged him to bring her and Marina along on the journey. He flashed a warm grin and promised her he'd gladly take them both. He lunged forward and firmly shook her hand. With a big smile for once, Marina officially crashed the party. Elsewhere, Joffrey and Elise burst into a dusty room, sweeping it for answers in a haze of grime. Elise cracked the code on some ancient writing and realized the money for the sealed girl was stashed somewhere right nearby. Joffrey shoved against the wall and a secret door swung open like it had been waiting for him. They stumbled on a bizarre jewel shaped like a comma, just sitting there inside. Right as they went to grab them, Carol shouted that she'd found the items. Aru and Carol stormed onto the scene with Kenteros, and he was all set to march them straight to the upper ground. They burst into the bright light, shouting for their master like their lives depended on it. Haru said that Jaffer and Elise spotted a whole new exit, ditched the scene, and stomped off grumbling about the wind. He let out a heavy sigh, crushed that he'd never get the chance to uncover what Kantaros truly was. Sunlight blasted through the forest canopy, pouring down like gold on the leaves. The party stared up at the sky and finally realized they'd been battling through the whole night. He finally exhaled in relief. Everyone was safe, and the others' charges had been wiped clean. He shot Haru and Carol a heartfelt thank you for all their grind, then promised he'd repay them with something special when they hit the next city. The two girls stared at him, eyes wide with curiosity. They both erupted into cheers, praising him non-stop for his generosity. He strode up to the carriage, Mind racing was his level stuck because Mylemia was already being treated as dead. He decided they weren't leaving yet. Breakfast came first. The tower loomed in the morning light, silent as a secret waiting to explode. Well then, Cannon let out a tired sigh, like the weight of everything just hit him all at once. Ichino leaned in and said, "Please take care of Marina and Cannon for me." "Don't you dare cry now," Cannon snapped, trying to lift Marina's spirits right there. Marina sobbed, barely able to breathe. "Thank you, Cannon. If I hadn't met you, I would have been trapped as a slave for the rest of my life. From this point on, you and Marina have to grind no shortcuts for both of your futures," Ichino told them. Cannon admitted that the longer she stayed, the more her heart would start begging her to go with them. "Haha, just kidding." She burst out laughing, trying to shake the tension loose. "All right, then guess I better get moving," Cannon finally said. "I've got to check something up in the tower," she said like it couldn't wait. "Since I'm a blacksmith, I have to see that tower's architecture up close. The way it's built is pure beauty," she said, striking a bold pose. She hurled her item bag to Marina and swore it was her parting gift. Marina burst out crying, "Thank you for everything." Tynan stormed off without looking back once. Ichino couldn't believe it. "You didn't even glance back." Marina spun around to face him, and the rest of them too. "From this day on, you're taking care of me," she declared, dropping into a deep bow. Gratitude crashed over her so hard that embarrassment followed right behind. "Yeah, welcome aboard," Ichino said it with a grin. The whole group cracked up together as they leaned by the wagon. "All right, it's time to go," Ichino announced, ready to bolt. He told them the next stop was the country's capital, Farut. Their journey ended in Malay Goluni, the magical city where Daijiro was waiting. "Don't worry, our journey isn't over yet," he shouted as the wagon thundered onward. Marina stared at Carol's alchemy in pure awe and blurted, "Kusunoki-sama really is an amazing person. But our ride through Dakota is only just starting." Ichino can't stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, Cannon dropped to one knee at the tower's base and drew a sharp line in the dirt. She couldn't stop thinking, did Valve really die for good? Especially after that priest warned her that nobody got sealed there, a terrifying shadow suddenly stretched behind her. And the thought hit hard, what if he was never sealed there at all? A cold hissing sound cut through the air as her body locked up in total shock. "I'm a vampire, the one who commands the darkness and slips through the shadows? Then I step into view." He squinted into the glare, grumbling, "Damn this wretched sun." Kanan shot his gaze upward, terror crashing through him as dark energy spiraled around his body. He told them it wouldn't be easy to crack his seal he had taught, that sealing technique to every caster himself. She realized Count Valve hadn't actually been sealed at all. He was just pretending, so he could sit back and watch the war unfold. Oh wow, this title hits like a wave from the past, and Valve Muse totally nails that nostalgic feeling. He finally admitted the truth when he saw her pull off that sealing technique. He couldn't help but worry about her. "You really are a total scumbag, Kanan. What you said is pure spit." Then he leaned in and called her straight to her face, Kanan the devil. "A crack just split part of the Demon Lord's seal, and he wants to know if you've noticed it." So that's how it all clicked. He could move again, and the moment he did, he finally understood his own people had been fighting to break him out. "I don't want some kin who gets wiped out by a mere human." Valve snapped it with ice in his voice. "Did you kill him?" she gasped, horror swallowing her whole. "Yeah, my shadow slipped into his dark robe, and he confirmed it." Then he ordered her to head straight to the kingdom of Arendelle and uncover what was behind the broken seal. "Who in the world would even listen to you?" Hanan barked back, all defiance and fury. "The Demon Lord's army hasn't crumbled at all." He snapped back and corrected her. Miles away, Marina throws a hand to her mouth, feeling a massive blast of power erupt somewhere in the distance. She's Marina, right? Valve basically warned them that Kanan's protection over that girl was pure threat. No, Kanan's scream tore through the air. "Don't!" she pleaded, her voice shaking like it might shatter any second. "All right then," Valve shot back, twisting every word like she meant to win the argument. "Use that word as my contract because you're going to serve me again," he declared. Heenan crumpled to her knees in sharp agony, gasping out Marina's name in a trembling whisper. She slumped on the ground, utterly crushed, eyes locked on that lonely tower looming above her. Back in that border town, Ichino's crew finally crashed at an inn and settled in for the night. With everyone else gone, Ichino said Haru's name echoed in the air, feeling weirdly lonely. He figured this was the perfect moment to dive into that book he'd managed to get his hands on, but he figured he still had a ton to learn if he wanted the research to be legit. A brutal knock at his door ripped him out of his thoughts, and he jolted like he'd been caught. Marina burst in and confessed she couldn't fall asleep because something in her mind was gnawing at her. "Wait, this is the part where you're supposed to rewind everything and see my story through my eyes, right?" she demanded. "Forget it," Ichino snapped, trying to wave it off like it didn't matter. But she wouldn't let it go. She insisted he watch as she opened her status screen just for him. So many things were screaming in his head, but he clamped his mouth shut and chose silence. Marina grinned like a winner and shouted, "I'm a genius after all," while she pointed to her unlocked jobs. Ichino couldn't stop herself. She blurted out one of her titles, and the moment it left her lips, she gasped. "She told me that title was so rare it felt almost impossible to find. So, you got Tawashi a perfect 5 out of 5, huh?" He just stood there, jaw dropped in pure amazement. She bolted away, mortified to the bone. Then he leaned in and offered to rip off her slave collar, holding up the key from the cannon like it was her way out. He remembered Tannen's warning, leave the collar on and you'd dodge a lot more risk. Marina stared at Haru and Carol's smiling faces from her memories, and a quiet thought hit her. You really are a kind person, aren't you? I don't think I have the right to answer that, he admitted, straight from the heart. Promise me you'll take good care of me too, she asked, voice trembling with nerves. He swore he'd take her to Daijiro's place just the way Cannon demanded. Sure, I might sound like a big shot, but the truth is I can't do a damn thing on my own, he admitted. Maybe someday I'll need Marina's strength, he said. Then he suggested they grab drinks. As she turned, something slipped out of his clothes and crashed onto the floor. Marina froze in blushing shock, staring straight at the R18 book like it just lit a fire in her nerves. How am I going to tell Haru and Carol this? He freaked out and sprinted out of the room. He bolted down the hallway, not looking back. In the divine realm, Mary fidgeted and demanded to know just how long her transfer process would take. A goddess warned her to stay patient, then brought up another transferee, Sakura Marina. The goddess remembered moving Marina right after she crashed off her apartment. A tragedy so brutal it felt like it wiped Marina and her brother out of reality itself. Then what about her? Miri pressed, eyes locked on the answer. Mary admitted she had a strong hunch the whole incident was rigged with bias. Are the ones who enter here truly dead? She demanded, challenging the goddesses to their faces. She stood her ground and said, No, my brother didn't die, he vanished. We didn't die, she snapped. And that's why you goddesses call it transfer instead of reincarnate. Then what did you do? The goddess demanded. Mary snapped her eyes away, mumbling that she was finally in debt to that person after all, like it was unavoidable. Right then, a new goddess stormed in and screamed that someone had slipped out. Sheesh, everyone's running wild, doing whatever they please. And the head finally shuts it down on his side. Mary, the ex-demon Lord Larity, couldn't stop asking herself how much longer was this torture going to drag on. The goddess couldn't stop worrying about the absolute worst case if Miri and Ichino-jo ever crossed paths. She had no choice. She stepped up and told Libra, the goddess who keeps order and balance in check. Libra got called in and was briefed on the whole situation with Kusunoki Ichino-jo and Kusunoki Miri. A report warns that the jobless skill transfer problem has to be handled immediately. So tell me, what do I do next? Libra asked herself, torn between her choices. The three goddesses stared on with grave, heavy expressions. Back at the inn, Ichino was on his hands and knees, scrambling to explain that R18 book to a stunned Haru, while Carol leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. Mary's face hardened into a grim, unshakable resolve. They were sprinting toward Farid. Now he's on the road with three crazy friends, Marina, a fellow Japanese like him, Carol, the half-elf troublemaker, and Haru Watat from the White Wolf tribe. He told them that Marina's alter ego wasn't just made. It was born from a blessing straight from this world's god. He leaned in and asked, What would you do if you couldn't change your job? When Carol demanded to know why, Marina snapped back, Because you're too loud. She told him she'd already chosen her path one day. She'd be a master street performer. She hadn't tapped her job's full power yet, and the moment she realized her magic could summon everyone's smiles man, it felt absolutely incredible. He grilled her, asking what she'd do if she could land a second job, and she just stared back, stunned she'd even heard of such a thing. He told them the whole truth since his blessing made him jobless. He was free to swap jobs again and again. Marina shot her hand up like a spark and begged him to go on. She blurted out that she wanted Hunter as her second job because without the right skills, her bow just couldn't land the kind of damage she knew she was capable of. After she tore herself away from Cannon, it hit her hard. Combat technique wasn't optional. It was the key to everything. He told her, I just slotted civilian as your second job, now go check your status. Marina blurted that her secret power had finally snapped awake like the goddess had chosen her with a divine blessing. She warned him, Stop obsessing over every tiny detail or you'll go bald. And then she patted him like a sad little poor thing. Haru and Carol swore they'd still love him even if he went bald. But he snapped at them to cut the pointless chatter. He shouted back at Marina, swearing he wasn't going to shed a single strand of his hair. She warned she'd curse him into baldness if he kept calling her magic a trick, then bragged she'd stomp monsters just to unlock brand new skills. Carol and Marina kept chanting, Go bald, and he practically begged them to stop acting like it could really happen. Suddenly, Haru screamed for her master, warning that monsters had burst into the world. He scanned the room and found nothing, so Haru snapped, Look up! A massive flock of giant vegetarian birds roared across the sky, blotting out the sun in a living wave. Carol warned them that those birds could trigger a famine, and that the guild would no doubt slam in a subjugation request to wipe them out. He realized they were way up in the clouds, and that felt like instant doom. Marina asked for her turn with the bow, but he snapped that she needed to wait because Haru's up first, and if she blasts now, she'll drain her MP in seconds. He went with his own magic because that 20 times EXP blessing wouldn't kick in any other way. He lifted his weapon and locked onto the sky. He raised his hands and started chanting Boost Petite Thunder. Lightning slammed out of the sky like a god's hammer. The birds got slammed headfirst by the electrical blast right in mid-flight. As those defeated creatures hit the ground, Haru and Marina rushed in, cheering him for that perfect shot. He thought it was pretty good, but Marina snorted and insisted her magic was far better. A notification blasted across his screen, level up, and boom, new skills unlocked. Then Haru hit back, confirming she'd leveled up too. She revealed her new Blood of the Beast skill, and just like that, her power and speed skyrocketed for a full 10 minutes. With her side hustle as a lumberjack finally leveling up too, she went straight to the system and demanded a switch to the fighter path. Then he pounced on Carol for an update, and she told him her peddler and gatherer jobs had both shot up in level. That meant she could finally step into the role of apprentice pharmacist, and she couldn't wait to start processing managrass instead of choking it down raw. He spun toward Marina, and the second he asked if she'd been listening, she snapped to attention like a warning siren. She double-checked her status and nearly dropped her phone. She'd leveled up so hard it didn't feel real, boosting her civilian job to level 8 and unlocking a brand new throwing stone skill. He shouted for her to stop right as she got ready to show off that skill. An iron ball smashed and ricocheted around the carriage like it was hunting for something. Carol stared, blown away by the street performer's skill. Then the stern man snapped, "Marina, never do that inside the carriage again." Marina stared in awe at her awakened power, but he shut it down fast, claiming it wasn't her doing at all. It was his unfair blessing that made her level up so quickly. She bragged about his insane power, 20x EXP, then threw in a second job and 3 gorgeous girls as slaves, and somehow added it up as an indirect 40x EXP. He confessed he had a cheat blessing, then swore up and down he earned it through hard work, and Carol took that as him throwing shade at them. He told them his jobless skill let his party members run 2 jobs at once under a wild 20 times EXP rate. But when it came to him, that was a whole different nightmare. He broke down his own multipliers, and boom, his growth rate skyrocketed, 2,000 times faster than normal people. He said once his jobless job was locked in, everything sped up 1,600 times faster, and yeah, it was still a total cheat. Marina's eyes widened, so her second job turned into a hunter now. Then she shot him a question: how did you pull it off without even stepping into the church? He confessed it wasn't some gift from above at all. It was his own skill, and it totally stunned the girls. With too many secrets weighing on him, he finally cracked and promised, "I'll explain everything later if you swear you'll tell no one." Just then, Haru whipped around and pointed straight ahead. "Farut's right there." And the whole town finally came into view. Elsewhere, a young boy leaned in toward a slot in a door and talked to the person on the other side, burning with a need to change the world even if he had to do it all by himself. The door swung wide, and the boy got pulled inside without a second to waste. Deep inside a secret society, their members packed into the shadows and bitched about one thing over and over, because the password kept changing. In the town of Furut, people whispered about an anti-government group called the Massacre. A hush swept through the crowd as the president finally stepped in. A masked boy stood in front of them, roaring about centuries of war with their neighbors and rallying every last comrade Koret. He admitted that while some were still grieving their missed shot at victory, others felt proud because they hadn't fallen yet. The crowd erupted in agreement, screaming that they already knew exactly what was going on. The president snapped that Korat wasn't a real enemy at all, just a fake virtual threat cooked up by a corrupt government to hide its own disasters. When he demanded the crowd define a life of luxury, one guy shot his answer out with zero hesitation. He swore it tasted like women's sake and came stacked with rich, luxurious meat so peppery it practically made your eyes water. The crowd exploded into a wild chant for pepper, leaving the president absolutely stunned. The man kept going, shouting for justice and tearing into the corrupt government like it was bleeding the whole country. Suddenly, a huge man loomed in the doorway, and the young president's stomach dropped because he knew they were in serious trouble. The man stormed in, seething with rage when he spotted a pack of brats in his warehouse. The president blared, screaming at everyone to sprint for their lives. The kids bolted in every direction, snatching up sacks of supplies while the man screamed at them to come back. The president and his vice president dove into a nearby alley to hide from the chaos. Vice President Tsukino groaned because the old man had shown up, while President Julio leaned back like, "Honestly, our speech went great." Sachino then leaned in and blurted out the big news, asking Julio if he'd heard that Uncle Narube got arrested. Julio remembered the rumors about some hero who flipped on the country and got hauled in, right after the whole thing went down in Florence, in the north. He clenched his fist and swore he'd never forgive Ichinojo and Haruwatat for snatching his hero away. Sachino shot back that he had to head out even though he was still alive. He said he'd gotten a job offer he needed to look into, and he was already hoping to grab Julio for a drink. Julio backed out fast, saying his dad would chew him out, so Sequino shrugged it off and kept moving. Near the labyrinth lurking by the town of Balosra, 2 figures hurried along the road. The hero groaned that he had to disguise himself. Everyone already knew his face. Alessio's companion, the mighty sorcerer Hag, shot back with biting sarcasm like, "Sure, the hero must be insanely popular." The hero swallowed his pride, apologized for what he said, and insisted it wasn't meant that way. Hag blurted out, wondering if there's any bright side to going bald as his hair started to vanish right in front of him. The hero cracked a joke saying it was good because nobody would ever clock him as his comrade. Then he grinned and admitted he was just messing with them before pointing at the sign and saying, "We're here, this is it." They stood at the entrance, staring at the seal that had been shattered. because the jewel that held the demon lord's power had been stolen. Hag mocked the seal for how plain it looked, but the hero snapped back that swords are made to be drawn, not shoved. They realized the trap snapped shut too, cutting off the jewel's magic and locking its power away. The hero was furious and heartbroken. He had no idea who uncovered the shattered seal, and he desperately wished the Pope could finally speak to the goddess face to face. Heck, they even needed to track down a Japanese guy with Toru Osama's blessing. Like that was the key to getting everything to work. He grumbled that goddess Toru's Sama was always dragging trouble along, and it sent Hag's nerves into overdrive. Hag's forehead broke into sweat as the meaning of what he'd just implied hit him like a truck. The hero asked if he was about to call her a total pain in the ass, and Hag shot the idea down fast, pure panic, straight denial. Hag remembered those wild rumors about a child blessed by Toru Osama, and handed a gig as a street performer. Then she knew they'd have to hunt the whole city to find them. With the plan locked in, the hero slapped the moment into place and shouted that it was time to take a break. He flashed a wicked grin and said, "Come on, let's hit the gambling tables." Oh yeah. Hag pitched the idea to hit up Quint Sand's place for answers instead, and the hero lit up like, yeah, finally? They tore back to the party and rolled up to the gates of this massive city. Marina's face fell as they shuffled into a mile-long line at the capital's checkpoint. And as their group inched forward, they realized the city had locked down its security even tighter. The trading post has its nose jammed shut for the night, so we're stuck waiting until tomorrow, he said. He knew they had to pivot fast, sell their wares, then grind out hunt missions to level up. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Marina blurted it out, and then Kinnan leaned in and asked me for a favor. She told me Cannon wanted her to hand over a package to the inn's landlady the moment they got there. He tilted his gaze to the inn sign and realized the bar on the first floor was about to turn into one non-stop, rowdy racket. As they climbed the stairs, the landlady's eyes narrowed, wondering where her employee had vanished to. He flashed a smile at the woman behind the counter and told her the four of them wanted to stay. Marina proudly handed over a gift from Cannon, a razor-sharp, beautifully crafted kitchen knife. He demanded 2 rooms, and the landlady immediately started guiding them down the hallway. She shoved the keys into his hand and told him a letter from Cannon said that knife was the payment for a whole week's stay, food included. The landlady leaned in and told them they could still cash in any leftover days on their next visit. Everyone instantly agreed Cannon wasn't just kind, he genuinely cared about others. Carol demanded the price, and the landlady blurted out a wildly high number. She blamed it all on the festival still raging on. Carol shot up, staring at the kitchen knife like, "Wait, it's really worth that much." Marina squared her shoulders, glowing with pride, while he kept regretting not snatching one of Cannon's swords back when he still had the chance. The landlady beamed and praised the knife, saying its magic keeps every slice fresh for a whole day. She grinned and said, "All right, I'm gonna cook up something wild with this magic knife, trust me. You're gonna want to see what I make." Then he kicked off a whole new issue deciding who gets which rooms. Marina wasted no time. She blurted that she'd grab her own room, and the others were totally stunned. He dashed into the other room and said, "I already purified it," like it was done and sealed. Haru rushed into the double bedroom right behind him, her tail wagging like crazy with pure excitement. Meanwhile, Marina yanked Carol into the twin bedroom and declared, right then and there, that they were about to push their relationship even deeper. Haru let out a satisfied sigh, finally sinking onto a real bed after what felt like forever. "What are you talking about?" he snapped, watching her pad across the bed. Then he frowned. "You're wiped. Go on, take a rest." Haru leaned in, locked eyes with him, and said, "Let me serve you tonight." He spotted her tail twitching like crazy, and that tiny tail screamed she had something heavy on her mind. "Haru, is there something you've been holding back and you want to tell me?" he asked, soft but urgent. She nailed his taste, dark-haired women, and he didn't even try to deny it. Then she leaned in and asked, "So you're from the same country as Marina and Daijiro?" Haru confessed she'd been stuck on it for ages, because in his country, almost everyone seemed to have jet black hair. "If Master wants it, I'll do it." "Master, I'm shy, but I swear I'll dye my hair black." "Don't buy that," he snapped. Then leaned in and told her her gorgeous white hair was one of her most irresistible charms. Haru was overwhelmed with emotion, then suddenly wrapped him in a tight hug, her tail wagging like crazy. Right then, Marina yanked the door open and froze dead in her tracks at the sight of them wrapped in a tight embrace. "Are we really gonna get stared at by every new member?" he blurted, and his fingers gently brushed over Haru's head. Marina slowly closed the door like she'd never seen a thing. She popped her head back in to tell him Carol wanted her to gather info after dinner. With everything finally settled, the 3 of them took off straight for the bar. The first floor was packed wall to wall, buzzing with energy and non-stop life. He hunted down a seat by a well-ventilated window, just to keep Haru safe. He couldn't believe it, there they were, the exact adventurer party they'd met before. "Long time no see," he blurted, then asked if his crew could tag along with them. The warrior woman thrust a drink into Haru's hands and grinned, telling him it was on her. 2 pairs of eyes burned into him, and he knew they were weighing his move like, "So, you're dragging in yet another new woman." One of them blurted that their master was also a wanderer. Suzuki and Marina's whole world went into panic mode. Haru bowed with perfect manners and announced, "I'm Kusunoki-san's slave." Marina blurted out that she was from the same country as them, and the whole room went silent. stunned. So you're telling me you enslave a girl from the same country too? The warrior spat, slamming her mug down like it burned him. Marina abruptly stood up and shot back a comment about the weather, desperate to slam the brakes on the conversation. He snapped, "Stop blaming me." And she bowed so hard it almost looked like she'd fold in half, apologizing nonstop. He shot a glance at the other adventurers and they stared back at him like he was nothing but scum. Man, this is a long story. He let out a heavy sigh and pressed, "Where's Carol?" Right then, Carol burst back in, smiling wide, and proudly announced that she'd finally nailed the info. Carol's claim that she'd met Miles Sand and the others made him shudder out of pure dread. The adventurers fixed him with furious stares, convinced he'd ditched yet another girl behind. A mug smashed onto his head while Carol ripped into him as the worst, and he realized too late that no explanation was going to fix this misunderstanding. To dodge the question, he blurted out, "Where was Suzuki?" Carol told us Kuni slipped into the Adventurers Guild, ready to train brand new adventurers. The adventurers lined up Suzuki's heroism against that jobless man who just sprawls and eats like nothing matters. All three of them let out heavy sighs, their disappointment in him hitting like a punch. "Ugh, don't stare at me like that," he begged, jaw tight, trapped in the hell of being jobless. An awkward silence crashed over the table until Haru slammed her empty glass down like a mic drop. "Your master a total workhorse," she blurted out loud as day, and clearly drunk out of her mind. She staggered, and even as Marina asked if she was okay, he clocked something was seriously wrong. He grabbed her empty glass, lifted it to his nose, and sniffed hard. Carol snapped, "This is cider," as a woozy Haru stumbled in place and insisted over and over that she was totally fine. But before anything else, Haru slurred, "Listen, Master's the best person ever, and you've got to hear it from me." She kept screaming, and he leaned in to tell me he'd pull out all kinds of services for me tonight. Her legs snapped up into the air, catching him, Carol, and Marina completely off guard. "All right, everyone listen up," she blared across the whole bar and declared, "We're gonna serve each other." She slipped into his arms, mumbled his name, and rubbed her leg along his head like she couldn't bear to let go. Yeah, the misunderstanding is basically impossible to fix now, he thought, and the defeat crushed him. He told the others, "I'll take Haru to her room and later, bring the food up." He shoved Carol some money into her hands and told her and Marina to slow down and enjoy dinner. He drugs a girl until she's drunk, drags her into a room, and even then, she doesn't hold back about how far he's sinking. Cradling the sleeping Haru in his arms, he felt her snuggle deep into his chest. Then out of nowhere, she slammed into him with a crushing hug, her tail whipping back and forth like pure excitement. "Anyway, that's how it goes," he stammered, then bolted out of there like he couldn't get away fast enough. Later in their room, Haru jerked awake, her ear twitching like she'd just heard something no one else could. "Are you awake?" he blurted, patting her head as she kept apologizing again like she'd gotten drunk for the 100th time. He leaned in and told her, "Don't worry," then admitted he actually loved seeing her like that. "Seriously, take a breather," he said, rubbing her back with a soft, steady hand. He figured cold water would do the trick, then fired off his magic to conjure a chunk of ice. "I still can't control it worth a damn," he admitted, while Haru just stared at his power like it was unreal. He slammed down the room of silence, then started whittling the ice down until it finally became manageable. "Here you go, Haru," he said, shoving a cold glass of water into her hands. "Honestly, I like you even when you're drunk," he admitted, grinning like it was the best secret ever. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as she stared at him and begged, "Master, please give me..." For some reason, she snapped her gaze with pure determination and pushed through to the end. The title page snapped into view chapter 31, and it made one thing crystal clear: this is training. Haru clung to him, her warm breath hitting his chest as she begged, imploring him to start her training. He wondered if you could toughen your liver with alcohol, but the other brutal side effects were still a real scary problem. She gazed up at him with raw sincerity, swearing she didn't want to be a burden, and he just nodded like he finally understood. He pitched the idea of dried meat, and instantly her face flushed hot as she fumbled over her words, stammering that it wasn't what she'd meant. He held up the jerky and swore it was the very same alcohol-sterilized meat that had gotten her drunk the first time. Then she asked him to rub her belly, and it shot him straight back to sweet, old memories. He realized they were sealed inside a soundproof room, then cleared his throat and asked, "Should we start?" He chose to give in for the moment, figuring he'd face whatever hit him next when it finally came. He steeled himself to issue an order, because if he couldn't resist, then he'd simply switch his second job over to Playboy. He told her to calm down and promise him that if she felt sick or dizzy, she'd let him know right away. She thanked him for the food, then tore into the dried meat like it was salvation. Suddenly, her chewing stopped dead and a weird, uneasy look spread across her face. He asked what was wrong, but she just sighed, "I'm too hot," then told him to take her clothes off. She thanked him one more time, then slipped her dress right off her shoulders. With the heat crawling up her, she asked for a belly rub to cool off, and that simple request sent him spiraling into full panic in his head. He tried to play it cool, flashing a smug grin and saying it was the perfect time to train. He couldn't believe it. She got drunk off that tiny amount of alcohol, but somehow she still looked completely fine. He basked in the fact that he finally had permission to rub Haru's belly anytime, then slapped his own cheeks hard to smash those wicked thoughts down. He urged them to keep training and reach for the dried meat to fuel it. The door glided open, and there stood Carol and Schleil, snagging him so hard off guard he didn't even see it coming. He hurried to clear the air, and with his silent skill, he soothed the tension before it could blow up. "Nah, we're not doing anything bad," he blurted, thrusting his hands up like, "See nothing." He stumbled over his words, desperately trying to swear that nothing sexual was going on. His thoughts crashed to a halt as he scrambled to come up with a believable explanation. He finally blurted out the truth that they were training to boost Haru's alcohol resistance. He spun back to Haru, praying she'd back him up. Up right as he tried to breathe, Haru was already passed out on the bed, sound asleep, and it terrified him. He snapped his head back to the doorway, and panic locked his face in place. A wall of women has formed there, eyes blazing with suspicion, rage burning right behind their expressions. Under a moonlit sky, two young men stood in a quiet clearing, staring ahead like something big was about to happen. Sakino himself swore the job was legit, saying he'd already cashed in the advanced payment. He said the total reward was 100,000 cents, but then admitted the whole request was downright weird. The mission was easy: slip into the military-run labyrinth, then plant a glowing ball right at the feet of the goddess statue. Julio snapped his head toward his companion and asked, "So, what kind of person is our client, really?" Sachino awkwardly confessed that the reward had him buzzing so hard he barely bothered to ask any questions. He figured it out with only 2 guards posted most days. This was prime territory where adventurers with military ties could rake in quick cash. He shot Julio a confident grin, swearing it wouldn't be dangerous and that they'd finish the request no matter what. Julio nodded along and said that whatever the military got into later was nobody's business but theirs. As he spit those cold words, a girl lurking nearby snapped with a sharp gasp. Their childhood friend Milky caught herself thinking, "Man, men's friendship is the kind of treasure you never stop valuing." Sochino stared at Julio, utterly stunned, like always. Milky's boots crunched through the grass as she came right up to them. Julio immediately snapped, asking why Sakino brought Milky along in the first place. Sochino told him, "Sure, I've got my own tastes, but if we bring Milky, my cut of the money won't shrink." He added that she'd tag along for free, and suddenly wiping out the monsters in that labyrinth felt like a total breeze. Julio caught Milky mumbling about a cat-eared Dogen, then shot Tsukino a look and told her not to take it to heart. Sachino admitted he only invited Milky to get her help for free, but he needed Julio there too so he could pocket a big enough cut of the reward. He cracked up and told Julio, "I'll lock you out anyway," and that lie instantly earned a razor-sharp glare. Sachino snapped his gaze away, wrestling with the awful thought that maybe he should just give up and let Julio die in the labyrinth. Their scheme got yanked to a stop when night monkeys shrieked in closing in fast. Sachino shouted, "Milky, your turn," as she flicked a book up into the air. The book erupted into a gigantic snake, wrapping its coils around the night monkeys and pinning them to the spot. Then one monkey snapped free and hurled a massive chunk of wood through the sky. Tsuchino threw himself aside at the last second, and the projectile crashed into the dirt right next to him. He screamed in agony, clutched his arm tight, and swore his bones had to be fractured. Coolio bolted to his side, trying to patch the wound, but Tsukino snapped him away. With a bruised, pained look on his face, Sakino then pleaded, asking for a bigger cut of the reward to cover his treatment fee. Dulio grudgingly gave in, staring at Tsukino's hands like they were totally fine. Milky suddenly screamed as blood started blasting out of her nose. He blurted her name as she rocked, then stumbled backward and crashed. They loomed over her unconscious body, stunned, trying to piece together what the hell had just happened. Milky shot to her feet, screaming for a brush and paper so she could slam down the ink she'd already made. Julio jerked back in disgust and snapped at her. "No, this is a nosebleed, not ink." She swore she had zero regrets, then bam, she collapsed again, passed out cold. With the snake finally gone, the night monkeys stood stunned, staring into the dark like they couldn't believe their freedom. Cicino flashed a wicked smirk and taunted the confused creatures like he was enjoying every second of their panic. He shoved Julio toward the danger, snarling that he'd use him as bait. Julio's breath hitched as he galloped toward them on horseback at breakneck speed. The riders tore through the night monkeys in a blink, and the whole pack crumpled to the ground, defeated. Coolio and Tsukino froze in stunned silence, then leaned close and whispered, "Awesome." In reality, the heroic rider was gripping for dear life on top of a stubborn, donkey-like nightmare that would not budge. The moment the two adventurers hit the ground, the man grabbed the reins and tried to soothe his rambunctious, misbehaving steed. Sulio shot his group in front of everyone and immediately thanked those two for rescuing them. Then he shot them a question. "So are you famous adventurers?" Joffrey puffed up his chest and demanded, "So, can you feel those surging auras or what?" Jafra threw himself into a dramatic pose, shouting that he was a hero, while Elise stepped forward and introduced herself as a monster master. Julio stared in awe as Joffrey acted totally unimpressed, while Milky just stayed passed out right there under the donkey. "So, you're your uncle's subordinates?" the boy blurted, eyes blazing with awe. "Since you're this strong, you've got to be Uncle's right-hand man, right?" He blurted out, eyes shining with real excitement while he and Elise just froze, staring in total confusion at the sudden claim. Right hand pressed to his side, he muttered, "Yeah, of course I'm indebted to the old man." And then he shot back into action with a grin and a fresh improvs. "That's right, we were out there pulling off our honorable thief routine, Elise, right?" he said, elbowing her like it was a joke. And the kid was left totally stunned by what he'd just revealed. He finally admitted to himself that he'd never even spoken to the guy who was out cold when they met. Then the boy yelled, "He's so cool!" and his fist clenched with pure excitement. With a grin blazing on his face, he shoved his fist up and cheered, then couldn't stop a thrilled shiver from crawling over him when that praise hit. Getting idolized didn't feel so awful. He struck a jaw-dropping pose and grinned. Then, "Ah, Julio, I remember now," the boy blurted out in a rush. "What's a chivalrous the thief supposed to do?" Julio blurted it out, hand-tapping his chin, then grinned. "Why am I hearing Aniki's wild stories right now, loving every second of the attention?" Then he leaned in with a playful grin and told the boy, "Don't point at Aniki." And that's when it hit me, because Julio was right there on the bounty poster. The bounty poster got yanked just one day, and he laughed it off like, "Yeah, it's a long story." Julio gasped, totally blown away. He just shrugged it off with a lazy laugh. It was nothing. And yeah, this guy was a real hotshot. Julio's respect only kept climbing. He can wipe it out in just one day straight up. Julio leaned in and asked, "Jafar-san, do you know a ton of nobles?" He flashed back to that moment and swore, "I saved a nobleman's life in the labyrinth before," and Julio nodded so confidently you couldn't doubt him for a second. "Ah, yeah, good news. The boy wasn't hurt." "The nobleman, turns out it was that fat boy all along, and hey, you saved the butler, right, Jafraniki?" Julio started to say, "Let's just split ways for now." "But I can't let my cut of the reward drop again," Julio shot back. Then a grin sparked as he decided, "I could use these guys." "Wait, who are you?" Julio started, just as Joffrey suddenly clamped a hand on his shoulder. He declared, "We're heading into the labyrinth to finish this request, come with us." Then he smirked, "Relax, the reward's yours to share, and honestly, I'll help you for free. After all, you're the old man's nephew." "Yeah, we grabbed plenty of bread from the church already," Elise said with a grin. "Cut it out, Julio. They told you it's totally fine." The other kid snapped back. "Hold on, don't we need money?" Julio stammered. Then he smirked hard. "But if we really do, we can just sell that item we got from the Demon Lord." "You got an item from the Demon Lord," Olio blurted in pure shock then, like it was nothing. He pointed to a certain tower, while Elise lost her mind cheering. Coolio froze in shock as their other companion stumbled against a horse, blood pouring from her nose. A wild love triangle between two men, she giggled like it was the funniest thing ever. Totally lost in her own little dream world. "Can you stop getting the nosebleed every few minutes?" he snapped. "Fed up, then." Aniki Julio blared, pointing straight ahead. "All right, lead the way," he shot back. With the open sky above them, the whole crew pushed onward. He was weighing whether to stay in this town for just 2 to 3 days. "I'm okay as long as this whole misunderstanding with those girls doesn't blow up," he thought. Then Marina shot back. "So you're not going to the horseback riding festival?" "Yeah, we're not exactly rushing, so you decide," he said, pivoting toward Haru, who just smiled sweetly back at him. "Yeah, sure, horses will be sprinting all over the place, won't they?" he said, staring off into the distance. "I don't like them one bit," he admitted, and then the memory hit hard. "I got kicked by a horse and straight up died." Aru shot back. "So did you want to try the dried meat they serve at the horseback riding festival?" "Nope, I want that dried meat that'll hit the shelves a month after the festival," he said. And then he let out a little hey while Haru giggled, cheeks burning red. "You're so lovely," he breathed, and his face softened right away. "I'll make sure I grab that one." Haru swore, her tail flicking like it couldn't wait. "All right, just like we planned," he declared. "We're heading straight to the trading post to sell that request item for the Adventurers Today Guild." "Come on," Carol shouted, and she led Ichino-sama through town. "Yeah, please lead the way, Carol," he shot back. Then he caught himself watching her face light up like she couldn't wait, and he couldn't stop thinking, maybe it's because she's finally getting to do business. "I told Haru and Marina to head to the guild first, and he explained it like it was urgent, and have them take a request that sounds promising." "Welcome, brother," the shopkeeper called out. "So are you a peddler?" "No, I'm not the peddler," Ichino snapped back because he was out of work and had no business being there. "Oh, so you mean the half-mini-human?" The man chuckled, then gave Carol a gentle pat on the head. Carol flashed a grin packed with pure determination. "Yeah, I'll handle the negotiation with you," she declared. And it was hilarious watching him call Carol's sister, just like that, Marina said from the doorway. Carol started hauling a small crate onto the counter, like she had zero intention of changing her attitude no matter what the shopkeeper thought about the product. "All right, time to do something useful," she grunted. And the shopkeeper leaned in to inspect the little vial. "Honestly, this quality is top-notch," he said, staring in awe like a master alchemist honed it from the very start. "That's right," Carol said with a proud grin. "Wow, you've got sharp eyes," she grinned. Then the man leaned in and asked, So, did you originally buy it from iron ore? Yeah, we grabbed 7 boxes, and once the refining was finished, I repacked everything, she said. Then she added, we've also got pepper and chili. The last box is only half full, so that's 5.5 boxes total. Wait, you didn't bring any salt, did you? The shopkeeper asked. No, we didn't bring any, Ichino said it. And Carol stared the shopkeeper down while they both locked eyes. Honestly, it's a wise move selling salt right now won't pay a thing, the man said, then patted Carol on the head. Nice work, keep praying, he murmurs. You're always right on time, and yeah, I'm your slave. Carol says it softly, like it means everything. Ichino's heart lurched when she said it. Let's sign the papers. And she spun back to the counter. Leave it to me, she chirped, and Ichino shot back a thumbs up. Yeah, that was a solid deal, according to Ichino, as they stepped back outside. Carol rattled off the prices, 35 cents for the pepper and the chili, 85 cents for the iron, and that shellfish brooch we grabbed for 80 cents. Now it's jumped to 15 cents, and she spelled out every detail for him. Is this real life or am I dreaming, he thought, stunned beyond disbelief. I thought I'd refined it, but the price still exploded, more than doubled to 120,000 cents. And Carol smirked like she'd won. And hey, my merchant level just jumped by 1. Wait, what? Your level only went up by 1 too. Ichino's eyes widened with shock. If you're coming from the neighboring country, the price jumps that much, she clarified. Really? He asked. If you can farm EXP just by buying and selling, no matter how far, then teaming up with a trading post means you can keep flipping items again and again to level up at lightning speed. So, yeah, I gotta ask, does this world even have taxes? Carol, you absolutely nailed it, he said, and she echoed back, consumption tax, because only a handful of countries use it, and even in Ducat, the only thing peddlers have to pay is customs duty. But that trade post still has to shake down the peddlers for a guild-imposed trade fee, And yeah, sure, you might earn EXP no matter how far you travel, but stacking EXP like that would still be a brutal grind, she realized. Eyes narrowing in thought, they burst through the last stretch and made it to their destination. Adventurer Guild. Ichino glanced at the sign, and right away he spotted a massive crowd packed inside. What the heck is happening here? He demanded, staring straight ahead. I can't believe this. What happened? Carol muttered, shielding her eyes to see better. While he scanned the lot and noticed every single peddler was packing a seriously high level, he bulldozed his way through the crowd, shoving past bodies until he could reach the throne. Ichino-sama, what's wrong? Carol blurted because he suddenly jerked into motion. Where's Haru? He blurted, scanning for their crew Marina too, because something's off. Ichino-sama and Carol just came back with the intel. The southern cliff just caved in, she said, and it's completely blocked the main road to Port Cove. Yes, he answered, eyes locked on her, listening like his life depended on it. Hiring bodyguards? So you're telling me monsters are lurking in that forest? He blurted, staring at the weapons and armor made in Farood, and she started from there. Thank goodness, we already sold our iron, she breathed out, like a weight finally rolled off her chest. Why would the iron price fall? Ichino demanded. Just like I told you earlier, she said, weapons and armor are hot trade goods everyone scrambles for. They've only got a limited warehouse after all, unlike Ichino-sama with that item bag. So, for now, there's no reason to keep buying iron, and the price will tumble hard, she says, slamming up a graph that shows the market crashing. So, the folks here had already seen the landslide info before Carol. Then it hit him, and the truth slammed into place. Then he shows up at the guild to hire bodyguards. Yeah, really, he murmured, patting her head as her gaze lifted. Master, Haru's voice rang out. He whipped around and saw Haru and Marina charging toward them. Then he blurted, Did you find a good request? Yeah, right. Haru gasped for breath, because the hiring bodyguard requests kept piling up, and most of the others just sat there untouched. But one request caught her eye. She grabbed the job of procuring meat and fruits. Is this okay? He asked, rubbing her ears as if testing the moment. Then, from Haru's back, Marina demanded, So, why are we talking about getting food? They'd called it food shortages were coming fast. So he said the plan carried a huge payoff because Faroot's town depended on Port Cove deliveries, and those supply lines got slammed shut. All those merchants flooding into town would only crank up the supply crunch, and on top of that, most adventurers are getting snapped up as bodyguards like the rubble Haru left behind still needs clearing. Ichino said he finally got the whole picture, and honestly, I'm already in the mood for some sweet fruits. So he declared, yeah, if we can pull together enough for that request, then we're good to go with the rest too. Haru nodded, and the whole crew erupted in a single loud cheer. I'll fire my invisible arrows and knock those down, Marina bragged. The forbidden fruits grow on giant trees. Kusunoki blinked. Invisible. Yeah, she snapped. It's invisible, not impossible. I heard it. Yeah, I heard it again. Something invisible, like it couldn't possibly be real arrows, right? He waved it off. Then we found ourselves right outside the city gate. We shoved through the gate fast, even with that crowd roaring around us, and he couldn't help but notice. That's because you've got me, Carol bragged with pride. And once the guild put in a written request, she continued, I figured if we told them we're gathering food, they'd put us at the front of the line. Haru and Marina are the kind you can totally trust. Ichino said it with a grin, and the whole party marched straight into the nearby forest. That comment caught him off guard, seeing Marina struggle right in front of him. Even back in Japan, Marina refused to skip muscle training. She kept grinding to protect her stamina. Under her breath, she tossed him a distant look and asked, wouldn't you feel crushed if some elementary school kid told you that? Then she spun around. She remembered the girl's words, if you take your own life, my brother will fall apart and regret it. Then he exhaled like, yeah, let's not talk about when we die. But then I crashed off the top floor of the apartment, she finished in silence. Then Haru snapped, Master, there's a monster up ahead, as he pointed. All right. He stepped forward and barked, leave it to me. And then a creature right in front of them staggered, dropping before its enemies. He stared at it and muttered, this thing's hanging on by a thread. It's in a seriously weak state. I'll admit, I hesitate to swing at some monster that won't even fight. Then he grins and says, I can smell the ground shifting. And Haru snaps a warning like her own ears suddenly perk up. He asked the ground, all confused. Let's retreat for now, she urged. Get ready, something is about to crawl up from the sludge, she warned. I know Master's a monster, but even so, we've got to evacuate right now. All right, Haru, if you say so, he snapped, giving up with a nod, then pointed everyone forward. Come on, we're heading to that hill over there. A giant worm burst straight up from the ground right beneath where they'd been standing a second ago. The earth trembled like it couldn't handle the sheer force of its arrival. Marina erupted, so big as the whole crew froze in stunned silence. Haru blurted, I swear I don't remember sludge worms ever getting this huge. And then she corrected herself. It's called a fruit sludge worm. Right as the creature finally settled down. Then it shriveled down and turned into a nasty sludge worm because sludge worms can't see at all. Haru pushed on and said they read the world through the heat and temperature around them. They hunt down dying monsters and chow them down like it's helping the land? Yeah, he realized it straight up enriches the soil. He wondered if his magic could finally bring that thing down. Then the giant worm eased backward into the hole it had crawled out of. It's wild this digs a giant hole, but then what? How do they usually patch it up? He asked Haru. I crew. Haru froze with nerves written all over her face, then she answered by excreting dung, pinching her nose like she couldn't stand the smell. It absolutely reeks, I can even smell it a little, he blurted, puffing his cheeks, and Haru immediately worried, thinking, this is going to be brutal for me, I've got a sharp nose. Is that poop? Marina gasped, pointing at it like it was the biggest discovery ever. It's a poop! Then she snapped, let's go out of here. He couldn't wait to bolt toward the forest, desperate to escape that horrible smell. Marina spotted a sleeping creature, raised her bow, and locked her shot in. They all rallied together and hauled in basket after basket of fruit like they'd cracked the mission. We can't get our hands on enough meat, he snapped, scanning their haul like something was slipping away. Turns out there are way fewer monsters than we thought, Carol said, then flashed two fingers. All right, split into two groups. He split them into two groups, then stared at her right at Haru and Marina until both of them spun toward Carol, faces full of raw questions. What do you mean by splitting into two groups? Carol demanded. She laid it all on the table, breaking down exactly who had which skills. She pitched the idea to the whole group right from the start. Yeah, it does sound crazy efficient, and he had to admit it. Haru leaned in and blurted, let's turn this into a competition. He shot his hand up and announced the winner could demand anything from him. Marina stared at the offer in silence because he was already hyping it up as the perfect shot of motivation. The moment anything hit the air, a jolt shot straight through Haru and Carol. He got hit with pure shock when he saw their intense, bone-chilling expressions. Sparks crackle between Haru and Carol as they lock eyes and glare like they're about to explode. They both exploded into loud shouts, swearing their allegiance to the competition. Carol grabbed Marina and Haru in both hands, yelling for them to hold on tight as she got ready to move. Marina, deathly afraid of heights, snapped into panic the second it happened, fighting for control with every breath. With a thunderous leap, Carol hurled her team into the trees, smashing the moment shut while leaving him and his partner stranded behind. He watched them disappear and it hit him. Haru was finally going all in. Once his own team took off, he couldn't stop wondering what those girls would demand if they actually won. He prayed it wouldn't turn into some wild, totally unfair move, especially now that their rivals had vanished from sight. Ichino-sama, snap out of it, Harold roared, clocking how lost and distracted you were. Yeah, he stammered out the truth. And you could hear the anxiety in his voice the moment he admitted he couldn't help how worried he felt about what he'd said. A brutal slash ripped through the forest ahead, and Marina's terror-stricken screams exploded right after. He couldn't help feeling bad for Marina because it was obvious she was being forced to tag along against her own will. Carol barked for him to move faster, but instead he just shouted words of encouragement to the other team. He told Carol she didn't have to push herself, then basically said, just ask me for what you need like a normal person. I get it. Ichino-sama's dense, but she suddenly stopped mid-sentence and gave that knowing look like she already figured something out. All he could do was throw out a shaky little laugh, hoping it would cover the nerves. Once his laughter finally faded, she admitted she just couldn't bring herself to do it without a real opening. He stared at her, completely stumped by that cryptic sentence. He pitched that they should use the quiet time to train her for her temptress work, and she jumped at the chance. A feathered beast came ripping out of the sky, and he barely dodged in time. After they crushed it, he shot up a level, and Carol announced, loud and proud, that she'd just learned charm magic. He cocked his head like, "Wait, what kind of magic is that?" Seeing two more monsters crammed on the branch, she decided to put on a real show for him. The moment they got the chance, those charmed creatures snapped and tore into each other with brutal fury. She told me it was a cursed magic that hijacked their minds and made enemies choose to fight their own friends, willingly. After they crushed one monster, the other just took off and vanished into the sky like it never happened. Terrell figured the magic wouldn't stand a chance against monsters too powerful, so he lifted the spell anyway. He found brainwashing magic straight up terrifying, until she leaned in and told him, "Don't worry." She told him the brutal truth once he owned her as his slave. Magic blocked her from ever using anything harmful against him. I mulled it over for a second, and then she added with this tiny, pouty little look. His face burned as her words hit him like a spark. Desperation hit hard, so he jabbed a finger at the forest and prayed the topic would just vanish. He snapped her gaze to a heavy-laden fruit tree and couldn't stop himself from wondering, was it edible? Carol took one look and knew it was delicious. Then he blurted out that she should climb onto his shoulders to grab it. She looked unsure, so he leaned in and told her straight. She had to be the one to collect it if she wanted to earn that EXP. He dropped to his knees and urged her on, pushing her to give it everything she had. "Climb up right on my shoulders," he ordered, and she scrambled into place. She steadied herself on his shoulders, holding on like her whole life depended on it. He told her, "I'm about to stand up, brace yourself." He staggered back to his feet and blurted, "Don't tug my hair or pinch my ears." After a beat, he steadied himself, then finally let out a heavy sigh. As they neared the branches heavy with fruit, he leaned in and demanded, "Are you okay?" She shot her hand up into the branches, tore the fruit loose, and tossed it straight into the pot he kept lifted for her. "We fit together so perfectly," she giggled, cheeks flushed with pure happiness. Suddenly, his footing slipped, and they both went crashing backward in a blur of tumbling bodies. He snapped his arms around her, catching her mid-fall and cushioning the impact as they crashed to the ground. He asked, "Are you okay?" And she barely spoke back. "Can we just stay like this for a little while?" He guessed she was only rattled by the fall, nodded along, and while apologizing, took full blame for dragging her into that dangerous mess. "I've been begging you, don't treat me like I'm a kid," she snapped, eyes lifted straight to him. Then she admitted her 17th birthday was just 3 days ago, and it totally blew his mind. He kicked himself for it. How did he never think to ask about any of the girls' birthdays? "Treat me like an adult," she snapped, as he apologized for not celebrating with her. She confessed that sitting on his shoulders felt painfully embarrassing, and it even rattled her more than she expected. Then it hit him, so that's why she'd been dropping the third-person talk lately. She couldn't believe it. He caught the change the moment it happened. "There's absolutely no way I wouldn't catch that," he said, grinning. Then he finally admitted it. He'd always kind of leaned toward the old her. "Just be yourself," he said, making it sound crystal clear. Then he apologized again, because treating her like she was a kid clearly wasn't okay. He ruffled her hair with a sweet promise juice later, and it only made her snap and grumble that he was still treating her like a kid. She said that even then, his choices still dragged her straight back to his sister. Suddenly, she shoved him down, climbed on top of him, and made him feel that earlier promise all over again. "I want your love, Ichino-sama," she declared it loud right from the heart. He froze on the spot, stammering out, "Of course I cherish you." She leaned in and made it crystal clear, "If you want to kiss me, that's what you mean." His mind blanked for a split second, and his face froze in that pure, blissful daze. Snapping back to reality, he shot his hands up and urged them to calm down. His mind crumbled into pure panic kisses, fish, and the fact he was still a virgin, all screaming at him at once. He sucked in a deep breath, forcing his nerves to calm down so he could answer like a grown-up. But the second she leaned in for the kiss, his composure snapped and he yelped, flinching away like he got burned. He stumbled backward, craning his head to peek out from behind the tree. Overwhelmed, he screamed and slammed his fist into the tree trunk, then instantly regretted it when searing pain exploded up his hand. Carol shot to his side and blasted a healing spell, sealing up the bloodied knuckles on his hands. He shot her an apology, and while he did, he couldn't stop thinking how breathtakingly pretty she was. He felt like it'd be wrong for him to return her feelings. The moment he remembered his promise, his mind snapped to Haru's face like a shockwave. He flashed back on their bond and how they'd already scaled the stairs of love side by side. He tried to argue that it would be cheating, and cheating was absolutely off limits in Japan. "Sorry, I already promised Haru," he said, trying to soften the blow as he pushed her away. "Arusan already told me I can be loved by Ichino-sama, and she answered me with a calm, unshakable voice." He stared at her, utterly stunned, like his brain just short-circuited. Haru gave you permission, and he yelled it out, totally stunned. Carol said it was totally normal for the white wolf race's toughest males to juggle multiple mates in polygamous relationships. He just stared. shocked beyond belief, proving once again that the common sense he carried from his past life couldn't save him this time. He couldn't shake the feeling it just didn't match Haru because she'd always struck him as the jealous kind. Carol told him, "Because I already promised I'd land below Haru, there's zero chance of jealousy." She did warn him first if he crossed that line, Haru would snap and get jealous. Blushing hard, she admitted Haru promised her he'd be gentle for their very first time. It all clicked for him at last. Now he finally got why she'd been so bold all day. He staggered backward as she closed in and declared, "I don't mind being the second after Haru-san." Midway down the path, he abruptly halted, then snapped his head upward like he'd just spotted something. Everyone followed his stare, and there it was. A shape ripping across the sky like it owned the clouds. A winged beast swooped in fast, and its shape sharpened into full view as it drew near. He jolted as the truth hit someone was riding on its back. The creature dove from above, rocketing straight toward them. Even more, dragons make their home in the sprawling advanced labyrinth near Florence. And Haru says it all with a calm, chilling tone. She said it's probably just a weaker species, a wyvern, while that beast circled above their heads. "This is my first time stepping into a fight," he said, jaw set and fear pushed down. The moment the party hit the ground, they snapped into battle formation. Marina slid into the rear guard while Haru surged in to back up every move. "I'll be up front," he swore, yanking his sword free like a blade about to end everything. "Wait, don't move yet," a voice thundered down from above. The wyvern hit the ground with a brutal thud, and he froze in pure shock because he couldn't believe the beast had just talked. An armored figure leapt off the wyvern's back like a strike from the sky. He froze in total disbelief as the rider yanked off their helmet bam, revealing a face he knew all too well. A girl in armor stepped up and greeted him, and she swore she'd heard from Miles that he'd be right here. He swung toward Marina and asked, "So, this is the girl we were supposed to be waiting for?" A brand new girl stepped in and declared herself Sakura Suzuki. Just another Japanese soul who'd been stuck in this world for 3 whole years. Marina practically burst with excitement, insisting the heroes had finally all come together, guided by the 3 pillar goddesses. He snatched off her mask and her real face came into view. The second that mask snapped back into place, her confidence rushed back like a switch flipping. Ian Suzuki opened up about her days as a hero, then admitted that being that kind of legend still felt brand new to her. He leaned in and demanded to know how she ended up as a hero, standing tall as a paladin and riding beside dragons. She told me she'd hatched her wyvern from an egg and raised it with her own hands. Suzuki shut down the whole conversation by gushing that her wyvern was ridiculously cute. Marina's eyes lit up as she guessed the creature's Chunabuish name. Suzuki grinned and proudly declared, "My name is Pochi." The moment that simple name hit the air, the whole group froze, stunned silence, swallowing every word. Suzuki couldn't help but gush about it. Pochi was the reincarnation of her old puppy, right back when she was still just a tiny hatchling. She said Miles and the others found the name adorable and wouldn't budge when she tried to change it. Then he snapped his eyes to Suzuki, face stone serious, and demanded to know what she actually knew about what was going on. He grilled her about the landslide, but she just stared back, no clue. She still knew about a whole pack of monsters that had been spotted out west, beyond the town. In Furry, panic erupted across the streets. People scrambled, sprinting out of the city like their lives depended on it. He told her he was headed to investigate that exact spot when they suddenly caught him in the middle. Suzuki told her that from the skies she'd be watching, so her wyvern wouldn't have to carry any of that weight. She shot him a warm smile and said her goodbyes. Sure, he'd turn that info into something great. With one last grateful nod, she told the Adventurers Guild they were short on hands, and then she shot off into the sky. He watched her rise into the sky, perched atop her wyvern. Once Suzuki was out of the picture, he slammed the decision down, time to sprint back to town. They trekked down the stone streets of the city, boots thudding like the heartbeat of a whole new adventure. Carol said the townspeople felt totally safe because those walls had never once been broken. Haru shrugged and said, "It's monsters, not an army, so we'll be fine." Marina shot that down, insisting it was just a piece of some mastermind's bigger plan. He ripped off her mask in a flash, shutting down every guess before it could even form. As they pushed toward the Adventurers Guild, he snapped at her, telling her she couldn't say something like that right now. At the front reception desk, Haru slammed their finished request down and made it official. Marina clocked the same trio of would-be adventurers who'd already wrecked their day once before. One of the men jabbed a finger at him and barked, "Hey, you!" He completely shut the man out, then kept talking to the receptionist like he didn't even exist. He leaned in and asked if it was okay to slap the monsters they'd hunted right onto the workbench. The man stared in pure disbelief as they dumped bag after bag of monster parts onto the ground. The pile kept swelling piece by piece until it hit a jaw-dropping 130 pieces. The man went ghost pale when he realized they'd brought in more meat than he'd hunted in the last half year. The receptionist stared in disbelief and blurted, "Wait, did you really track them all down, hunt them down, and tear every one of them apart in the East Forest?" She flat out admitted that his dismantling work was better than anything the other hunters in the guild could manage. Their huge haul would be a lifeline in the emergency, but it could wreck the ecosystem in the process. He spun toward the shocked man and just barked, "Roger that!" When he asked if the guy had anything to say, the man bolted, screaming that the town was safe as long as he was there. He said that kind of person is everywhere you look. Then the receptionist blurted out Haru's promotion and hit her with hearty congratulations for climbing from F to E. Haru's cheeks flared red as the others showered her with praise. They got the news. The reward and promotion ceremony got yanked back because an emergency had kicked off. He paused for a beat, craving to celebrate Haru's win right then. Doing that today was rough as hell thanks to everything going on in town. Even so, he dug in and told Haru, "I just want to celebrate you." Carol remembered her birthday was creeping up too, so she and the crew decided to smash both celebrations into one big night. They tore through the route and finally pushed back to the very end. Inside, he couldn't stop worrying about Julio-kun because he still hadn't come back. When they finally headed downstairs for dinner, he stepped up and greeted the innkeeper with a warm, confident nod. The innkeeper grinned and ushered them inside, telling them dinner was already waiting, piping hot. While they ate, Carol leaned in and grilled the landlady about that monster flock. The landlady snapped that all she'd ever heard were rumors some group spilling out of a labyrinth, while she fumed that the higher-ups were hoarding every last detail. She dropped off their food and told them, straight to their faces, to enjoy every bite. He told the girls he'd be out for a sec, then warned them to stay on guard. Then he slammed his skill on and stepped right into my world like he owned it. He burst into the familiar, dead-empty landscape. No matter which way he slipped in, he always ended up at the exact same place, his designated home, waiting like destiny. While he stared at his next move, a chilling truth hit he wasn't alone. He flashed a smile and greeted the unexpected visitor. The woman stepped forward, introduced herself as Libra, the goddess who keeps order and balance in check. His eyes went wide in pure shock because there was no way a goddess should have appeared in this place. It was a total shock somehow. A goddess slipped into his world like she belonged there. He quietly realized she wasn't just any goddess. She was the greatest one he'd ever met. Libra told him she'd flipped through his book of creation and then grinned, saying he could call his friends here. He couldn't believe it. His book had a genuinely awesome name. He planted his feet and stayed put, refusing to call his friends until he figured out why she was here. He stared at his shattered skills and thought, she's here to fix everything, restore the balance of the world. He braced himself, fully expecting death to hit the second it started. Libra spoke coolly, making it crystal clear she wasn't here to punish him. She told him her mission was to make him see just how useless he really was, and then slam a limit on the world he was living in. He saw the truth in her eyes. She wasn't trying to hurt him, and he nodded, ready to move forward. She shoved permit creation stickers into his hands, and those stickers would let other people in. He snatched the stickers and promised to hand them to his friends while she stood there waiting. He stormed back to the inn, and his party immediately cheered him like he'd just saved the world. He told them, "Plain and simple, stick those stickers onto your bodies or you'll never step into his world." They put those stickers through the ringer. Turns out they stuck like a champ, but peeled off clean when it was time to go. Marina giggled as she slipped one onto her face, grinning like a shooting star. He told them they were under her guest-level authority and to obey every command she gave. A dark portal to his world tore open in front of them, swirling like it wanted to swallow everything. The girls showed up, only to find themselves stranded on the dead, empty ground of his world. Libra stepped into view, regal as ever, clutching her staff like a promise. Marina instantly clocked her as one of the pillar goddesses. He made a proper introduction to Libra-sama, and the girls immediately bowed deep. The group stared up at the goddess, breathless with pure awe. He started to correct the goddess about his name, but then he shrugged and figured it didn't really matter. Libra told everyone the name shift to Ichinojo wasn't random. It came straight from the customs of his old world. She told him to go straight to Minerva, the goddess of magic and sorcery, and demand every last detail. He couldn't stop wondering if he'd ever get the shot to meet her. Libra swore they'd set up a meeting the moment they stepped into Minerva's labyrinths. She leaned in close, dropped her voice, and told them what she was about to say was strictly confidential. Libra clocked it instantly. He'd already seen right through the whole spatial realm. She told him his world was just like the divine realm the goddesses ruled. Lucky for everyone, his brand new star didn't just appear. It came with strict rules that kept the whole world perfectly in check. Then she leaned in and demanded to know did he really understand what his item bag skill could hold. While his planet was born as one of the Oza worlds, the storage on his item bag was basically bottomless. She told them his bag could swallow an entire universe like it was nothing. So just imagine how impossible his power was to even wrap your head around. Haru nervously lifted her hand like she was back in class, bracing herself for judgment. Carol and Marina shot their questions straight at the world. Did this mean their master had finally turned into a god? Libra snapped that he was only the door someone else had tampered with that jobless skill to hook it straight into this world. She told him, "This world is yours to use, but I'm slapping up barriers around it so you're protected from the very one who made it." With a thunderous swing of her staff, she supercharged the tiny world, then opened the door for him to use the Book of Creation without restraint. He and his friends just stood there, watching the goddess's power blast through his world and swallow everything in its path. A massive dark sphere suddenly erupted into the sky, hanging ominously over the observation tower. Ichino and his crew stared up at it, their faces frozen in disbelief and shock. He clung to Libra's final words, how she'd built the base just to watch this world breathe. "Thank you for your cooperation, Ichinojo-san," she said with a soft smile, then waved them off. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she vanished gone in a blink through a shimmering portal. The memory blurred away, and Ichino let out a shaky, long breath like the tension finally snapped and slipped out of his body. "Is everyone all right?" he blurted, whirling around to face his friends. Carol couldn't stop staring, her eyes blazing with pure, breathless excitement. True to a master's style, Haru murmured while Ichino just stood there, stunned. Watching Libra pop in and vanish out of thin air so fast, Haru stared at him, and her tail flicked like she could barely contain the excitement. He couldn't resist anymore. He cracked open his book and tried to make spring water, even with his MP running on fumes. The book handed him a blank map, and he basically shrugged, "If the map's empty, then the spring can be anywhere, y'all." His magic got ripped out of him, and then boom, a violent eruption thundered in the distance. He and Haru snapped their heads toward the noise, startled out of their skins. With his hands shielding his eyes, he stared as furious geysers blasted into the sky miles away. That delayed sound wave slammed Carol's friend down hard, knocking her flat on her back. He figured the dry ground would just gulp the water down, swallowing it before a single pond could form. Meanwhile, the girls were left utterly speechless at the massive, jaw-dropping power on display. He snapped back fast. This power belonged to Libra, not him. But Carol and Kuro were already cooking up plans to go buy seeds. Later that night, everyone wiped off the day's mess and crawled into bed all fresh. He waved them off, barking, "Hurry up, get some sleep." Collapsed on his bed, he finally confessed to Haru that, after gulping down all that MP, he was totally wiped out. Haru marched right up to her, clutching a bottle in both hands. She perched on his bed, stared at the moon's blazing glow, and leaned in like she was about to steal a secret. Right before he could even react, she lunged onto his lap and wrapped her arms tight around his neck. "You're a master," she breathed, her face hovering just inches from his. That sudden closeness hit him like a punch, and the competition from that afternoon came rushing back. He swore he'd do whatever the winner demanded, anything at all. "I can ask you anything, right?" she blurted, cheeks burning hot as the words left her mouth. Far away, the city loomed beneath a bruised, cloud-choked sky. The night before the state of emergency hit, a crew of adventurers slipped into the sealed labyrinth under the cover of darkness. Barely somehow we slipped in without getting caught, and one of them whispered, "We made it." Their leader, Joffrey, motioned them forward. Then Julio blared a shout and shut him down. A monster was waiting up ahead, and the boy sounded the alarm. "Stand back," Joffrey snapped, yanking his sword free. He cleaved the slime in one bold, heroic slash. His companions erupted in cheers, praising the sheer power he brought. Sachino baited him nonstop, and Joffrey just shrugged it off, saying it was only a beginner's labyrinth. They pushed onward, wiping out every monster they crossed without breaking a sweat. Jaffer threw up a confident pose and soaked in every bit of praise like it was fuel for his ego. But Julio couldn't shake the gut feeling that something was seriously off. He called it out. This place was crawling, but there weren't nearly enough monsters. While the younger kids missed it, Joffrey and Facina locked eyes and traded a crooked, sinister smirk. Jaffer realized in that exact moment that everything suddenly got way easier. He snatched Fastened with a grin, like it was all a game, and noticed the other two didn't care about money at all. Sachino stared, eyes blazing as the story exploded open right in front of her. Julio just stood there, stunned, completely lost as everything unfolded before him. At last, they pushed deeper and deeper until the labyrinth's darkest core finally swallowed them. "You've got this one punch and it's over," Aniki Julio blurted with pure excitement. But the moment they saw it, every single one of them froze eyes wide, breath caught, pure shock. The giant stone door to the boss room got smashed to rubble like it never stood a chance. Wait, aren't the doors to the boss's room supposed to be unbreakable by monsters? Fast sigh, no wonder they delayed. Milky suddenly whipped his arm and pointed straight at the ruined chamber. She hurled a stealth talisman like a strike of lightning, screaming as it flared to life. She went deadly quiet, hissed, and threw a frantic gesture telling them to duck and hide. She told them the talisman would wipe their footsteps clean so they could sneak behind the rubble unseen. They peeked out and saw a whole cluster of robed figures crowding around the goddess statue. Julio leaned in and hissed, "Wait, are you the ones who smashed that door?" "Yeah," Milky said with a grim snap. "Those are definitely Korot's agents." Fastina figured it out. They were trying to sabotage the labyrinth by smashing the statue. Leo couldn't wrap his head around why they'd even do something like that. Milky told them straight up, without the labyrinth, the country's army couldn't train its soldiers to level up. Fastina warned that if they tore down this labyrinth, the miasma would flood into Korot's, supercharging their rival nation. But how did they even smash the door? Milky couldn't stop the question from spinning in her head. Joff sprinted back to Julio, who was still kneeling in the dirt. "What do we do with this thing?" Joffrey demanded, clutching that strange orb like it might explode. Julio told them to play it cool. Let the agents assume the orb vanished, right after they blew the door apart. "You're a genius," Joffrey snapped, then decided to end this and get it over with. He shot up, ready to hurl the orb into the room. The orb skidded and clattered across the stone floor like it was hunting for trouble. It surged straight toward the cluster of robed figures. Every single one of them spun around in perfect sync, eyes locked on that sound like it was calling them. Milky ripped the silence apart with a terrified scream. Everyone else froze, staring in stunned silence as her sudden outburst erupted. Joffrey and Fastina shot each other a worried look, both realizing the other two weren't tough enough to take a hit in a fight. Milky snapped that it was all on him, and then he summoned a monstrous stone serpent, smashing into existence. "Run, everyone!" she screamed, then squared up because she was taking on the agents by herself. Joffrey was about to give in, but Milky cut him off, screaming that she could still fight. Julio yanked Jaffa's arm, screaming at him to run because Milky's sacrifice couldn't be for nothing. But Sukino refused to back down, claiming Joffrey would never, ever lose. How blind can you be? Joffrey Seath absolutely burned with rage when Julio treated him like a helpless burden who should just run away. "Just trust us," he bellowed. Then he surged forward with Facina right beside him. The two heroes sprinted straight at the enemy agents, but the captain shot a hand up and cut through the noise. "All right, it's time." The agents got swallowed by a chilling, shadowy power that felt straight out of a nightmare. Joffrey and Fasno got slammed by the blast. Monstrous shapes tore out of the spot where the agents had stood moments ago. The two heroes just stood there, wide-eyed, frozen in sheer horror as the abomination stared back. The whole crew spun around and bolted, and that shadowy nightmare creature crashed down on their heels. He locked eyes on her for a moment, and she instantly started wondering what on earth was going on. He jolted upright and demanded, "What's going on?" He leaned in and said, "I was just thinking you're so cute." Her ears perked up as heat rushed to her cheeks, and when he complimented her, her tail started wagging like it could barely contain the joy. He couldn't stop thinking his Playboy gig must have leveled up again. Leaning in close, he shouted her name, and she answered without a second thought. He yanked her into a tight hug, ruffled her hair, and told her she was the best. He yanked her in, and her heart slammed like it was about to burst. Their faces were only inches apart, close enough to feel each other's breath. A sharp knock hit the door, and he let out a frustrated sigh. He already knew it was them, then they stole a quick kiss before he opened up. Marina and Carol stood by the door, smiling wide as they wished them a bright good morning. Ian Haru greeted them with a bright grin the second they showed up. After breakfast, he rallied everyone to grab supplies for my world, then drilled it into them spend smart. He slipped out alone, snagging wheat seeds and a chunk of stone for whatever he had planned next. As he strode through the city streets, he kept asking himself what he was missing and what he'd need next. He had zero plans to stack more slaves into his household, and he treated Marina's case like a one-time miracle, not something he meant to repeat. Meanwhile, Carol and Haru kept pushing the question. How deep did Haru's feelings really run? And they couldn't stop wondering how a shonen protagonist, of all people, could possibly juggle so many women without the story spiraling. He realized he couldn't just grab random people and drag them into his world with zero rules. He yanked open the door to their room and declared, loud and proud, "I'm back." Haru and Carol greeted him with open arms, pulling him back like he never left. Carol took the leftover money right away, then asked straight up if he could finally grab some good stuff. He plopped right between them and clocked the awkward silence Marina still hadn't come back. Just then, Marina popped into the doorway and stared at them, like she'd been watching the whole time. He spotted her and grinned, telling her she could walk right in anytime she wanted. Their waves crashed forward, welcoming her back too. "I'm back," she said, flashing a bright, unstoppable grin. He told her she was late, and she blurted out an apology, saying she'd been stuck trying to explain things to the clerk because she couldn't find the words. He leaned in and reassured her, "Don't give up, keep pushing, and when we're finished with the work, I'll bring your mask back." Carol proudly brandished a bottle she'd bought, then told Marina it was part of a no-alcohol day plan to help her finally break out of her shyness. When he asked who would stay behind to guard the room, Marina raised her hand and volunteered to go first. He nodded, then begged her, "Please, keep watch over the room." Then he tore open a swirling black portal and yanked me into my world. He said they'd have to leave someone back because he wasn't sure the door would shut from the inside. Marina wished them a safe trip as he, Haru, and Carol got ready to step through the doorway. They burst into my world, this dead, barren wasteland then. All eyes went to the giant spring blazing in the center. Ooh, he caught sight of it and grinned. The spring fully made. Then he tipped his head in a quick little salute. They stood shoulder to shoulder, staring out at the empty land like it was daring them to do something. Haru spun toward him and blurted, "Master, let's begin." With a single surge of power, he slammed solid stone walls into place in an instant. He told Haru he'd made up his mind he was building a stone house, not a wooden one. While Carol stared at the stone's beauty, he made up his mind to take his time building it slow, piece by piece. Next, he pulled out a nutritional agent, plotting to supercharge the soil with a book of creation. He unleashed a soil consolidation skill and drenched the ground with the liquid. The earth shook violently, and right in front of them, the world started to twist and change. Stunned by the raw power he just unleashed, he spun around and demanded to know what kind of seeds they'd brought with them. Haru thrust tomato seeds into Carol's hands, and Carol eagerly offered up tea seeds in return. Carol told him those tea seeds were a rare gift, and he immediately thanked her, promising he'd love to try them. So he jumped in, ready to sow everyone's seeds, starting small by driving plain little poles up for the tomato plants. Each of them fixated on the crops they were about to plant, imagining every last stalk. In the blink of an eye, the wheat shot up, sprouted, and stretched to full height. The tea leaves and tomatoes shot up fast like they were racing the clock. Carol and Haru lit up with smiles, leaning in to tell him he was absolutely incredible. Right before harvest season, he quit his old gig and plunged into farming instead. He held up a perfectly ripe tomato, glowing like it was ready to be plucked the second he reached for it. With one fresh tomato harvest, his Ichinojo job shot to the next level, and he unlocked sickle proficiency like it was nothing. He wiped the tomato spotless and took a huge bite. A violent shiver ripped through his entire body. "Man, that's insanely tasty," he blurted, stunned by the wild flavor and how juicy every bite felt. He pushed the others forward, daring them to try some too. They both took a bite and their eyes shot wide with pure shock. Haru swore that bite was the greatest thing she'd ever tasted. Nothing topped it except dried meat. Harold, who usually can't stand tomatoes, finally caved and admitted this one was absolutely delicious. He shot a quick look at the overflowing vines and made up his mind he wasn't done harvesting yet. They started shoving tomatoes into crates, absolutely swamped by how many there were. He wiped the sweat off his brow and let out a hard sigh. There was still more to harvest. Haru called out that it was time to hand the spotlight to Marina. She and Marina were switching now. When Marina finally arrived, she just stood there, staring in pure disbelief at the giant tomato patch. He handed her a tomato, and the second she took a bite, her eyes widened, because that delicious flavor absolutely blew her away. He blurted out, stunned, "How do plants grow that fast if they still need photosynthesis to survive?" Carol just pointed out the wild truth: making a spring and growing plants with MP is already way too mysterious for comfort. Marina leaned in and told me that Aza ran on a whole different logic than Japan ever did. Without overthinking it, he blurted out to Marina what seeds she'd been buying. "Seaweed seeds," she said, lifting a tiny pouch like it was the most important thing in the world. She couldn't stop squirming as she explained, "There's water here, so I figured we could build a fish pond." The moment they heard about a fish pond, every single person lit up and they hurried toward the spring together. Like it was already calling them, Marina let the seeds fall into the water, staring into the ripples as the crushing thought hit she'd need a permit to bring fish in from the outside world. No. Instantly, a lush forest of seaweed erupted beneath the water's surface. Marina's eyes lit up as she breathed. Amazing. Right before he declared it was time to harvest the wheat, Carol reminded him they'd need tools to grind the wheat into flour, and he shot back that it was totally fine. He regretted skipping those strawberry seeds, and he and the others finally decided to turn around and head back. Right after she came back, Haru, who'd been on standby the whole time, lit up and greeted her master like, "You're finally home." Spent up and shaking, they flopped onto the bed, and he snapped at Haru that she should have rested. She never should have stayed up waiting for him. He told Marina she could learn everything she needed just by watching how earnestly Haru goes after his dreams. Marina's face lit up in pure panic when she thought he'd just called her brazen, so he blurted out a quick apology to save the moment. As Haru wrestled with her dilemma, a sharp knock slammed at the door. Suzuki's buddies Chanti, Schleil, and Mile burst into the room. "Hey, what's going on?" he snapped. Right as Mile grilled him about this whole monster mess. "She told me the army was already marching, and that Suzuki still hadn't come back after he went out to check on them." Schleil said Suzuki had begged them to defend the town from the sky, and that's exactly why they were terrified, because if anything happened to him, they'd be the ones standing in the blast. He just looked him dead in the eye and said, "I see." Shanti then leaned in and asked him, "Would you really take over Suzuki's request?" "I refuse," he snapped back instantly. Shanti swore it had nothing to do with money, but the second he locked eyes with her like that, she shut right up. He made it crystal clear. Stealing control of their mission would be a brutal betrayal of Suzuki's trust in them. Mile insisted that because Suzuki asked them straight up, they had to go all out to protect the town. He flashed a thumbs up and said he fully agreed with Suzuki. Leaving the three of them behind in town was the right call. "And yeah, we're still pretty weak," he said, waving at his own crew like it was proofs. He leaned in and said, loud and clear, "I'm sorry, but you have to leave now." Shanti blurted out an apology for her weird words, then they took off down the road together. Right before they left, she begged him could he at least share Haru's sword skill and Marina's magic with them. As soon as the door shut, he leaned in and said, "I'll think it over." His party stared at him like he'd lost his mind, and he couldn't shake the question, why did they think Marina was a magician? Haru asked, "Are we really allowed to say that?" Then insisted again that their levels weren't high enough to protect the town. The girl stared at him with worried eyes, like something was seriously wrong. A grin lit up his face as he declared, "That's exactly why we level up, and I know a spot packed with monsters." The second they saw it, their faces lit up like fireworks. Haru shot him a grateful look and promised she'd take care of both swords. He hurled Marina her mask, and she nearly dropped it as she scrambled to get it on. "Leave it to me," she snapped. And then he ordered her to rush to the Apothecary's Guild to grab some mana potions. She whirled into a dramatic bow, flashing her truth-seeing eyes as he tossed her a few coins for the purchase. Carol jumped in, claiming she could help too because her temptress level had skyrocketed. He grinned, gently ruffled her hair, and told her he was counting on her too. With everything set up and locked in, they threw their bags on their shoulders and got ready to bolt out of there. He clenched the sword's hilt and set their target straight. This wasn't just a brawl, they were fighting to level up. He muttered to himself that if he said it out loud, he'd sound like a total nobody. "Even a nobody without a job can save this country," he roared, blasting his party into motion as they charged after him. "Hold up!" Marina shouted from right behind them. She rushed up, breathless, and told me the army had snapped up every mana potion, but she still snagged the raw materials. All right, everyone again, let's go, he shouted. They rushed to a hide spot, staring down at the country's army packed in neat lines below. Far off, they spotted the monster horde charging toward them, growing louder and closer by the second. Carol, the group's information expert, broke the news that the army was only about 400 strong. She kept insisting that a normal swordsman usually hovered around level 20, while the generals were sitting at roughly 30. They watched the army charge straight into a tight canyon, swallowing the path in one unstoppable surge. That's where the fight is going down, Harold confirmed. If the army got wiped out, he laid out the plan Carol would unleash her power and draw the monsters away. They'd blast you from afar with magic and bows, and if things got too close, they'd slip away through a safe escape route straight into my world. He proudly dubbed it the Hikikomori strategy. As the sun slipped toward the horizon, the sky darkened fast. All right, people time's almost here, he shouted, then leaned in and demanded, Are you all ready? He glanced back at his party, every face was set on winning. Then he beamed and declared, Let's go get dinner. And Marina totally face-planted from pure shock. Hungry or not, you can't fight, he said, pushing the tomatoes they'd picked earlier into their hands while the moonlit wilderness sprawled wide ahead of them. Haru blurted, Wait, are they eating dinner too? As he spotted a campfire burning way off in the distance. Ichino asked if she could see them, and she didn't hesitate. She said, Yeah, I can. The White Wolf tribe can see like it's broad daylight, she said, as long as moonlight is in the air, and the guy's jaw dropped. I knew you had crazy eyesight, he muttered, but I can't see a thing out here in this darkness. The only lights I get are the flames. He grinned and said, All right, let's try it. Then Carol popped up fast. Hey, Master, you've got the eagle's eye skill, right? Yeah, now that you say it, I do have that skill, he said, then slammed it on and his whole vision started to warp. The world lurched, his view snapped away from the ground, and from somewhere high above he could clearly spot his own party waiting below. Whoa, I can see myself lying on the ground, he thought, completely stunned by the wild, unreal feeling. Wait, my eyes are stuck on the sky, but my body's still pinned to the ground, he realized. And that's why Carol's voice still cuts through the air. Yes, we're right here with you, she said, squeezing his hand. Meanwhile, on the other end, Haru's hand was there. He finally realized it. Yep. Haru confirmed it, gripping the other hand tight, and a warm blush surged up his cheeks. Who's yanking my clothes? He blurted, and a sharp tug made his whole body tense. Oh, Marina. The second he saw her, he thought, even if my consciousness is up in the sky, I don't feel lonely at all because the four of them stood together under that huge, endless sky. Haru, he started to say it, but she cut him off mid-sentence. I see something moving from the northwest, she snapped, eyes locked in, face dead serious. They're monsters, and there are tons of them. Then she corrected herself fast. No, my blood army is what I'm using to shoot arrows. Flame-shooting arrows, she stares in shock because the monsters are charging fast, and a blazing wave of flame-wreathed beasts tears through the forest. A raging wall of fire tore across the land like a blazing nightmare. The flames roared, swallowing the monstrous horde whole. He finally thought he could wipe those monsters out for good just like that. Relief hit him hard. So we're not needed. You're kidding me, he muttered, stunned out of his mind. Flaming beasts tore through the inferno, untouched, and barreled forward with unrelenting fury. The monsters barreled straight through the wall of fire, Haru blurted out, shocked. They're about to collide with the army, and panic hits her hard. Carol stares at everything from their perch, breaking down the chaos. If they burn through their strength right here, Koret's getting the opening she needs, she thought. So, yeah, she nodded. Wipe out these monsters, and they'll be in perfect shape. If they can't, they'll still have to hold the line yet. She couldn't shake the fear that those monsters would ignore Furret and push straight farther east while the blazing beast horde thundered on, stampeding without mercy. And some of the creatures tripped hard and crashed down, but the rest shoved forward with zero mercy. But seriously, doesn't that monster's behavior feel way too off? If a wall of fire blocks their path, they'd normally dodge it, so why does it feel like something is forcing them forward? He whirled on his companions, grimness etched across his face. When everyone saw what was about to happen, panic hit hard, so Haru demanded, Master, tell me how we're going to strike them. Is this finally the moment to unleash my temptress skill? Carol said, I'll give it everything I've got, Marina vowed. Then he stared into their fierce, determined faces. I meant to ask if you were willing to gamble your lives, but yeah, I don't even need to check, he thought. Lend me your strength, he begged. As long as we stay together, we can do anything, they shouted in unison. Yeah, he grinned and said it with confidence. But if things get ugly, we'll bail back to my world, he promised. Then he spun around toward Carol. You hate your own temptress skills, don't you? He asked softly, and you braced for it, thinking you were making everyone around you miserable with it. Yes, you stammered. But this time, your skills will save for Root, he declared, and then he chuckled, admitting, I was just trying to hype her up, guess it didn't land the way I hoped. Hey, don't stress, just take it easy, he told her, then snapped, Haru, cover us with your slash skill. But don't rush into the enemies, I'll try, she said, jaw set. Marina, put on your mask, he demanded. He admitted it like, yeah, I'd pick Haru over me, so I'm kind of worried I'm counting on you. Then he told Marina, my name is Three Eyes, Marina Pei Kusunoki, and Marina announced it dramatically. Once my third eye flares open, that demon bow will wipe them all out and then I'll vanish with them. Right after don't disappear, he snaps. But she cuts in cold. You're not exactly battle ready, and if you miss your shot, our feelings win. Yeah, we're about to hit a little bonus stage, he flashed a grin. Come on, Carol, let's enjoy it while we can. I'm counting on you, he said, spinning back to face her. Leave it to me, she said, flashing confidence like a blade. While the whole crew tightened up, ready to smash into the next battle. Carol, tell me, is it better if I yell before I activate the skill? Marina demanded. It's a skill that's always on, so she doesn't have to scream, he explained. Though Marina still blurted it out, yelling anyway because it's way cooler. Yeah, I totally get it. Then he cut himself off and Carol fired back. So, what do you think I should yell? Marina exploded, yell it with pheromone power. She could just shout, Dark Temptation, Absolute Territory. Or better yet, go with the skill's real name, Moon Enchantment. So she brought that up instead. That's seriously hype, like it's radiating power. And right then, Haru's body tensed up hard. Haru asked, clocking the shift in her vibe, then a whole swarm of demonic bats surged through the sky. A voice tore through the swarm, so tell me, how did they honestly think they could rein in the monsters with just that? They're just lifeless puppets with no fear of getting their own lives snuffed out, so the voice kept going. They're driven by one goal alone, reaching for out. And once they get there, they go wild for 3 whole days before finally vanishing for good. Then the Karat army will roll in for a surprise visit, and the monsters below instantly snapped to a new direction. Who? What happened? The voice screamed. The humans will tear each other apart and both countries will be wiped out. It cackled. Wait, did the spell get overwritten? The lead bat realized. Who was it that clocked me at a glance? Their eyes went huge with shock and you could feel the hostility rolling off them. Then the bat's gaze snapped to the cliff where the whole group was standing. Right from there, boom, that's Haruno the Demon King's family pet, and that bat just clocked her. White Wolf's bat silhouette towered against the sky, and I knew it like a punch to the chest. But the White Wolf tribe can't do magic worth a damn, it realized. But how Kusunoki? Marina screamed as they finally came rushing in. Monsters at this rate. It'll totally wreck the plan, Master Haru just shouted out. Yeah, get ready to battle, he shot back. Haru, lend me your bats. Marina frowned, staring at the empty sky. I can't spot a thing, but yeah, those bats took off toward the northwest and vanished like smoke, Haru explained. But I finally get it, so we've got to be ready for airstrikes too, right? He nodded and confirmed it, and when I asked, did they really leave? Carol exhaled and said, then we're safe, right? I managed to twist the monster's direction, but the bats didn't even flinch at Carol's power. So yeah, that's what he figured. All right, we're doing this, and we keep our distance. Then he grinned, pointed forward, and said, it's my turn next. Horde fire. He screamed and hurled a spell, then a fireball detonated right in the heart of the charging mass. Hey, where do you think you're aiming? Marina snapped, lining up her shot in the exact opposite direction. A blinding arrow of pure light ripped from her bow. One razor-sharp shot tore straight through the heads of several monsters, slicing them all in a flawless straight line. Ayo, for real, that's nuts, he blurted. Stunt or not, it's obvious you finally made me rip into my bow, she boasted, grinning like she'd earned it. He gaped at her raw power. Look, the monsters are disappearing right in front of me, he blurted. Are they labyrinth monsters? Marina said. Because those creatures vanish after they die and they drop loot, magic stones, and all sorts of goodies for the taking. Hey, another crew's showing up and I'm wondering if I should entertain them again. Then Haru steps forward and spots the magic stones on the ground. She slammed her weapon through the air with bone-crushing force. Slash and energy blade ripped through the air, smashing straight into the next wave of monsters. A brutal slash ripped through the front ranks, shredding them to nothing. Ooh, this chain reaction crash is insane, Haru blurted out. Well done, Haru, he cheered. Then grinned. Now I'm going to copy you. He raised his sword, braced himself, and blasted a crushing slash of his own. The energy wave tore through the enemy ranks, ripping a blazing path across the front. The impact was so brutal it ripped a trench straight into the earth. Dust and broken debris swirled through the air after the chaos, like the world had just taken a punch. Like you'd expect from a master. Ichino-sama's slash absolutely obliterates Aruchirid. Not bad, he smirked. Smug as anything, because he knew he could have gone even harder. And he didn't even try to hold back Charm. Carol shouted, jabbing a finger at the monster. The charmed beast snapped and swung on its own brethren, shredding the other monsters with brutal, ferocious fury. Man, that skill is terrifying now. I've got to watch every move because the last thing I want is to trigger that monster, and suddenly my supplies matter more than ever. I can't stop thinking how many monsters can I cut down before my MP finally dies. And honestly, what haunts me most is Haru because her biggest advantage is getting squeezed in this fight. Right now, she's locked in with a bow they snatched from the bandits. She slings that bow we grabbed from the bandits, and sure enough, Haru's tearing it up with it, even with no sword in hand. We can still pull this off. He gritted his teeth, staring at the endless horde and realizing there were countless more closing in. If I can, I'll wipe them all out in one go. He detonated another fire spell straight into the crowd. The monsters pressed forward with zero hesitation, like they had no fear and no brakes. He stared in shock. Could this be it? A plan snapped into place in his mind as the monster got erased by a roaring burst of flame. "Carol, I'm changing your job starting now," he declared, and then he snapped, "Hold off your attacks too, Haru and Marina. I'm serious." He kicked off the job change for Carol. A storm of notifications exploded across his vision. Oz, man, that list went on forever, and he screamed with pure excitement. "Wait, what I just leveled up?" Carol grinned and practically sparkled. "You look so happy, Ichino-sama," she said. "So does that mean the battle's over?" he asked, staring into the far-off mass of monsters then. Haru cut in. "Nope, they're retreating." Yeah, it looks like they're finally back on track pressing straight toward Farouk because when he confirmed it, it all clicked. I thought they were being controlled. It isn't as brutal as Carol's power, but it still slams the monster into place and wrestles its movement under control. Then he scans the battlefield and spots a tight little pass ahead. One narrow path hugs the steep cliffs over there. "I can take it. What's got you smiling like that?" Carol asked. "Ichino-sama Herald's leveled up too." She cheered, grinning, and then "Sorry, I guess I looked suspicious," he said, as Marina stared him down. "Would you shut up?" she snapped. Then he leaned in with a grin and said, "Hold up, I just hit on something brilliant." I totally cracked up, and then Marina snapped, "All right, let's move out. I'm giving this a shot." As she unleashed her arrow, flashbang, and let it fly. The arrow screamed through the pack, tearing down monsters one after another. I pushed past my breaking point and landed the final attack, then she crumpled to the ground, gasping, "Waha!" "Nice work, Marina. Go crash and rest. Haru's on deck now," he said. And Haru stared down into the tight canyon at the monsters closing in. "Let me borrow this," she said, snatching Marina's bow, and then he shot back. "All right, Carol, I'll swap your job." The moment that Temptress job kicks back in, the monsters snap back into action right away. Haru loosed an arrow, angling it straight for the ground. Then it slammed into the path and blasted up a cloud of dust. "All right, I'll switch up your job again, Temptress," he said after a brief pause. The monster whipped around and reversed direction again. They started stacking up in that tight, narrow passage one on top of the other, filling every inch. He grinned because they were totally trapped right in the middle. "Good thing there's a nasty steep cliff because he's about to tell us exactly what we were doing." "Like, listen close," he said. We herded the monsters down one narrow path hemmed in by deadly cliffs, and he locked in the strategy they'd used. I kept flipping Carol's skill on and off, and the whole street instantly ground to a screeching halt traffic jam the size of a nightmare. "I don't need to aim anymore," Marina snapped from the side. Then the little one popped out, and he caught it instantly. "Nice, no congestion. Nothing messes me up. I can just keep looping Carol's skill until it finally triggers all right." "It's my turn to shine," he said, bracing and gathering power. Spiritual unification. Oost fire blasted with a roar. He snapped his hand forward, and a gigantic column of flame erupted from the canyon floor. A massive explosion blasted through the trapped horde, swallowing them whole. The sky tore open in a violent flashlight, and raw power exploded across the land. He dropped to one knee, every ounce of strength fleeing his body. Then he gritted his teeth and forced himself back up. His companions burst up beside him, panic dripping from every word, and he waved them off. "I'm totally fine," he said. "I just burned through all my MP. Phew, I can't get used to this fatigue," he rasped, collapsing onto the ground as Carol soothed him with gentle pats on the head. Staring at the giant crater his magic had torn into the earth, he couldn't help but think, "Yeah, that hit way harder than I expected." A storm of system messages hit him at once. Ichinojo's level jumped, and with it came fresh tiers of mage and cleric skills. Man, cleric was just level 1, yet somehow he's already at 48. And he couldn't stop thinking about how he'd maxed that jobless class so he could finally graduate. He swept the horizon for monsters while Hawkeye stared ahead, thinking about that disgusting Managros he might have to choke down just to get his MP back. Carol insisted he take a break in her world, so he finally rested. Then his eyes snapped to a dark silhouette ripping across the sky. The shape ballooned into view, revealing a massive wyvern now diving straight down toward them. A familiar knight in gleaming armor perched atop a beast and grinned as he proudly announced his Mount Pochi. Just now, I watched a massive explosion tear through the air. The writer pointed back at the crater. Like, that's the one Ichinojo carved. Marina burst up beside the wyvern and demanded of Suzuki, "Were you the one behind this?" Dizziness hit him hard, so he spun toward the newcomer and blurted, "Kikusunoki-kun. Do you have a mana potion? Please, share it with me." "Yeah, sure," Suzuki shot back, then handed over a potion for a tomato right, as Ichinojo finally felt his strength come rushing back. He stared hard at the red fruit in his palm, then snapped his gaze back to Suzuki, like he couldn't figure out what it meant. Suzuki chuckled with a grin and admitted he wasn't a huge tomato fan. Then he added that even Carol, who hated them, ended up enjoying his. Suzuki told them he'd been sent on a raid to hunt monsters, but somehow once he got here, it turned out he wasn't needed after all. But the nightmare wasn't finished yet. Monsters kept bursting out of that nearby labyrinth like it couldn't stop. Kusunoki-kun, I've got an idea, let's team up, Suzuki urged, swearing the source was trapped somewhere inside that labyrinth. He told Ichino-jo to be careful, his old strategy could fall apart the moment they stepped inside. Marina declared, pointing straight ahead. Looks like 5 humans are trapped in that labyrinth. He leaned in and asked, so, are they people you actually know? But she couldn't sit still, admitting she'd never met them face to face. Remember that cat user guy? Suzuki cut in with a knowing look like he already figured it out. He told us that Tsukino, the innkeeper's son, was trapped inside with his niece Milky, plus Julio and Elise. I admitted I knew them. Then he realized he couldn't just leave them behind and he nodded, agreeing to go. With their new goal locked in, the whole crew launched into the sky and rode the clouds. As everyone scrambled onto Pochi's back, Suzuki snapped a warning, "You're packed way too tight, one slip and we'll all tumble off." Suzuki flashed a grin and told them not to worry. Pochi already gulped down 7 rare medals, so yeah, he's straight up incredible. Right between his buddies, he tore into a sandwich, and to his surprise, it was actually really damn good. But his gaze snapped to Marina, standing right at the edge near the front. Swaying like one wrong step could send her over. As any street performer would say, he could tell right away she was insanely skilled. "Who do you think you're talking to?" She snapped, jabbing a finger at him, warning him, "Don't you dare fall." But wyverns are seriously awesome. And Suzuki blurted it out right as Pochi swooped through the sky, riding the high of a good mood. Ichino-jo said the very first place he landed was beside a wyvern's nest, and he couldn't believe he survived the whole terrifying encounter. Suzuki then spilled his own wild tale how he spotted Pochi's egg sitting beside its dead parent. And that exact moment, the hatchling latched onto him and imprinted like it was destiny. "So, you always pulled this kind of thing everywhere?" Suzuki asked, snapping the conversation right back onto him. "To be honest, we only jumped into that battle because our fighting styles could carve out a safe gap," he admitted at toe. Suzuki snapped back with a grim shake of his head. "This wasn't a safe fight, not even close. Every battle I've ever thrown myself into has been dangerous. But this is exactly what I wanted," he declared, and pure resolve burned in his voice. "My blessing's name is Protagonist Revision." Ichino-jo was completely stunned, and Suzuki just shrugged like, "It's a weird kind of blessing, one that always drags you into trouble, where you end up meeting gorgeous girls or a mysterious savior shows up out of nowhere. So it just tweaks the odds same as any normal person." And he asks whether Suzuki confirmed it, and that question immediately brings him trouble. While Marina snapped about the blessing, he just stared ahead and thought his own blessing had stacked him with a mountain of EXP just from beating monsters. "I'm honestly glad I'm not the main character," he told Carol, "because if I'm lucky, I'll just be your supporting sidekick in the story." "Yeah, you're not the protagonist," Carol shot back, locking eyes with him because you're the one who's in charge. "You're right, Marina," she said with a bright flourish. "You've got my word, I'll be in your care." "Kusunoki-kun, look down!" Suzuki suddenly screamed that a whole pack of monsters was barreling toward Furut. Ichino-jo snapped with surprise when he saw Marina raising her bow, and in his mind, he realized she wasn't just posing. She was doing her job for real. "Are you really about to swing in and hit them with it straight to their faces?" he warned, gripping the moment tight. "All right, let's hit the source right now," she blurted. "But tell me, can we really leave these monsters to my comrade?" "Marina, shred the monster count, slash them down as hard as you can," Suzuki ordered. From her high perch in the clouds, she unleashed a brutal storm of arrows, mowing down the horde below. When his level shot up, power surged through him, and instantly he got it how the party's shared EXP was splitting between them. Man, getting easy EXP sounded amazing until he caught the truth it was a total waste because 2 of his 4 jobs were already maxed out. He snapped into action and geared up as a fire and earth mage to cash in on the 120th EXP requirement. Right as Suzuki finally spotted where they were headed. When they get there, the labyrinth entrance is packed tight with monsters, crawling and snarling like it's already claiming them. "All right, we're going in fight mode!" Suzuki screamed as he vaulted off Pochi, charging straight into the chaos by himself. He slammed down like a meteor, and the shockwave blasted monsters and rubble flying every which way. "Suzuki, you're out of control," he snapped, pushing Carol and Haru to get on Pochi as he stormed into the fight. Ian Haru burst into the chaos, blades flashing as he tore through the enemy ranks like a storm. Suzuki launched Pochi up to the clouds, shouted his plan, and said, "If anything goes wrong, I'll lean on Marina's bow skills." "Thanks, Kusunoki-kun," Suzuki shot back, then barked an order and told his wyvern to hold position. From up high, safe in their perch, the girls cheered him on with all their hearts. He knew Haru wouldn't just sit around, and with her specialty in play, this fight was about to get way easier. She proved him right by slamming her foot down hard, then a shockwave tore through the monsters nearest to her, wiping them out instantly. She exploded into motion, streaking across the battlefield like a living hurricane, tearing through everything in her path. Amazing, Suzuki sucked in a breath, and Ichinojo shot back with pride. That's just what I'd expect from my Haru. Hey, Kusunoki-kun behind you, he screamed as a fresh threat appeared. A hulking monster towered over him, and he yanked his sword out, grumbling under his breath. Ugh, this is seriously troublesome. Just as he lunged to strike, an arrow tore out of the sky and nailed the monster straight through the head. Man, you really know how to throw a party, Suzuki said as the wyvern swooped overhead. Marina, give me a huge one, he bellowed at the sky. Now hurry, let's smash into the labyrinth. All right, let me open the path for you, she snapped. Yanking her bowstring back, and a magic arrow ignited into existence. An arrow ripped through the air and slammed straight into the labyrinth's entrance, blasting it wide open. Now that the road is wide open, he and Suzuki barrel straight for the pitch-black entrance. Right inside the labyrinth, Suzuki was already hacking through a fresh pack of rhino-like beasts, sword swinging like it wanted blood. His thunderous slash ripped through the creatures like a shockwave, cutting them down on the spot. Yeah, trust me, this one's mine, he said, stepping in as Haru stared, wide-eyed, watching Suzuki's power tear the scene open. He lunged into a brutal showdown with that massive bird-like monster, slipped past its strike, then slammed in and brought it crashing down. Nice going, Kusunoki Kunso. You're that strong, huh? Suzuki said, staring you down like he couldn't believe it. He swept his hand down the corridor, blazing with readiness to push forward. They just keep coming, so he blurts out, asking Suzuki how many mana potions are left. Then he tore open the hall with a raging torrent of fire, swallowing the oncoming monsters in a blaze flames that erased the danger in seconds. Smoke roared up from the scorched stone and the road ahead fell deadly silent. Of course Master Haru would pull it off, Suzuki blurted, staring with jaw-dropped silence. Forget being wowed, he barked it, pushing them forward with urgency. Move! Hurry! He jerked his hand up on instinct, and the second he did, he heard those heavy footfalls closing in fast. A weird four-legged beast came charging down the long corridor straight at them. His eyes snapped wide. Wait, that's the Centaurus! Two panicked riders clung to its back, yanking its mane with all their strength while screaming at it to stop. Haru blurted, "They're here," and the party just stared in total stun like their brains couldn't process what they were seeing. He watched the donkey-like creature, lured by a carrot on a stick, trip hard and watch its riders crash and tumble to the ground. We're saved, and Joffrey's side rode in relief. Long time no see. Why's this labyrinth in such a frenzy? He blurted out, totally lost, asking what the hell they were doing here. Before they could even answer, 3 more figures came rocketing down the hall, yelling for their own key. Then it hit him, these had to be the other 3 missing people. It's fine now, Suzuki said, stepping up with a calm, reassuring grin. The 2 new boys sized up Chino Joe's crew with sharp suspicion. The rescued crew popped their names Julio Sikino and Milky, then hit him with heartfelt thanks. We rushed in to save Milky-san because her uncle begged us to. Then Suzuki explained it calmly, and Ichinojo's jaw dropped in pure shock. He snapped to Joffrey and asked, "So what the hell happened?" "A spy," Joffrey blurted, stunned out of his mind that they actually knew. Then he launched into this chaotic, non-stop explanation like everything just snapped into place and bam, boom, right on the spot. "Where'd that spy vanish to?" Suzuki demanded. "Could this sabotage be Kolot's doing?" Milky leaned in and said, "I'll explain." While Lushing hurried through the facts, she was sure that Spy was already dead. Wiped out after those monsters overran everything. Are you okay, Joffrey?" he blurted, clocking the blood sliding from her nose, but she just waved it away like it was all a fantasy. She was convinced the Kolot spy unleashed a nasty technique on the goddess statue, twisting it so it started spewing miasma like a curse. Suzuki pushed for them to investigate, but he wouldn't budge. He made it clear they had to get the exhausted group out first. "Hold on, Joffrey, cut in," he blurted. "We're out of here right now." "Then let's head to the goddess statue," Milky demanded, like, "Come on. If you made it this far, you've got to be seriously tough, right?" He stared down that ominous, monster-filled hallway, knowing they couldn't waste a second taking it easy. I gulped and stammered, agreeing to their plan, like, of course. Haru spotted the bag strapped to Sakino's back and knew right away it was packed with rare golden wool. He clocked it instantly. The boy was burning to race back to town and sell that valuable haul. Sakino said, "Our job is to leave the offering at the goddess statue, so you guys need to be our witnesses." He figured if they backed it up with their testimony, they'd prove the job was finished, snatch their gem, and leave their client satisfied. He scoffed, realizing the whole group was hustling to lock down multiple rewards in one go. "Come on, let's hit the goddess statue," Joffrey snapped, pointing out that his crew looked utterly drained. "I don't want to dip out solo, so I'm going with you," Milky declared. The others erupted into laughter, all fired up out of nowhere, and it left him even more baffled. "Master, it's a whole pack of monsters," Haru warned him, and he lunged forward, telling Suzuki, "This one's mine." But Suzuki was already in motion, blade snapping free as the horde surged at him. "Oh, Grand Cross!" he roared, slashing his sword and carving a dazzling streak of light through the air. A holy surge of energy sliced straight through the entire monster pack in one brutal, earth-shaking strike. The corridor went dead silent. smoke still curling from the busted beast scattered everywhere. "Whoa, no way," he blurted, totally stunned by Suzuki's raw power. "Come on, let's race to the goddess statue," Suzuki declared, grinning like he already knew everything. A little earlier, before they finally hooked up with Kusunoki's crew, Ichino and his friends were trapped deep inside the Dakyat labyrinth. "Man, we got insanely lucky," one of them blurted out. "I never in a million years thought we'd beat that gold wool sheep," Julio snapped, grinning as he told the others. "It turns into gold." "Yeah," Ichino snapped, gesturing at the prized fleece. "This trade, are we really taking all of it?" Julio blurted. Joffrey grinned and held up the golden wool. "With this, it'll sell for 10,000 cents. He leaned in, saying it was rare monster wool, so rare it only shows up once in a blue moon. Then Ichino proudly raised another fresh drop from their fight. Bad boy Elise screamed and clawed at the beast, desperately trying to rip it away. "You can't eat my hand itch, you know?" He yanked his hand back, startled out of his skin. "9 total," he blurted out, stunned out of his mind. Carol shot back, "So, how many has it gobbled up now? Why is it dead?" The donkey just stood there, calm as ever, totally unbothered by the chaos. Most monsters munch maybe 2 growth items, and even dragons only get to around 10. But this thing had already swallowed 9, and the sheer question burned in everyone's mind. What kind of monster was it? Was it really just a slow donkey? From a short distance, the others stared and watched. Elisa's companion stared like, "Don't you people realize how freakishly wrong this monster is?" Then Ichino clapped, "All right, let's grab some food, Elisa." Joffrey whooped, "Yeah, food." And Ichino marched up to Julio, holding out a piece of bread. He leaned in and said, "Come on, open up. This is some top-tier bread, trust me. Try it." "Wah." Julio choked, his face going red. I can eat it myself." "Nope," Ichino pressed on, shoving the bread right back toward his mouth. Julio's embarrassment spikes as he snaps his gaze away, then Elise lets out a soft, happy giggle right in front of him. She lets out a hee-hee chuckle like she's sharing a secret with herself. Then pauses, eyes glancing around as if the answer's right there, and suddenly the donkey's head slumps, dragging a weird, eerie aura with it. Elsewhere in the maze, Kusunoki and Suzuki hurried through a shattered corridor, the ruins closing in around them. Suzuki shot back, "That just hit like a truck, was that a paladin skill?" Kusunoki nodded. "Yeah." Then they both noticed it. He looked totally wiped out. It devours way more MP than Slash. So he shoved a paper talisman up in his hand, and if he hadn't snagged it from Shulail, he would have crumpled after firing just 1 shot. A talisman. "What does it even do?" Suzuki demanded. Kusunoki snapped back that as long as they kept it, they could share MP. "Ah, that's such a lucky break, Suzuki. If I could share my MP with Haru, I'd unlock way more skills." Kusunoki just stared, lost in thought. "So I want one too. If you keep using it, you'll slap that burden right onto that poor girl," Suzuki warned. "Lowly," Kusunoki muttered. "But she did look young." "Your teammate Carol Chan, right?" Suzuki asked. "That girl looks way too young. Wait, no. Carol is 17, and Kusunoki shut him down fast, like, 17? Suzuki's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Right on time, Carol materialized beside them, and Kusunoki leaned in to explain she's half human, half Ling. Then Carol looked at me and said, "I turned 17, flashing a tiny smile." Suzuki finally exhaled, like the panic drained out, and asked, "Got it, so you're not trying to treat her like some legal loli, are you?" As he stared at Kusunoki, suspicious as ever. "I won't," Kusunoki blurted, waving his hands like crazy, and Suzuki snapped back, "I already have 3 key comrades touch one, and I'll lose it." Carol slid right up to Kusunoki until he started blushing. "Make a move on me?" she whispered. Then Suzuki smirked. "When I'm being rational, I can't make a move on Carol either, so we're both stuck in the same boat." Kusunoki panicked. "Don't say that." And he suddenly jerked back, sensing danger. "Hey, you guys, we've got a problem," he screamed. "Ah ha ha, man, I'm jealous." Suzuki barked out a laugh. Right then, like nothing was happening, he just stayed oblivious. "Quit messing around and do something." Kusunoki snapped right as Haru burst into view. "Enemies are creeping up behind us," she shouted, and Haru snapped. "Move, Haru, now!" "Master, it's fine. Step back and let me handle the rear," she snapped, gripping her weapon, while Suzuki Kusunoki-kun finally whipped his sword out and shouted, "They're charging in from the front, too. At this rate, I'll burn through my MP." Kusunoki panicked, yanking his own blade free as the two of us fought back-to-back, holding off the monsters closing in. If there was even a sliver of opening, Kusunoki snarled and snapped his guard up to parry the strike. "Aniki, what do you say?" a fresh voice barked. "Leave it to me," another shouted back. The very next second, Ichino and his partner smashed through the wall and charged in on the donkey like it was a raging warhorse. They dangled a carrot on a stick and labeled it the Ultimate Weapon Centaurus Charge Attack version. Then the donkey lunged forward like it had no limits, pure, unbelievable force. It bulldozed a straight route right through the monster swarm. They tore across the battlefield, leaving a roaring dust trail behind them, and crushing every enemy that got in their way. After that wild, chaotic ride, Ichino and his companions swayed around, dizzy as hell and completely out of it. "Everyone, fall in behind Aniki!" Julio roared while their party sprinted straight after the charge. Suzuki stared at it, stunned. "Is that slow donkey really stronger than us?" Kusunoki shut him down. "They don't say that it'll kill the mood." Right then, the donkey halted mid-step, finally finished that carrot. Ichino's face drained of color as he blurted it out. "So that was the last carrot, yeah?" Then it's all over, and his party starts panicking like crazy. Oh no, of all times to run out of carrots? I don't know if a tomato can even stand in, but Kusunoki jumped in like, "This is pathetic for an adventurer's lifeline to be nothing but vegetables," and shoved a huge, ripe tomato right into our hands. The donkey's eyes flared, and it let out a loud, triumphant bray, just as Kusunoki said right before it charged straight at him. "Whoa!" he shrieked and bolted for his life while Master Haru roared for help. Kusunoki sprinted down the corridor, chased by that unhinged donkey and a fresh stampede of monsters. He sprinted like his legs were the only thing keeping him alive. "Hold up. Could I just chuck a tomato at him?" I blurted it to myself the second I spotted the boss room door up ahead. "Shit, now I'm pissed!" he roared, bursting into the chamber only to get face to face with a giant mammoth-like monster. "Sorry, I've got to take it out on you," he muttered. Flinging a chunk of meat from his stash, he'd always wanted to taste mammoth meat, and then, just like that, another one showed up. "Damn it, another one!" He exploded upward, still clutching that precious tomato like it was the last thing on earth. The mammoth let out a thunderous roar as he crashed onto its back. The donkey burst into the room and slammed into everything, its riders flipping over and crashing hard onto the ground. Then it snatched the tomato right out of Kusunoki's hand and chowed it down. Kusunoki couldn't believe it. This donkey was unreal, even if it was totally ravenous, because it charged forward and trampled the mammoth straight into the ground while Ichino's crew finally regrouped. After all that chaos, the donkey pressed its head to Kusunoki's side like it was comforting him. He quickly sized up the nightmare stuck between the boss room and the other room that was spewing monsters by the dozens. He snapped a healing spell into place on himself, then grimaced. "Sorry, Haru, but I'm gonna have to use your tomato," he said as he grabbed another from his inventory. "Hey, Centaurus, look, it's a tomato!" He screamed and hucked it down the corridor, then snatched another and flung it the other way, yanking the donkey into a wild chase after them. Haru and Suzuki finally barreled into view, just as he stood there wheezing like his lungs were seconds from quitting. Master Haru boomed, "I might be a donkey user." And Kusunoki let out a heavy sigh. "I really don't want that." Then Master Haru snapped, "All right, this is it, our final stop," and spun toward the monster-filled room. "Let's wipe them out," his comrades screamed as they surged forward. He sprinted right with them. Kusunoki slashed through the horde with a sword, carving a path where no one thought he could survive. Haru tore through this chaos, her scythe screaming as it cut the air in a deadly blur. As the final monster hit the ground, the chat exploded with system messages. Every single person had leveled up, snagged fresh skills, and earned brand new titles. The whole group huddled in front of the goddess statue, and suddenly the darkness slammed down over them like a shroud. "Is it over?" Ichino demanded. "The goddess statue is over there." Elise pointed at the dark mass. "Thanks, Ichino," she said, and he stepped closer. "Okay, I'll check. What's the verdict? Did you crack it?" she asked. I'm sorry, it's really hard for me," she admitted. Then Ichino blurts, "What do we do now?" And out of the blackness, a monster suddenly erupts and charges straight for him. Chi snarled, slamming it down with one brutal slash, then another. Enemy snapped into place the very next second. "I can't use sword moves that slice through the darkness," he snapped. Then Suzuki burst in, yelling, "Suzuki, do something with your holy sword!" And with a single command, he unleashed a brutal flash of light. A blast of blinding light ripped through the scene, and everyone else screamed as they threw up their hands and shielded their eyes. "Sorry, I'll make sure I warn you next time," Suzuki snapped, as the light died out and the darkness sat there totally untouched. "So magic's useless," then Onichino snapped under his breath, pure frustration boiling over. "Oh yeah, can you slap a barrier around that goddess statue to lock it down?" "You could keep it sealed for a bit, but I don't think we should," Elise warned. She warned that if the miasma thickened, the monsters would grow stronger and eventually tear through the barrier, so Ichino snapped to the others. "Got it. Then what do we do? If the goddess statue is behind all this?" Gullio blurted out, ready to call it out. "Destroying that goddess statue, wouldn't that finally fix everything?" The thought hit Ichino and Elisa so hard they couldn't even speak. Yeah, maybe we can pull it off if we smash it, Ichino thought, the idea hitting like a spark. Then he caught himself thinking if he smashed it, he could steal its miasma, collecting power for his world right on cue. The goddess Satrince flashed in his mind. Her warning, cold and brutal, destroying her statue would get him put to death. The vision teased that the goddesses could crush the monster threat if they were willing to ditch the farm, and Ichino shot that plan down instantly, shaking his head. Kusunoki explained that statue gods are usually built to stay put. No movement, no breaking. And then Joffrey hit the panic button, saying, "All right, we've got to deal with this darkness, right?" He offered. "I'll ask too, just in case, so Ichino, you've got a real plan." Joffrey raised a plain little blade and shouted, "I'm hurling this sword into the darkness because this legendary sword came from a horse on the border." And Ichinose immediately clocked it as one of Cannon's scam sales. "It's not a scam." Joffrey's companion swore up and down, and that's exactly what the girl told us when we bought it. While Joffrey snapped back, "This sword can shoo away darkness, but only one time. And it's just iron, right?" Wait, didn't she build herself a real magic sword? Elise couldn't help but recall. I guess it wasn't totally wrong. She's got the same fire as Marina. "Just breathe, Suzuki." Kusunoki stepped in and said, "That sword was forged by a magical blacksmith." Then he went on. That very blacksmith had spent ages with Marina, and Kusunoki kept staring at Suzuki while he said it. "And yeah, that sword is called Excalibur." "You know what I do. Sure, I don't look like it, but I'm a huge Excalibur fan." Suzuki blurted it out with surprising fire. "Yeah, it's exactly like that." Kusunoki confirmed it. "I've got this, no problem." Joffrey cracked his knuckles and started winding up to throw. He screamed, "Excalibur!" and hurled the whole sword sheath snap. Excalibur streaked through the air, hit the miasma dead on, and the darkness vanished in one clean sweep. Whoa. Ichino snapped a breath in pure awe, but tiny tendrils of darkness still clung to the statue's base. Did it not work? Panic gripped him still. It had to work, because it's the mightiest throne sword. Kusunoki just grinned as if that answered everything. "Just as Excalibur intended." Sakino lunged ahead with his bag and thrust the gem onto the goddess statue like he couldn't wait another second. He sprinted up the steps toward the altar. "Susino, get back." Ichino blared the alarm. "Iya," Sakino froze mid-confusion, clutching that glowing gem. "Hey, Sakino!" Ichino screamed, as the last sliver of darkness lunged straight for the boy. The darkness collapsed into one burning point of raw, roaring energy. When their sight finally snapped back, the goddess Satrin towered over them in full, breathtaking glory. "You made it this far, heroes who clawed the nation back from the grip of darkness," she declared, and the whole group just stared up at her, utterly stunned. "Long time no see." Satrin's Sama Suzuki strolled up and greeted her like it was no big deal. "Hero Kuda, it's been too long," she said, flashing a warm smile. And then she turned to the whole group. "Brave warriors, you crushed it. No need to downplay yourselves. Thanks to your grit, you've saved 2 countries," and she made sure they knew it. "I'll stand in for the goddesses and thank you myself." "Aha, don't sweat it," Goffrey just laughed. "Yeah, and we're monster masters too, plus heroes on top of that. So saving the world is basically guaranteed, right?" Now you've got Haru's side, and they're just losing it, completely exasperated. "Seriously, can you at least stop being rude? You started off as an apprentice swordsman and a whip user. And yeah, we don't even know how we hauled your statue back to normal, Sunoki. Only admitted it was the goddess who did it. Setarun started spilling it. This whole feat was kicked off by a man called the Vampire Valve, and she made that clear. He planted this nasty scheme to wipe out both the backyard and the co-lot. Then she snapped her head toward Sakino. "Yeah, I don't think you were itching to do it." "Sakino, you handed over that sphere packed with Valve's technique, didn't you? And honestly, it might have been smarter to give it to someone like Suzuki instead," Citrin said. The Demon King families," and she kept moving, refusing to slow down. "People say her future seeing power left scars even after she died, and loads of folks are still under her spell, so Kusunoki threw the question out there. Did the Demon King and the vampire actually hate each other? Ichino just sat there, silently wondering. Cetrin leaned forward, snapped, "I called you all here for one reason, so I can hand you this," and thrust her hand toward them. A surge of divine power crashed over the whole group like a tidal wave. A system message flashed on the screen. Prince's protection had been added. She grinned and said, "It boosts your HP and physical attack by 30 the moment your enemy has more HP than you." High above the land, a dragon tore through the clouds, carving its way across the sky. Down on the ground, Marina and Carol battled a ruthless swarm of monsters, fighting tooth and nail the whole time. Monsters poured toward the town. Marina's voice shook as she whispered, "Please, Ichino-sama, be safe." Carol's eyes snapped to the sky, dread creeping in. "You're right," Marina shot back with a confident smirk. Then she leaned in and told Carol that Usunoki now has the protection of 2 goddesses. He won't slip back into Valhalla's fields that easily. Marina-san, your words are so hard to follow, Carol said, wearing a gentle smile. Marina gently rubbed the top of her head like it was the sweetest thing ever. Because I'm smart. Carol's breath caught out of nowhere, and her eyes locked straight onto the sky. A majestic dragon swooped down toward them, descending like a living storm. Is that the Dragon King? They both blurted it out in shock. So it answered my power, Marina said. The Dragon King is that legendary beast who actually battled the Demon King side by side with the hero? Carol whispered. She's only read about it in books, but the raw intensity makes it feel like the real deal. The road it's taking points straight to Furu there. Standing tall on the dragon's back, he's not even scared. And the writer's voice comes booming down like, no worries, now I'm here, so you never had to worry. Hee hee, you're counting on me, right?